Wesley So finished 5th in the CCT regular season standings in 2024. The 2022 Global Chess Champion scored at least 30 standings points in all 4 events. Only 4 other players managed to do that. So played Division 1 of the first event, then really started to make noise in the second event. In Division 2 of the Chess.com Classic in May, he finished in 2nd place.
Wow. Wesley So wins 2 games on demand. This is incredible.
He even forced a grand final reset against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, but came up just short. Fortunately for So, his best tournament performance of the tour was yet to come. He would claim victory in Division 2 of the final tournament, the Julius Baer Generation Cup in September. A thrilling Armageddon game in the grand final against Denis Lazavik put him over the top.
What a turnaround, Wesley So. Wow, I don't know how he got the victory there from the jaws of defeat.
In 2022, So proved that you can't underestimate him in rapid chess. His consistency in 2024 was more of the same. Getting here is one thing, winning it is another, but we've seen Wesley So do it before.
Thanks, guys. We're here with one of the biggest chess content creators out there. I'm in your neighborhood, so to speak, WFM Anna Kramling, and we're happy to have you here. So first of all, how much of the studio have you seen?
I literally just got here, and they were so kind. They gave me a tour immediately, so in like 5 minutes, I've seen the whole place. It's so fantastic. It's so cool to see this, and I love the format here.
I'm trying to learn your language over there. We have a smorgasbord of food. Tell me how to pronounce my pronunciation. Was it any good? It was terrible?
You need to not do the O's. The O's are smörgåsbord.
That was very melodic, and I will work on that, okay? But you're not just here as a fan. You've got a big match coming up only a few miles from here in central Oslo. Tell us about that.
I am playing a match tomorrow against a guy called Odin. He and his brother beat the Guinness World Record of playing chess for the longest amount of time. They played chess for over 60 hours straight, no sleep. So I'm playing someone that is very mentally strong and who's higher rated than me, but my goal is going to be to try to steal some rating points.
You're not going to be able to wear him out, though. He's played 60 hours of chess. So what is the way you're going to win this match?
Hopefully by playing better chess.
That is the usual method. Now we can watch on your YouTube channel. We can watch on the Take app. And what else are you going to do while you're here at the Screen Studios?
I'm going to be interviewing some of the players when they come out. So when this is finished, I have some questions prepared. I'm really excited to see the players and talk to them for a bit. So yeah, I'm here for that. All
right, well, there you go. That means since she's doing the interviews, I will ceremonially pass the mic to you. And I'm out.
Thank you very much. And with this, we see Mike leaving, me taking over, and yeah, now I'm out too. Thank you.
All right, I love how we don't rehearse anything.
Yeah, against Alireza, this first match was very, very convincing. Some good wins with black in the night off, you know, it's always coming back to my roots, sort of.
Yeah, I was quite impressed by what Alireza did against me when he faced some, you know, quite a nice prep, and by some miracle, but also all credits, of course, go to him as well. He survived, and I mean, I was really upset. I was really angry with myself, but I also was quite impressed that okay, he made such a great save.
I had a very fond memory of the last CCT. I played really well on the play-ins, and I have 2 easy attempts to make it to Division 1. Like on the play-ins, I was leading pretty much all throughout the event, and then the last round I only needed a draw against Decisive to end up in first place, and then I get to pick my opponents. I had the white pieces, then somehow I lost that, and then I played against Arjun, who's like 2800 already. even at that time. And of course, I lost that match too. That's kind of expected. But it was actually a secret blessing, a hidden blessing, because I ended up winning Division 2.
I think I played the match against Magnus in one of the events. For the final, we had very good fighting games, and probably one of those games in the match was probably good games. I don't remember exactly, but it should be one of those games.
Probably when I beat Magnus, although I lost that match, so it's not so like something special. If I would have won that match, of course it would be brilliant, but I lost. But anyway, if I should like pick one game, it would be that game with Magnus when I won.
In the heart of Oslo, a city known for its striking vistas and fierce winters, a storm is brewing.
Oh my God! And Magnus cannot believe it!
But this is no typical tempest. This is one of intellect, strategy, and razor-sharp minds. The chess world has converged here to witness a clash of titans in the ultimate battle of wit, the Champions Chess Tour. From across the globe, the greatest minds of this ancient game have arrived. From the suburbs of Minneapolis to the cobbled streets of Paris, from the foothills of the Caucasus Mountains to the banks of the Rhine, the world is watching the Tiger City. At the helm stands Norway's pride and the tour's undisputed king, Magnus Carlsen.
Magnus Magic. How many times do we say that, Tanya? Every single game.
A man whose mastery of the chessboard verges on the supernatural. Magnus changed the climate of Norway sports forever when he won his first world championship in 2013. Today, because of Carlsen's popularity, chess is on TV, in the streets, and in the bars. But the hometown hero can't rest easy. A star-studded field is here to take Carlsen's crown. Alireza Firouzja, the young prodigy.
Alireza has done the unimaginable.
The future of chess. He twice defeated Carlsen to win the Chess.com Classic. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the French Grandmaster, whose blazingly fast style toppled Firouzja in the Crunch Lab Masters.
There we go. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is the winner of the Crunch Labs Masters.
These two tour event champions are joined by 5 year-long elite performers. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the 2-time World Championship contender. Wesley So, last year's CCT runner-up. The young and hungry Denis Lazavik. The German phenom, Vincent Keymer. And the Armenian-American legend and super grandmaster, Levon Aronian.
He chose the wrong square. Wow, black leaves the bishop hanging and Jan blundered.
This is a battle of minds. Every move is a masterpiece in the making. It's the climax of the biggest online chess event of the year. The Champions Chess Tour final decides who is the king of rapid chess.
You never see this. Absolute hats off.
This is immortality stuff.
It's the Champions Chess Tour finals, live from Oslo, Norway, and it starts right now.
"32 degrees Fahrenheit, 0 degrees Celsius. The air is cold, but the stakes are high in Oslo, Norway, as we bring you the 2024 Champions Chess Tour Finals. The players are getting ready downstairs while we are getting ready to bring you all the action. My name is James Canty III, and I am joined by my best friends, Grandmaster David Howe and International Master Tanya Sachdev. How do we feel today?
I'm pumped, David, James. I mean, what a day we've got lined up for ourselves, right? A full course of action. We start with the appetizers, which is going to be the last round of the round-robin stage. It's going to see 2 players go back home, elimination. Then we've got the main course with the survival stage coming up. And for desserts, guys, it's going to be the winner of the round-robin who will pick the opponent for the semi-finals. It's a full action-packed day for us.
Yeah, day 3. Who's excited? Me. Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be so much fun, and it will be sad to say goodbye to 4 players by the end of the day, but that's chess. That's the Champions Chess Tour, and it's going to be fascinating to see how things unfold.
Definitely fascinating. As we got to take a look at the standings to see what's been going on. If you missed it, that's okay. We'll bring you up to speed. What the standings say. In fact, the top half is all safe from elimination, and the bottom half are fighting for their lives. But we'll dig more into that later. What was the best part of yesterday?
Oh, so many games to choose from. There were some real barnstorming efforts between Firouzja and Vachier-Lagrave, some chaos on the board there, some crazy Armageddons. Hard to pick, Tanya.
I think for me, it's an easy pick. It had to be the match between Magnus and Alireza, right? Finally, Alireza stopping the winning streak that Magnus had. It was 3 draws, but Alireza claiming the victory in the Armageddon. 3 wild roller coaster draws there. And it just goes on to show, you know, the big takeaway that perfection in sports is elusive, even for Magnus.
Wow, it's deep. In fact, of course, as the top half is trying to keep their chances alive, actually, all the way through, but also the bottom half, too, as well. There's a lot of opening chances, opening changes I think we're going to see here. Now, even if you're at the bottom, it doesn't mean that you're out. As we'll see later on today, there will be some things that you can do to stay in this thing here. So it's going to be exciting. David, what are you expecting? Are you expecting some craziness today? What do you think? It's like the last day before the big stuff? What's happening?
I hope so. We've been really spoiled for action just in the last 2 days, but often when you sense the finishing line in sight, when you know there's so much at stake, the players do tend to tense up. There'll be a lot of nerves, whether that leads to chaotic chess, whether that leads to players playing it a bit safe. We're yet to find out, but yeah, survival of the fittest right now.
Tanya, survival of the fittest?
It's the survival stage. That's why it's called for a reason.
Of course. Well, of course, we're surviving, trying to survive, and also a lot of nerves and psychology on the line. A lot of pride, too. Let's take a look at those pairings to see who is playing who. There's so much on the line today. Pairings, here we go. Jan versus Levon. MBL versus Wesley. Alireza versus Vincent Keymer. Magnus versus Denis Lazavik. Of course, we know which ones stand out really fire, but we got to hear it from you first, David and Tanya.
Ooh, I'm going to talk about the top first of all. Magnus Carlsen against Denis Lazavik. Magnus Carlsen has been on fire. He's won 5 out of his 6 matches, but not entirely safe. He might have to face the survival stage if Denis can pull off a surprise. Yeah.
And Denis has been so impressive this entire tournament, right? The players that he's taken down, just incredible results. And not just right now, the starting of the tour, the Chessable Masters, he actually made it to Division 1, taking down Hikaru and Anish Giri. And here as well, you know, he started with a win against Maxime, and today he plays the final boss in the final round of the round robin. So that's a big one, but it's also for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Vincent, such important games. If they win, they're already through to survival. Their fate is in their hands. Meanwhile, for Levon and Wesley, it's more complicated.
I'm definitely really looking at that Magnus-Denis match there. That's just a huge Denis, you know, the young dog versus the big lion, you know, the young dog versus the big dog, the little lion versus the little, you know, it's one of those. Of course, everyone's watching, and it's going to be exciting to see. And of course, for Wesley, too, as well. He's not out of it. That's crazy to even say. Of course, he didn't have the greatest tournament, but he's not out of it, even being at the bottom of the standings. There are some scenarios there. So, in fact, with that being said, let's take a look at our event format. In fact, in this format, there is a double elimination survival stage bracket today, where 5th and 6th place will start in the lower bracket. There's a lot of this format. So let's take a closer look at how things will actually play out.
The Champions Chess Tour Finals are here. 8 players who have earned their spot will face off in an epic battle to determine who will be this year's champion of champions. Up for grabs will be $500,000 in prizes, with first place taking home $200,000. The action opens with an 8-player round robin. The top 2 finishers advance directly to the semifinals, while the bottom 2 are eliminated. The remaining 4 players will battle in a double elimination survival bracket. Again, the top 2 players advance, while the bottom 2 players will be eliminated. The final 4 players are headed to a single elimination bracket. The winner will be crowned our 2024 Tour Champion.
So there's many tie-break rules to break ties on the standings, but let's take a look at a simplified look at some of all these scenarios. So two-way tie, head-to-head results, a three-way tie, look at all that stuff, right? Wins and matches between the players, you got points in games between tied players, no Armageddons in those, win-loss, differential in round robins. I mean, there's so many things that can happen. Now, the winner of the Magnus and Lazavik match will make it straight to the semifinals. Firouzja, if he wins, will receive a ticket to the semifinals no matter what. And Nepomniachtchi is safe from elimination, but can skip to the semifinals if he wins. But Firouzja and Lazavik have to lose. That is a lot going on there. Wow. Now, do you think that Lazavik has a real chance today?
Yes.
Against Magnus. You know, it's hard to bet against the world #1 in any format. He's been so impressive this one as well. I just lost to Alireza, but Denis, I mean, I think no amount of praise is really enough for this 18-year-old. He's taken down Maxime, he's taken down Vincent, he's taken down Alireza, the guy who took down Magnus Carlsen as well. It's tough. Magnus a huge favorite. Can Denis overcome the big boss today?
Well, he's catching Magnus at a good time. Often Magnus, at the beginning of days, takes a while to warm up. We saw Magnus win some matches already in this Champions Chess Tour Finals. Using a bit of luck, he didn't necessarily play his best. So if there's any time to play Magnus, it might be now.
But I also just want to add, regardless of what happens in this match, just the entire event that Denis has had, he's already through to the survival stage.
Right.
That in itself is such a big achievement right now.
And how about Nepo against Aronian? How are we feeling there?
Oof, stakes are higher for Levon. For Nepo, he knows he'll face the survival stage most likely, no matter what, even if he wins. That's the most likely scenario. For Levon, though, it's must-win territory. And even then, he has to rely on some other results.
Fate's not in his own hands, so he needs to do what's controllable, do the controllables, and then just pray for the best. But for Levon and Wesley, you know, it's that situation where you've got to win, and yet you're not assured of survival.
It's important to understand some players are in the danger zone. Wesley So's chances are very, very slim, but that doesn't mean he's out. For his best chances, he has to defeat MVL 2-0. But even then, he has to rely on Keymer to beat Firouzja and Nepo to beat Levon. That's a lot to unfold there. Maxime and Keymer are both assured survival if they win. Even if Aronian wins, his fate relies on MVL or Keymer losing there. Wow. Aronian still has a shot at surviving. Do you think he can actually do it, Dave?
Levon, he's a legend, right? We've seen him fight so many times before. He's lion-hearted, and often he brings his best chess when it really, really matters. He's a big game player, and yesterday was a step in the right direction. Day one was a horror show, lost all of his matches there. Yesterday, he won 2 matches, only falling to Magnus Carlsen, which is very forgivable. And if he can maintain the way he was playing yesterday in this one-game match, it's basically a one-game shootout for survival. He's got his chances, definitely.
When you have a start like that, where you've lost 3 losses, you end up in this situation where, once again, it's really not in your hands. You could be finding your form and rhythm, but it might just be too late. And Wesley had the same storyline yesterday, right? 3 back-to-back losses.
Yeah, that's tough.
And here we see him at the foot of the leaderboard.
Yeah, of course. It's going to take a lot of energy. Of course, as Danya likes to say, a Herculean task is what it is what he has to do, especially being at the bottom of the standings there. But of course, anything is possible. And Levon Aronian showed up yesterday. He definitely, won some matches, felt a little bit better, and he's still in this thing here. So, are you excited for the matches today, guys? How excited are you really?
It's Judgment Day, right? Today, 4 players will be eliminated. I mean, let's not forget, the entire season-long tour, it leads up to this point. Everyone's flown down to Oslo for this.
Yeah.
And 4 players today will be booking their tickets back home.
Oh, my goodness. David.
Guys, it's days like this, I'm glad I'm a commentator rather than a player.
Yeah.
For us, it's going to be high tension, high stakes, exciting chess. As a player, they're going to be full of nerves.
Yeah.
They're going to be finding it so stressful at the moments, but that's when the champions really stand up. So it's going to be a test of their mettle today.
Well, there's one player that not everyone was expected to make the finals and is in a good spot to keep his run going after this round. His name is Vincent Keymer. Let's take a look at the year he had in the CCT.
Vincent Keymer is the only live finals player who did not play in all 4 regular season events. A first place in Division 2 of the Chess School Masters and a 3rd place in Division 1 of the Chess.com Classic put him in an excellent position anyway.
What a game. So beautiful.
As one-sided as it gets.
Unfortunately, Keymer wasn't able to play in the Crunch Labs Masters. Then he had to play in Division 3 of the Julius Baer Generation Cup. With 32 players, Division 3 is always tough to get through. That didn't stop Keymer, who finished in 2nd place. It was enough to finish 7th in the final standings, and that in turn was enough to qualify for the live finals. At 20 years old, Keymer is one of the only 2 junior players, along with Denis Lazavik, to make it this far. That youth served Keymer well on his path to Oslo. Will it continue to serve him well here?
Yes, Keymer is up. He will be under the scope here. It's a lot to see, a lot to do, lots of things to actually catch up on. But at the end of the day, of course, there's lots of games happening. And, of course, we have Mike Klein out here with a live audience, guys. Let's take a look at Mike Klein coming in. Oh, actually, of course, we're going to take a look at these players first. So here we go with Denis Lazavik. How does he feel today? What do you think, David?
Well, he was yawning a moment ago, but...
Tired? Coffee? I have coffee.
That's probably because he's been prepping all night.
Exactly. Let's give the players the benefit of the doubt. They've been burning the midnight oil, studying some openings. But Denis, often once the game starts, he's so focused, unflappable.
It's also so hard to prepare against a player like Magnus, who,
plays everything.
Yeah, and sometimes it feels he just decides 5 seconds before the game starts what he's going to start with. But Denis needs to completely not be feeling sleepy. I think the action on the board that he's about to face is going to take away any of that jazziness. Alireza, meanwhile, one of the players who always arrives early on, he starts his match with the white pieces. And he's had quite a comeback on day 2. I think he's got a lot of good takeaways going into this final round-robin game.
Alireza looks very clean. I mean, he's at the top of the leaderboard, too, as well. I think he's kind of guaranteed in a way. He's not eliminated, so he's feeling good. He looks focused, too, as well. Alireza always looks like that. So he never looks rattled, one thing. And I think he understands, I can play at a very high level, especially if I stay focused. We've seen what he can do, especially yesterday in that MVO game, which was kind of game of the day there. So, I mean, he's ready. He's locked in. So, in the meantime, though, let's take a look at Klein. Mike Klein is out here with the live audience. Guys, you can't forget, there is a live audience here. Mike is out there with the live...
Of the round robin. It is the beginning of the survival. Are you guys excited? All right. That's actually the loudest I've heard them all week. They've been ramping up for this. So, we have an interesting format, though. Is Magnus going to play one game today, or is he going to play a lot? It depends on his result. Let's get a fan's reaction here. Excuse me, young man. Take your headphones off. What's your name?
Jacob.
Okay, Jacob, where are you from?
Oslo.
Okay, so we have a very interesting situation, Jacob. You're probably rooting for Magnus?
Yes.
But if he wins, you only get to see him play one game. If he loses, you might see him play all day. So what do you want, more Magnus, or you want him to go through to the semis?
I want him to lose the first and win the rest, so...
Okay, well, there you go. You can't get enough Magnus time. Magnus, he actually is your fan, but given the circumstance, he wants to play a lot more chess today. So there you go. Jacob wants Magnus to be here all day. I don't think Magnus does, but we'll see what ends up unfolding. So back to you guys in the studio.
Wow. Yes, the audience is always hyped there, of course, and Mike holding it down for the live audience there. Of course, it's just a great experience. You can hear the clapping there, people ready to go. And it looks like all the players are there except Magnus and also who's MVL playing.
Yeah,
Wesley So.
Big Wesley. Wesley So.
Yeah, he's got to flex big today if he's got his chance to make it to survival. We were talking about Alireza. He's facing Vincent Keymer. Now, Alireza is looking good to make it to survival at least. But for Vincent, it's a must-win match, which means he probably has something exciting prepared because he has to go all out. And that would put some pressure on Firouzja.
Definitely. There's a lot at stake, despite the fact that for Firouzja, it might be less of a meaningful match. He always tries his best. He always tries to fight. That's good for Vincent. Maybe bad for Vincent, you never know. But yeah, Vincent, he normally starts quite solidly before kind of choosing what cards to play with a bit later. It's going to be a fascinating clash of styles.
To your point, I think when you're in a must-win match, you want to play a player like Alireza because you know that he's not going to try and keep it just solid. You will have a fun position on the board. And you will
You will.
get your chances.
Yeah, you're going to have chances. You're going to have fun, but you also need to be tactically sharp. Hopefully, Vincent did, puzzle rush today or like 100 tactics this morning just to get in that mindset of like, you need to be looking. If there's going to be tricks, there's going to be ferociousness on the board. This is not going to be some solid David Howe Catalan, 50-move draw. Of course, this is going to be some powerful chess and aggressive chess.
And Tanya, you say that you might want to play Firouzja in a must-win situation. I played him on one of the biggest games of my career. I needed to win to get a chance to qualify for the candidates. Of course, he took me down in the Grand Swiss a few years ago. He always brings his best. He never backs down. He will attack, but you never know. Vincent might get chances. In the meantime, the goat arrives.
And the crowd goes wild.
I wonder if he does this on purpose. Like he's like, is everybody there? Okay, cool. Now I can come in. I think he does this on purpose. Like he knows everyone's there, and then he comes in right after.
Yeah, makes his appearance, gets the music going, finds his jam. Jacket off. Ooh, Magnus Carlsen means business.
Okay, you've been hitting the gym. All right, big dog.
Off, gloves off. This is a big one. Whoever wins this is through straight to the semi-finals.
Wow. Any predictions? Go, Tanya, 100,000.
I think it's going to be a big fight, but Magnus takes this one.
I believe the same.
I'll say Denis then. I think Magnus will be motivated. He will want that break. Hopefully he'll mingle with the fans. Maybe he'll come visit us if Magnus gets a break and qualifies in the top 2. But I do have a sneaky feeling Denis, he's just been leveling up. This is a big breakthrough event for him. Catching Magnus at the beginning of the day is the only time you want to play him. But we will see. First game is going to be all as important there. Denis cannot start with a loss. And, okay, I think we'll be beginning with the game. Firouzja
3
against Keymer.
2, 1, fight!
And we're off.
And here we go. Oh, come on.
Once again, it's the Reti. No surprises. This has just become so trendy after the World Championship match. It's amazing to see how many of these players are just rattling this line off after seeing Ding and Gukesh played in so many of their games.
Yeah, this is the trendiest opening at top-level chess right now. Not occupying the center, so going against what we're taught when we're first learning the rules, but this is very much hyper-modern chess, where bishops on the longest diagonals often become quite potent later on. Once bishops are poised, the center will eventually erupt. And Firouzja, he's employed this at the highest level. This is not just him freestyling. This is something he's done very seriously for a long time. He played it at the candidates tournament. He's building up to throw his pawn forward. Not quite yet. He'll back it up with his rook first. And only now is he likely to fight for the center. There we go. And very flexible for both sides.
And it's one of those positions that doesn't have 25 move theory like the Najdorf or certain Sicilians, but you get these structures, you get these setups, and then it's more plan-based. It's how much experience you've got, how much you've studied at home, played more of those training games, and the speed with which both players. By the way, you said Alireza has employed this for Vincent as well. It's one of his pet openings. So both of them know the nitty-gritties of these lines, and that last move stops any queenside advance by Vincent. That a-pawn has been halted.
Oh, this is awesome. Of course, as we see, I like these positions. You do have the double fianchetto, of course. You just have a lot of... You're going to get a game, and that's what Firouzja... I'm a big fan of his play and his tactics, and also the fact that he likes to always have a game. We're not going to follow all the super theory here, but what we are going to follow here now is Magnus's game, which is coming up. Big game here between these two. 2, 1, and fight!
Okay, a slightly delayed handshake here. There we go.
There we go.
Ready for battle. Magnus starts with the white pieces.
E4, king's pawn.
E4.
Yeah, he's been going with the Reti, with the English, and right now it is the king's pawn and Denis Lazavik with a combative reply of the Sicilian aiming for the Sveshnikov, but stopped with the Rossolimo, bishop b5, an opening that was made so popular in the 2018 World Championship match between Fabiano and Magnus.
Yeah, also in the 2012 World Championship match, Boris Gelfand, Viciana, they had this position countless times. It's very much a high-quality opening. Big dilemma now for white. To take or not to take. Do you trade off this knight, ruin black's pawn structure? Top players, though, they do like their bishops, and Magnus actually has a great track record on the black side of this opening. You mentioned that World Championship match, Tanya. He's had this position as black more times than I can count, more games than most people play in their lifetimes. But, okay, Magnus, a long pause here. Denis with that yawn earlier. Maybe he did stay up all night preparing because the Sicilian, he played it yesterday, but it's not his main repertoire. He normally plays e5. A bit of a surprise for the world number one.
and he does give up the bishop for the knight. You wait one more move, the kingside knight would have jumped forward on that e7 square, not allowing the destruction of this pawn structure. Magnus creating the first imbalance, trading the bishop for the knight, wants to plant his other bishop on b2. A lot of pawn moves here. What happened to traditional chess wisdom? Get the pieces out.
It's overrated. Computers are the best teachers these days, and computers do say, fight for the center. That's one rule that does exist. You don't necessarily have to fight for it in the first 5 moves, but here Denis is getting ready to blunt any bishop that lands on this diagonal. He's going to push his pawn forward, and maybe we'll see black occupy the center with 3 pawns. It's very, very rich in terms of possibilities for both sides, this type of structure. It's going to be about who understands the kind of the skeleton of the position better, the pawns, who gets more active piece play. Often we see Magnus enjoy these types of positions. He likes to kind of saddle his opponents with weaknesses, bad pawns. We saw that against Vincent Keymer yesterday, and long-term, only 60, 70 moves later, does he eventually point out that they are weaknesses and win those pawns. So, oh, Denis, he's breaking all the rules. You're right, Tanya. Knight in the rim, dim for 1 move before it jumps back.
And, you know, this is that don't try this at home kind of position with black. You've definitely got to have preparation if you make a move like f6, have a maneuver like knight h6, knight f7 appearing on the board. At some point, Denis also wants to get that d pawn moving up, d5 in there, try and control more of that center. But I like the speed with which Denis is playing. You know, it sends out a message that I am well prepared against the world #1.
Yeah, and Denis is so dangerous with white. I actually think his opening repertoire with white is world-class, top class. With black, he's been very solid against the top players, but rarely wins. I think being solid here would make a lot of sense. I'm expecting your move now, Tanya, d5, strike out in the center before white is able to build a big pawn center of his own. But yeah, a draw in this game for Denis. Move on to the next game with white would be a great start. For Magnus, however, he's just playing chess. Pawn to d4 incoming. 2 minutes down, though. You're right. A slow start.
Yeah, Magnus is the one who's low on the clock right now. Denis, he comes back with the knight, just moving away from any ideas of that bishop from c1, capturing that knight on h6 once the d pawn moved ahead. But he's got to have a response prepared for that most natural move, d4, and I think we're all expecting that on the board.
What I like about this is there are, well, I think for white usually has an easier time creating something. Here, black has to be a little bit more accurate with, because of the piece play. We played f6, we put the knight down h6 over to f7. It's creative and it's fun, and probably in slower time controls if you know the ideas, the plans and ideas. It's fun to play. It's very easy, but white has easy moves. d4, develop my knight maybe to d2. I could go knight a3 around the c2. Rook e1, kind of wait to see what black does, where we may be able to create something if black makes some very committal moves. We also have to figure out, what does black do later? What is this f-pawn going to do? Are we going to play e5, create weaknesses on the light squares? Or do we push the pawn? You know, there's lots of things to do here. So the problem is having too many options sometimes.
I'm also trying to work out what does Denis have on his earphones right now. You know, we know Magnus, we know his playlist, what that looks like. Meanwhile, the central break is on the board. But for Denis, do you think he's got the rhythm on, or is it the pink noise?
I think he's probably listening to Snoop Dogg. That's probably, if I could guess, I would guess he's probably listening to Snoop right now.
Wow, and we're getting confirmation he's listening just to the pink noise.
Okay.
So maybe Snoop Dogg will come later when he really wants to change the pace of the game. Magnus, in the meantime, occupying the center, and we're guaranteed to see these players later, be it in this survival or be it tomorrow in the semi-finals. So maybe we can zoom out and check in on some of the players fighting for their lives here in this final round of the round robin. And, okay, the game we just came from was bottom left of our screens. Top left, Alireza Firouzja against Vincent Keymer. High stakes for Vincent Keymer. We started with that game. I think we'll go back a bit later. They're in the middle stages now. Nepomniachtchi against Levon Aronian. Aronian is down a pawn right now. He needs to win his match. That is dramatic times for him. Bottom right of our screen is Wesley as well. Must-win situation, but a drier position. So I vote Levon time.
Yeah, I was about to say, because that last move we see highlighted in yellow on the top right board, Levon voluntarily gave up a central pawn with his previous move. So I think we need to understand what was his creative idea there. He does get that dark squared bishop, but perhaps if we just go a couple of moves back, David, you could tell us, how did Levon end up being down a pawn right now, and why is that the case?
Yeah, in the words of Craig David, can I get a rewind? Let's go back. Knight to G3 was a move just 2 moves ago, actually. And Queen to E8 was a mistake by Levon Aronian, walking into the pin, into the eye line of the white rook. A beautiful move now. Bishop to F4 by Jan Nepomniachtchi, really putting maximum pressure on this pawn. The queen now looking very clumsy, very awkward behind it. And Levon decided, okay, sacrificial mode activated. Queen to G6. Shuffling out the way, but after some trades, after some captures, this was the justification, everything disappearing off in the center. Pawn to F4, attacking the white knight. I'm pretty sure Levon had calculated this, but now after knight to E4, maybe the realization that bishop takes H3, the original plan, with this pin, looks like a checkmate threat on G2. This can simply be blocked. Rook to G5, the rook and knight combine, kick the black queen away, and next move, the bishop drops.
That doesn't seem to be working, but instead of bishop takes pawn, there's also the f-pawn moving forward, threatening a checkmate in 1. And yes, you can defend it, but I love that black pawn on f3. It would anyway be a thorn to deal with. Is this something that might give Levon chances?
I think it has to be played pretty much f3, otherwise he's just a pawn down for nothing. And I'm not sure how white guards against this, maybe still rook to G5. Okay, he plays f3, so this is the current position. James, you're the attacking maestro here.
Tactinos. Los Tactinos, mi amigos. Rook to G5, right? And we live. Here we go. That's a question mark move, but the question is why, in fact. Where's my queen going? We definitely knew rook G5 was coming, so I don't know where to actually put this queen at. I do like maybe a queen H6. The idea here, there it is, thank you, LeBron, is the problem here is the H3 pawn. So, yeah, okay, white has the extra pawn, but I'm creating some super chances here. G2 is loose, which means H3 will be loose. So I think I'm getting my pawn back. White is yet to fully develop. What I mean by that is queen getting off the back rank and activating the A1 rook. Bishop on B3, great piece, but kind of hitting air, as we would like to say. It's not really kings on H8. Knight on E4, great piece. Rook on G5, great piece, but that's only 2 of the other ones you have. So the queen on H6 and that bishop on D7 is doing a great job. And with the rook on F8, black definitely has some super chances here. Now it's up to Jan. What is the move here?
I think super chances is the way to put it, because there's a super pawn on f3 as well. This is not an easy position to be white. Whatever the evaluation bar says, there's a big threat. Pawn takes pawn and h3 is hanging. It just feels like all of Levon's pieces are directed towards Jan's king. And I don't know if you guys saw that, but there was a bit of flex by Levon on the screen. You know, the moment he played queen h6, because from a human perspective, this is a difficult position to deal with if you're white.
Yeah, and there's 2 different strategies in these must-win situations. Levon needs to win this match. Either you just go for it, you sacrifice pawns, you go for the opponent's king, and at least you'll go down fighting, even if things go wrong. Or you just keep the tension, keep the tension. He's clearly a player who likes to play chess in the former camp. And there we go. He removes one of the pawns, one of the shelter in front of the white king. Often, actually, it's advisable to leave pawns like this. They say these pawns are like double agents. You actually want them off the board if you're black, because then there are more open lines towards the white king. The white king actually uses this pawn in front of it as if it were a pawn of his own. So a bit of shelter there, a shield. But knight to G5 instead, and the blue arrow appears. I would say that's the most natural move in the position here, with a big threat. The queen would slide down to F2, given the chance, but also covering against any knight checks, any knight forks. What else could be going through Levon's mind?
Yeah, that's a beautiful move, and there's really no happy way to defend that f2 pawn. You know, you put your queen on the e line connected to that f pawn. The black rook jumps to the center of the board. Rook e8 will come with a tempo against the queen. Queen f6 will ask some real questions, and Levon plays it. Oh, he plays bishop c6 first.
Hey, look at the bar, bro. Bar is just disrespectful. I'm not always just disrespecting him.
He's about to lose material here.
Did you see Jan's face? Look at Jan. He's reacting massively here. He's like, wait, you just blundered the exchange. This is wild stuff. Mysterious stuff.
This is not a blind spot, right? Of course, Levon seen knight f7, David. He's got something in mind.
Exactly.
It doesn't work for some reason, some calculation, but what is his idea? Knight f7, you have to pick up that knight. Rook takes knight will be the only move. Bishop takes rook. And what does Levon have in mind to continue the attack?
Let's show this. Let's put it on the board and try and figure out what the plan is. Is there a master plan? This looks like it's just winning for white. This is a check, fork, of course. Black has to take it, as you said, Tanya. I'm assuming he's going to bring his rook into play with gain of time. But now the bishop just retreats. And yes, you can create some threats against f2 this time, but now the queen jumps and defends, and everything's covered for white. This rook's finally going to come to life. This black knight, if you could pick it up and put it anywhere. I'm not sure where, just anywhere over this side of the board. It's going to be really scary, the attack, but the knight is so far away.
It's completely offside. And here, if you play rook e8, there's queen g4 ideas, just solving every single problem on the board. Threatening a mate in one as well. Well, Levon's clearly missed something, but it's hard to understand what, because he had the option to just simply continue the attack without giving material. Jan with another approach.
Wow.
He brings the queen forward, and it's a big mistake.
The bluff worked.
It worked.
Wow, the bluff not called, and how shocked are you, James?
You know what's funny, actually? I like, this is actually something I've done. You can actually do this. I've seen people do this where, like, I've actually had a game where I drew the game and I was, like, losing, but I, like, act like I was going to grab a piece and then, and then moved it to another square, and it worked. Like, you just psych him out, and I think Levon did that where he's comfortable, he's looking around, and, like, he's comfortable, and it bluffed Jan. It actually worked because Levon made the move and just was like, you know, stretch, drink the water, look around, like, and it was a bad move, but it worked. Just like in poker, I guess the bluff works sometimes, and that time worked here for Levon. He definitely got away with that one.
Wow, an exchange sacrifice, maybe an exchange blunder there, but either way, Jan not cashing in. The top players aren't actually that materialistic. They tend to trust their opponents. They'd rather play with the initiative and at least attack rather than play on the back foot and defend. But okay, now knight to f7 no longer on the cards. The black knight is trying to journey over towards the king side, and Jan activates his rook. Open file, but I have no idea who has the advantage anymore. This is a crazy position. Okay, should we check out the others who are also in the danger zone? Let's actually jump over to Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So just to see how they're getting on. Maybe we won't delve too deeply into that game, actually. On the bottom right of our screens, we see Wesley So in a must-win match situation. But for now, it looks anything but winning. It looks very dry, very solid. Probably just equal. Let's not journey on over there.
Yeah, we're not going there. Yeah,
about the other two games on our screens?
It's got to be the top left one, right? Because for Vincent as well, it is a must-win match against Alireza. And the position looks like a hot and spicy one. Vincent, he's gone for it on the king side. We can see each and every piece of Vincent against Alireza's king. A queen beautifully placed. I vote for that one to do a deep dive on. Just visually looks amazing for black right now.
Yeah, quick recap there because Firouzja is in time trouble, big time trouble, down to 1.5 minutes. And it looks like Vincent Keymer with a sizable advantage. In the meantime, Levon Aronian, I don't know if he's bluffing again. He's allowed that knight f7 check yet again, but we'll check back in on that one.
Bluffing him again. Like, no, go. I'm telling you, it's made in 17, bro. Don't play it. Don't play it.
In the meantime, White's last move hits the black queen. Firouzja here trying to trade off pieces, but he's down 3 minutes. Look at these pieces. I mean, ugh. It's as if he's playing freestyle chess, official random chess.
Yeah, and he's in move 1 or something because they're all on the back rank. Meanwhile, look at the counterparts, right? Black's knights, the rook centralized, the f-pawn ahead. He does create a threat. He's trying to neutralize. I would be very tempted to trade off that knight and not let it leave. That's a beautiful defender, and he decides to do that. But with the bishop, does that choice surprise you?
Slightly. I'm always biased. I think it was because I was taught when I was 5 years old, knights before bishops when it comes to developing. So I always look at knight captures before bishop captures. But yeah, this move given a question mark. The bishop looked like it had potential. Firouzja takes back. I think this black knight is going to start going back now in order to come forward.
Or do you go forward directly, David? Knight c3?
But you're trading off White's worst piece. I don't know, this knight on d1 is so miserable. Why trade it off? Okay, he's got a choice of 3. He does go forward. He's in attacking mood.
I think the only explanation for that would be that you captured with a pawn, and that's a beautiful pawn on c3. You know, imagine a rook landing on d2 once the pawn takes that place, the square on c3.
Yeah, also you're removing a defender of the f2 square that is kind of eyeballed now by black's pieces. Again, it just feels very tempting to kind of just go for an immediate attack here. And James, what do you think? Keymer with good chances here?
Definitely some good chance. Wait, okay, here we go. Firouzja on the move, and he takes the knight. Yes, we take that. So definitely have to take with the pawn here. So we can definitely have this f2 pressure there. Because the question is, where does White go next after that? That's kind of the problem. The queen is misplaced. Maybe you try a queen a3 just to kind of, you know, get rid of that queen. FG is going to be a nasty move, followed by some type of knight move. So he takes with the queen, though. That was an interesting option.
Okay, and wow. Firouzja grabbing a pawn right now.
It is a pawn.
It is a pawn, defended by the white queen.
But the c2 pawn will be hanging as well. You take on f4, white picks it up, you pick up the c2 pawn, b3 is weak, and let's point out, Firouzja is down to 37 seconds on the clock. It's not just the board that's the big problem here.
We've been here before. Firouzja down to 30 seconds, nothing new under the sun there, but he just handles time pressure so well. Much better, actually, than nearly everyone else in the world. But right now, Vincent giving up a pawn has to justify that. Firouzja, yeah, he's fighting back. He's fighting hard. In the meantime, I'm going to jump us over to Jan Nepomniachtchi against Levon Aronian, because for Aronian fans, it looks like disaster might have struck. He is losing this position. And it's a simple case of pin and win here. This knight is pinned to the rook. There's back rank problems with king in the corner here, trapped. I don't see how you solve this. This looks scary, terminal. We see the eval bar, of course, but I think we have to trust it on this occasion.
It looks beautiful for white, right? Levon started with the attack against Jan's king, but right now it's Levon's king that's in big danger. There are ideas of the white knight jumping to e6 at a certain moment, the f4 knight that you're pointing out. Nothing's moving. Bishop h5 is the only move, but I think there were tactics there that doesn't allow it, David. And tactics on the board that seem to be working for Jan.
Ooh, that was a nasty move there. Knight f7, bro. That is GG. That might be on the spot. Hit the button, a.k.a. resign.
Brilliant move. A forcing move, a check. They always tell us, checks, captures and threats. Look at those moves first. Basically cutting the coordination between the black rook, the black queen, and this knight. So now if you take back with your bishop, white simply takes the black knight and cashes in on f7. After all of the dust settles, all of the pieces get traded off, white is always going to have these back rank checks, these tricks. And, okay, Levon's hand is forced. If he'd taken with the rook, the white bishop would have swooped. How do you keep the game alive, though? I think you can simply trade everything off now as white.
That's it. He's just going to resign with 9 seconds here. It's probably going to maybe 1 or 2 more moves.
Ooh, he gives up his queen.
I like it. I like the option here. You know, practical.
This is dead lost. I can't imagine Levon surviving this one.
Queen takes e2. Just
do it. He survives it.
Take with either one.
Yeah. That pawn was poisoned, just to point out. The black rook would have come and skewered the white queen and king together. But no, the white queen moves out the way.
That's a nice move, because you just pick up the pawn next move with your own king, or give a check on f6. He's about to do that.
Oh, the pawns are going to march, though. I'm watching out for the white h-pawn to come and kick away this black rook. Looks like Levon Aronian is going to be in a must-win situation in the next game to stay in the Champions Chess Tour Finals. This one almost hopeless now. Nepo's played a great game, it's got to be said. Jan in control from start to finish.
Yeah, Levon did have those chances in the middle, you know, when he did create a mess, but the bluff did not work in the end. The bishop comes back, just not enough compensation. So many pins on the board. H-pawn coming up next. Well, stop for now. He gives a check. The rook is forced to slide up. He gives up the h5 pawn as well.
Pawns are dropping like flies right now. And the bishop pinned, the black rook unable to hold everything together on its own. 3 seconds. Another pawn drops on the other side of the board. Levon
Another one.
Oh, he made that move with 1 second remaining.
Bro, he just snatched all his pawns. My goodness. Okay.
Yeah, just one by one.
Yeah, he just took all of his pawns.
He's got 1 last pawn left. That pawn needs to become a queen for black to save this game.
Yeah, and I think Levon, you look at him, I think he's about to resign.
Yeah.
He loses on time. It's game over. Jan Nepomniachtchi takes the win. Levon Aronian on the brink in the finals now. Let's jump over to another game, however, where it looks like Magnus Carlsen and Denis Lazavik fighting hard.
And Jan getting the win, and he's looking up to see the other games. Yeah, Denis is holding his own. Look at the material. It's in complete balance. It's Magnus's king that's under fire right now. Meanwhile, Denis's bishop doing a beautiful job of protecting its own king. The b3 pawn is hanging. To me, it looks like, David, if anyone's pushing, it's Denis here.
Yeah, I think Magnus probably can bail out with a draw right now if he wants to. I'm looking at the clock, though. Denis, 6 seconds.
Ooh.
So maybe Magnus will be tempted to play for a win. He can try to pin the black bishop, and if the black king ever defends the bishop, we might see a flurry of checks. The white queen can kind of, like a pendulum, just keep yo-yoing back and forth. Queen to e8, queen to e6, and a draw. But Magnus wants more.
Yeah. And if that's the best that you can get, James, then that's a great start for Denis, right? If Magnus has to draw this on Denis's terms with white, that's a dream beginning to this match.
Yeah, Den Laz, the kid is swinging, of course, against Magnus Carlsen. Here we go. We have a move Magnus is about to make a move, but 6 seconds is no time at all. Yes, you get that increment, but you have to almost move instantly.
He does attack the bishop, gives a check. Denis has got a perpetual at this moment.
Does he? Magnus is going to walk his king.
He's going to walk his king up to the house. Even, Nigel Short King walk on G6 at some point.
And then there are real checkmating ideas coming in. So not just yet. Magnus can repeat with Queen E8, Queen G6, but I think he's going to play on Denis's clock.
Yeah, 8 seconds for the teenager right now. Magnus ticking under the 1 minute mark. A draw would be fantastic for Denis Lazavik in this first game with black.
Yeah. Just want to point out that after Queen E8 check, the idea of the pin doesn't work because black has got this check on F1 to get rid of that. Queen E8, the king moves forward. If the bishop joins in on D6, you've got Queen F1 and you save the game.
Check. King H7, King H... Check, check, King H8, takes. No, this is not enough. But, okay, you know what? Takes. It might be that time, in fact, guys. What do you think is going to happen? Download Take, and experience chess fandom like never before. Visit go.chess.com/takex3 or use !take in chat. What's going to happen?
Yeah. In the meantime, Queen's coming off this board. We're headed to the endgame now. There has been a draw between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Wesley So. Wesley now in must-win territory in the next game. And the other encounter, Alireza Firouzja against Vincent Keymer, also looks destined for a draw. This game, though, what's happening?
Magnus down to 15 seconds. Do you think Denis will be able to survive this?
What a move there.
He could take on A7, and Denis wants to break out with F5 and get his king close to that E6 pawn and pick it up.
Let's go, Denis. He's swinging. That was awesome. King G6 was brilliant.
Brilliant move. He's getting his king across. Magnus looks frustrated. He's holding pawns on light squares. All of Denis's pawns are on dark squares, or most of them. So, endgame's some trouble ahead.
King F6. You win the E6 pawn.
It should be a draw now.
Bail out of there.
The black king looks so active on E5. Centralize it. It's coming into D4. You've got to stop that.
Yeah, Magnus's bishop, not fantastic. Still some questions to solve for Denis because his pawns do hamper his bishop somewhat. He's giving way, though. Why did he let the white king in? Maybe he had to sooner or later. Hesitation from the world number one.
Oof, and 4 seconds for Denis. Both of them playing under 5 seconds right now. Denis's pawns are on the same color as Magnus's bishop. So if anyone has a chance, it's Magnus, and he finds a way to break through.
Oh, he has the pass pawn and triangulation type of ways to play here.
Oh, and Denis drops a pawn. He loses the H6 pawn. He had missed the white bishop coming round. And now Carlsen about to win.
With a dub.
Every single time in the end game. You know, it's a draw, and then suddenly it's not.
Correct.
Just a move is all it took for this turnaround. And now Magnus has got 2 extra pawns. And Denis Lazavik resigns. Magnus Carlsen, another vintage win for him. He's done it, taken the lead.
Wow, shake of the head from Magnus Carlsen, but he must be happy with the result at least. This game, in the meantime, destined for a draw any moment now. It's a rook ending. We're going to see king versus king to finish this one off. And I think a very fair result. Vincent Keymer with some missed opportunities earlier, but Firouzja fought so hard. Played most of that game with less than 30 seconds on the clock.
That was amazing, of course, to see from Magnus's side here. And now we have a draw on Firouzja and Keymer's board, and there is lots of chess to be played here. Very exciting, thrilling first round of games.
And a very difficult hold by Alireza. You know, you mentioned the clock situation. Also, Vincent's pieces. All of them were just so incredibly active. And Alireza having to defend from the back line, that was a big save for him.
That was crazy. I mean, as we see the scores on the board here, Jan wins. Levon has to win here. Magnus Carlsen winning in the in-game as usual. Alireza with a draw versus Vincent Keymer. And MVL with a draw versus Wesley here. Wow, that was an exciting round, right, guys?
Super exciting. Ultimately, there were 2 draws and not necessarily great results for Wesley So and Vincent Keymer, who really need to turn on the style, need to win their games. But those 2 decisive games have a lot of impact. For Magnus Carlsen, he's on the brink of reaching those semi-finals. And for Levon Aronian, he's on the edge of leaving this competition now.
Yeah, he has to win to have any hopes at all, and then take it in the Armageddon as well. It's a must-win match for Lev to try to get into survival stage, but things are not looking good for him. For Denis as well, what a fight it was. You know, he did everything right with the black pieces, and then in that endgame, one inaccuracy, he just let Magnus's bishop into camp, and then there was no looking back. Magnus not only looks like he's about to make it into the semis, but make it in style, because if he finishes at the top, he gets to pick his opponent for the semis.
Gets to pick his opponent, of course, and with David.
No one wants to play him.
Yeah, nobody wants to play Magnus, of course. I don't think anyone wants to play any of these guys, in fact. But at the same time here, David, can you show us what happened in this round? Anything that you liked?
Yeah, and I'm going to highlight that tactical flurry between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Levon Aronian. We got a glimpse of some of the tricks in store, but let's dig slightly beneath the surface. And for Levon Aronian in must-win territory, this was a real heartbreaker. He actually has great attacking chances here as black. The key move being to slide his queen across, now targeting this f2 pawn. That would actually end in checkmate, and this would have forced Jan Nepomniachtchi onto the defensive. Instead, Levon attacked with the wrong piece. He moved his knight towards the white king, but actually there are no threats, and this allowed Nepomniachtchi to jump in with his rook. A fantastic spot here, and not just that, but back rank problems riddling the black pieces now. We saw a trade of rooks, the bishop dropping back, and rook to f3, a deadly pin, because in the following sequence, knight to f7, check, double exclamation point here. We suddenly realized at the end of the variation, black had to give up the queen. If Levon had moved his queen out of the way, then all of these exchanges, and check this out, after one more check, forcing the queens off, we see a king and pawn endgame. It is 6 pawns against 5 pawns. White would have won. You have to see 5-6 moves into the future, but unfortunately for Levon, there was no way back. Instead, he had to give up his queen, and from there, it was just a clean-up job. The white queen went pawn hunting, and Nepomniachtchi wrapped up the game.
Very, very nice there from Jan, of course. And Mike Klein caught up with Magnus after his Game 1 win today. So let's see what he had to say.
We're here with Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen, who controls his own destiny, trying to get one of the semi-final spots today. This was vintage Magnus Carlsen. You just completely outplayed him in the end game, but just moving and moving and moving. Was this kind of your style in the rapid format?
No, it was a bit random at the end, to be honest. I thought I was doing a good job of outplaying him, but he was putting up good resistance, and honestly, like towards the end when he managed to get his king in, I was almost a bit panicked. I was worried I was going to lose, so I just wanted to make sure I'm not losing, and I think he just played a bit too passive there, yeah, all of a sudden I was winning, which is a bit unexpected, but obviously very welcome.
All right, and finally, yesterday you said something was a bit off. How do you feel so far today?
Still not great, but, you know, it's a win.
Okay. Magnus Carlsen, all he needs is a draw, and he gets the rest of the day off. We'll see how he fares. Now back to you guys in the studio.
You know, it's so funny when he's always like that. It's just every time, every interview. I mean, it's okay. I don't feel pretty great, but, you know, I win all the time, basically. Now, Jan wins here. Levon needs to win this game. Magnus, of course, on the brink of beating Denis Lazavik here, winning another match. MVL versus Wesley, that's a draw. And Alireza and Vincent Keymer draw as well with 1 game to go.
You know, Magnus called it a random win, everything that happened in the end.
Right.
But somehow random always seems to work for Magnus.
Yeah.
Things seem to fall into place for him, and as you said, you know, there are players here for whom fate has shifted out of their hands. It's Levon, it's Wesley. For Vincent, also a must-win match. There's so much pressure and high stakes right now and going into this final rapid game. Are we expecting, what Armageddons are we expecting in this one?
Let me think, Tanya. Let me see. 100,000 on the line. Nothing. No Armageddons this way.
What do you have against Armageddon?
Nothing. I just like to see decisive results. I'm a player that loves decisive results. Draws happen, of course, but I love the decisive results.
Well, and a draw did happen in there. Round 1 for Vincent. It is a must-win match against Alireza. David, what do you think? Does he get the job done? He was in driver's seat for the most part of that game.
He was, and if he thinks too much about the previous game, Vincent, he might feel frustrated, but he does have the white pieces. He is very strong with the white pieces. And if he can get his type of position where Firouzja isn't able to attack, unleash fire, then he will feel confident. But, yeah, he's still alive in the competition, Keymer. That's the key thing.
Is it going to be another ready for the ready?
You know what? That's funny because there's been a lot of readies today. And actually, I played some games online last night on a training account, and I definitely was winning with the ready. So I think I'm ready to see some more ready. What about you, David?
I think it's very likely in this next game, at least in one of the 4. But these two about to begin. We see the arbiter step in, Judith there.
2, 1.
Countdown.
4.
And we're off.
All right.
It's the knight coming out.
There we go.
We're shocked. It is knight to f3.
It was great.
Named after Richard Reti. Very, very strong player back in his day. And, okay, fianchetto time. Very slow start to this one.
What do you think, guys? Is 2025 going to be the year of the resurgence of the Reti? Is this going to be the opening that we'll see at the top level time and time again?
Absolutely, of course. Especially everyone's watching these events here. We're watching, especially if you're a chess fan, you're always watching top level players. So that's what you try to do. You try to model the games. We see a lot of Reti. We see a lot of that from the World Championship too as well. We see it here. Yeah, this year is the year of the Reti so far. What was the end of the year?
I'm not going to be happy with
King's
that.
Indian, hold on. Let's go.
Yeah, it does trickle down, right? The top players, they're trendsetters. Young players often try to emulate them. Club players follow the games, analyze the games. It's King's Indian. James is happy about that. It's the fianchetto variation where white puts a bishop on g2, meaning it's hard for black to attack, not the type of King's Indian that we love seeing with mutual attacks. But, okay, we will see a decision in the near future about whether Vincent wants to occupy the center. He does. And yeah, this is shaping up nicely. Black is really flexible here. He pushes his pawn forward. Not the most attacking of options there from Firouzja. In the meantime, other games about to begin. One player who does need to go on the attack, potentially, Denis Lazavik. Must win territory for him.
I love that we have a King's Indian on this board, and we've got the king on this board right now for Denis. Can he strike back and take it to the Armageddon? And once again, he relies on the Reti.
On the Reti. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, I'm proud because I've been playing it for the last 10, 15 years, just really consistently. Nobody follows suit, though, ever. They're like, oh, you play such boring openings. Magnus criticizes my boring openings, and now he's playing these types of openings.
King's Indian, let's go.
Wow.
On both the boards.
On both the boards, though?
Love it.
That's how you feel with a KIED. I love it.
Double fianchetto from both sides.
Oh, yeah.
Two mimics here. Copycat chess. Total symmetry.
Of course, chessable-wise, like, you know, there's the best setup, apparently, is actually this. Well, this is what Peter Spiller gives, which actually scores very well here with this double fianchetto setup against the double fianchetto. It actually is very nice, and you get to choose which way you want to go. Black, flexibility-wise, as we see, we already have sort of a break in symmetry with c4 and e3 moves already.
Now, Magnus should play pawn to c5, going back for the symmetry. Total symmetry there, but... he actually, okay, making a face of Magnus Carlsen, but he has a great score. As you mentioned, James, actually being black isn't necessarily the worst thing here. You kind of give the pressure, the burden to your opponent. Okay, there we go, c5. You basically say, what are you doing? And you basically play counter-attacking chess. You just react to whatever white tries to do. If white tries to occupy the center, either you take or maybe you copy, but you basically say to white, you lead the pace of this game, you lead the dance, and I will follow. And that's quite a nice situation to be in.
And finally, we've got a break from copycat chess right now. The knight comes out, so hinting that if c5 is taken, the knight can jump to the center of the board. And also keeping it flexible with the d pawn. Does it move one step forward or perhaps two at the right time? Magnus now asking questions. The queen comes out. You can go with queen to e7 as well. Just place that queen to a nice spot at the center of the board, connect your rooks. The thing about Reti is that there are no long theories, right? No long lines. And you're playing these setups, all your pieces come out, the knight, the rooks at the center. Just looks like a very healthy structure. He does bring the rook to d1.
Yeah, Magnus here, he's aiming to trade off all the pawns in the center. If all of these 4 pawns disappear, then it's total symmetry and likely going to be a draw. Magnus will take the match. So for Denis, he needs to keep the tension as long as possible. He cannot get itchy fingers and start trading. Yeah. Here, it would just simply be premature, I think. In the meantime, this game looks a bit quieter. At least it's going to be about these small strategic nuances. Let's see if there are any tactical battles out there. Let's zoom out and see how all 4 boards are doing. Some players need to start shifting the gears right now.
Yeah, it's a lot of action, and on our top left board we see it's a Benoni with the Alireza with the black pieces. Started as a King's Indian, but we see the e4 pawn has advanced. That promises to be a fun fight. But my eyes are on that top right board. Jan versus Levon. What on earth is even happening in that? Both kings in the center. White trying to break through on that central pawn on e4. Is that the one that we're jumping to next, David?
Yes.
A must-win for Lev.
Yeah, it's a must-win for Lev. Let's go check out that game, just in case it's the last opportunity we get to admire a Levon Aronian game in these Champions Chess Tour Finals.
also, yeah, the type of position it is. He's taking massive risks with white, understandably so. And also, we've jumped into the critical moment where the blue arrow appears.
You know, lost your absolute. This is a family channel, sir. Knight h4 is crazy.
Also beautiful.
Let's vote. Is it going to happen? Knight h4.
Jan with black, yes.
I say no as well.
Yeah, I don't think he's going for that. There's just so
I'd
many
love
other
to see
moves.
it.
What was this opening choice? I'm curious because I mean this is a wild position. Love to see how we got here.
Yeah, it was the bishop's opening.
Okay.
To try and avoid the Petrov. So for those at home, it's e4, e5, and white plays bishop to c4. So yeah, just keeping the game alive. And this is actually a mainline kind of stream of theory, but yeah, it's just gone off the boil over the last few moves. It gets really weird now. Often black actually develops the rook up the board and across. But right now, knight to h4. Maybe we break it down, Tanya.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, because I'm trying to understand what's the follow-up. It looks really pretty, but you give a piece. But I also want to point out the alternative that Jan has that's very attractive is to push the e-pawn one step ahead. I think it's between these two moves, David. Knight jumping in, sacrifice, get your queen in with a check. Would not have come on my mind until I saw the blue arrow. Let's think why this works.
Yeah, I think we have to investigate. Firstly, there's a huge amount of pressure on this pawn. Taking the knight is clearly the most critical move, but if you ignore it, if you take this pawn, for example, you allow a deadly check. The white king only has one safe square, and the black bishop comes in, and whoops, your house is burning here. You've walked into a nasty skewer. So let's see what happens if you take the knight. I'm still trying to work it out, to be honest. Queen takes pawn.
Meanwhile, he does take a decision.
Oh, he doesn't go for this.
It's a third option. He simply captures on f3, David.
Yeah, I think the idea would have been just quickly for everyone at home. You attack the knight. Next move, you take the pawn, and the white king's in some huge danger. But instead, pawn takes pawn was the move, given a question mark. And does the momentum turn now? We're headed for an endgame. White has quite a nice position here, at least long term. There's an isolated pawn to play against later. The white knight is nicely posted up on an outpost. Okay, no attacks, boo. But I think for Levon Aronian fans, this is a great development.
But do you think, James, this last decision by Jan, it's more math situation based? Because if he had to win, knight h4 would be the move that he would be wanting to play.
Yeah.
Not this one which allows a queen trade, and he also accepts it.
Yeah, he accepts it. He understands. Okay, cool. This position's hard to lose, is what he's saying here. I also have the bishop pair in a slightly open position here. So as this position, if it continues to open up, I have the bishops here. So that's what he's saying here. But king d7, Engine didn't like it too much. It's very practical. He wants to bring the rook over to an Engine recalibrates and says, okay, not as bad as I thought. So, you know, bringing a rook over to e8, I think probably castle queenside will be an idea here, but very equal. I mean, the knight on b5 is a great piece, but I'm not doing anything. I don't even have any good squares just due to the bishop on b8. But on the contrary, the bishop on b8 doesn't have many good squares either. So it's kind of tit for tat here, which means, you know, you can tell from the bar, very equal.
I heard everything that James just said, but there is that d5 weakness to play against. You know, that is a spot that white can start targeting at some point. The knight can reroute itself to e3, find itself a square where you start putting pressure on, and does that give Levon something to play for in this endgame?
Yeah, definitely. I would take white at least. Black is solid, so I agree that he should be able to hold this one, Jan Nepomniachtchi, but Levon Aronian can play this one around forever. I don't see this one fizzling out anytime soon. And again, in must-win situations, you either go for fire, you go for chaos, or you just take this type of position, small imbalances like an isolated pawn, and you just chip away. You just sit there, put pressure on your opponent, and hope that they crack long-term. So, yeah, this game is going to go on for a while. Levon dodged a bit of a bullet there with that knight to h4. And, okay, another player in must-win territory is Wesley So. Oh, you can see the tension out there in the arena downstairs.
It's a great day to be here. You know, you've got players fighting for their lives in Oslo right now. 2 of them will be eliminated after this round. 2 more will be eliminated at the end of the day. High stakes.
Very high stakes here. See, everyone in there in the arena is just steel. Hey, guys, can you just move to let us know you're okay? Okay, everyone there is locked in, as we are, too, here. Of course, there's a lot going on. There we go. Clap. Okay, they're fine over there in the audience with the silent disco headphones, looking great.
It's as if the players just heard them. Look at that. Neither player looking at the board right now. Just looking up at the screens.
What are they clapping at? Oh, okay. All right.
But a lot riding on this game, at least. Both players potentially playing for their lives. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave will be caught by Wesley So. If Wesley wins this match, there will be tie breaks deciding who stays in the competition in that case. But in the meantime, Black's a pawn up.
Black's a pawn up, and I would guess this came from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's very pet Grunfeld opening, and I think we're still in theory in this position where white does sacrifice the pawn. It is for counterplay. You gain control of the b file, tying down that black knight there. The c4 pawn needs to be defended. e4 comes at the right time. You get a lot of control over the center as well. I've played this with white and enjoyed it, actually.
Yeah, I've played this with black, Tanya, and I've not enjoyed it. I went through a phase of 5 years in my career. I lost every single game in this variation of the Grunfeld, and that was kind of when computers weren't so strong, and I just couldn't figure out how to play.
You kept playing it after that too, David? He's like, I'm just going to keep trying. I'm losing. David, stop hitting your head, David. Stop it.
And this is scary. We could see some strange transitions here. This bishop is actually trapped, as you pointed out, Tanya. So ideas of pushing this pawn, the bishop coming to take this guy, and then removing the knight, trying to catch the bishop. This would be on Wesley So's radar, but he's 3 minutes down. That's the one downside. He's chosen a really fighting weapon against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's Grunfeld, but it's also your opponent's forte. So Maxime, he's quite predictable in these types of waters, but he plays these types of positions better than anyone else in the world as black.
So you got to make a move too as well. I mean, there we go. And he's making a move. Boom. Oh, hold up. And moves very quickly. Nothing happened on our board. But on your board at home, in fact, you can actually try to keep up and guess the moves. To download Take, guys, we recommend you guys download the app, but also experience chess fandom like never before. Visit go.chess.com/takex3 or use !take in chat.
Wow. And he did actually, talking of guess the moves, I would not have guessed all of these moves. He did go for something quite chaotic. It's now, it's actually that variation earlier, Tanya, of trapping the black bishop. So suddenly white has given up a rook for black's bishop and knight, but black has an armada of pawns marching down the board. Maybe we'll check back in on this one a bit later. Even the board we have here can't guess the moves. But plenty of action elsewhere. Vincent Keymer is going for it against Alireza Firouzja. That is ferocious chess.
He had the same style in game one with the black pieces, throwing everything that he had at Alireza's king. And it looks like a bit of a repeat of that one. It all relies on this d6 pawn that looks extra strong right now. That last move also targeting e5. If you take it, you're very happy with opening up the position. Black's key defender, you know, the king's Indian, a bishop on g7. That's off the board. And usually when that happens, that can mean big trouble. Is this looking tough for Alireza right now?
I'm not going to lie, it kind of is. Even with the opening choice he chose, well, not opening, but the line, that C5 line in the King's Indian, me being a King's Indian specialist myself, the C5 line, which is given by Gawain Jones, shout out to Gawain, got one of the greatest courses on Chessable, of course, in King's Indian. It's like 6 courses. I got them all. You can go get them too on Chessable, on King's Indian. You also have Catronius, right, who recommends the C5 lines. But these C5 lines aren't as combative as you would like them to be. In fact, the ones that are knight bd7, which give white, you know, of course, a little bit of an edge. Obviously, in all King's Indians, it's always +1 all the time in every line. But in knight bd7 lines, instead of c5 that he played out in the opening, are generally you can get more of a fight there, more flexibility, rather than the c5 lines, which are kind of annoying to face with the black pieces here. As we see, white just seems completely better. And the bishop on g7, our pride and joy, is gone as well.
And I think we have to jump in and actually show a key tactic in this position for the viewers as well. This is a really cool moment. This should appear in tactics books. If we just show the last move, rook to b8 was played, but instead of rook to b8, the most natural move looks like queen takes d6. Why not take a free pawn? And this is where the theory of loose pieces comes into play. There's also Zwischenzugs, some checks. This queen is loose, undefended. You can actually attack this queen with your own queen by jumping the white knight out of the way. This is a difficult move, an invisible move, square that is just simply empty. Attacking the black queen. If queen takes queen now, you flick in this Zwischenzug, the in-between move, a check. And you take a rook in the process. The black king is forced to move. Only now do you take the queen, and once the dust settles, you realize, okay, white has won a rook for knight and has a winning position, simply. So tricks keeping the white d-pawn alive. Denis the d-pawn, as we called it yesterday. It's very much a strong pawn in this position, but could become a weakness later. And we see some moves. Ooh, this is getting fiery. I think Vincent needs to start attacking. The blue arrow appears. He needs to hold things together by going down the f-file.
But he has to capture the e-pawn right now, otherwise queen f6 comes in with a lot of power. And rook f1, not an easy move to respond to. Queen takes pawn is a big threat. You have to use one of your rooks. Rook b7 lands up with knight c7 jumps, and that would mean a lot of trouble for black. Is he going to move the other rook into defense? Rook to f8, it's just not a happy move, but you might not have too many options.
He was reaching for it. He was reaching for his rook. 2 minutes for Firouzja. He was going to put his rook on this square, but he's feeling the heat. These positions are so tough to defend, right? And he's not even material up.
Yeah.
He's facing a really scary attack.
You know, this is the kind of position where you, at least for this, want to say, I've got an extra pawn.
Yeah. Suffer for something.
Suffer for something here. Vincent has got all the play, hasn't given up anything. A beautiful pawn on d6, lined up rook and queen, a stunning knight on d5 as well, also up on the clock. David, as Alireza tries to navigate his problems, should we take a look at some of the other boards?
Let's do just that, because stuff is happening everywhere. Right now, it looks like Magnus Carlsen relatively comfortable against Denis Lazavik in the middle game. Okay, Firouzja and Vincent Keymer suddenly making some moves. Levon Aronian, I think it's good news for him. He does have maybe a small advantage. At least it looks very pleasant for him to play. And on the bottom right of our screens, Wesley So on the brink. But he's alive and he's fighting hard. It's a really imbalanced position on that one. Action's happening everywhere. I need some help. Where are we going?
Oof.
Is it Wesley So against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave?
Let's do it. Let's do it. It's such a big imbalance with two pieces against a rook, but Maxime also has that B pawn that's up the board right now with that little retreating move of the queen. He's pinned that bishop on c4 in certain lines. Also, watch out for back rank ideas. That can get very tricky. For example, if you fall back with your bishop, rook takes rook and queen c1 would be checkmate.
Yeah. Any check would end in disaster for Wesley So, an exit from the tournament. He actually only has one move here, otherwise he's losing. The blue arrow marks it out. He needs to trade off rooks, otherwise it's over.
Dang, that's crazy. Yeah, I see that rook c3 and then bishop e5. Wow, that sucks.
c3.
Rook takes rook is such a tough move to make as well. You probably find it through process of elimination because of the threat that, James, you pointed out. But you're, in a sense, undoubling the black pawns, allowing the pawn on a3, and Wesley finds the only move. Queen a2, he sidesteps with that pin. He's targeting that strength in black's position. Queen c5 would run into knight d7 ideas.
Ooh, and also it's very lucky that the white bishop can swoop back and defend its own king. So back rank checks now are less scary. For example, pawn to b5 was the first move on my radar, but actually you can guard against this by dropping the white knight into c6 and counter-attacking against black's e7 pawn, some forks in the air. So he's using tricks to stay alive here, Wesley. So he's literally living life on the edge on the board here and in the tournament.
Yeah. He needs to win to have any shot and then needs other results to go his way as well. But right now for Wesley, you can see he's feeling the pressure. He knows that this should be better for him, but there are actual threats to deal with. Back rank ideas, the a3 pawn. But for Maxime, is there actually a way to keep that a3 pawn alive? Queen to a8 comes to my mind.
Yeah, queen a8 is kind of a last resort move, right? But after all, this pawn is the pride and joy of black's position, so why not? I think that might be his choice after all. I don't really see much else. The queen isn't threatening to take the pawn yet, because bishop takes knight would remove the defender of white's bishop on c4. But yeah, there's no useful moves that I can see for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Also, he has to be careful in this match. He doesn't want to risk any chance of being eliminated from this tournament. So for him, stakes high as well. But in the meantime, I think we should move on. Wesley, maybe a slight favorite now to take this specific game, but whether that keeps him alive is yet to be seen. Let's briefly check in with Denis Lazavik and Magnus Carlsen, because right now Denis, I was going to say, needs to find this move. He did just find it. Bishop to h3, fighting for the open file. He's not making it easy for the wild number one. 20 seconds, though, for white.
Yeah, but Magnus's position just looks so incredibly healthy. He does lose control of the c-file, but with the bishop moved to the corner, the black knight can jump into the center of the board. Knight e4 looks very attractive. Look at the b4 pawn. It's tying down the white queen to stop it from advancing. Also the a4 weakness. Meanwhile, in Magnus's camp, everything looks healthy. Hard to imagine Denis creating chances here. Magnus wiping meanwhile.
Yeah, Magnus enjoying life, enjoying his big time advantage. I'm going to predict he's going to play your move, Tanya. Maybe even another move that comes to mind just to challenge this white bishop to try and fight for that c-file again. I think the only downside for black is that white has access, and it's tough to fight. But 20 seconds for Denis Lazavik.
A tough position to boot as well.
Just gotta move, gotta move. You only get that 2-second increment. And of course, as Vincent said yesterday, yeah, you get the increment, but you have to move basically instantly.
But what do you move? Knight c6 runs into bishop c4 ideas that you have to think about?
Ooh, he plays it. Bishop c4 only move, Tanya. The blue arrow appears Otherwise, not the only move, but the best move for Magnus. He's not winning, but he might be in trouble, actually, if he doesn't play this one.
But why are you not winning after bishop c4? You disconnect the rook from the knight. I thought that just loses on the spot.
Yeah, I think white just has to sacrifice on that square, and you're right. Magnus has just got a material advantage, transforming that advantage. But Magnus doesn't like to let his opponent sacrifice exchanges. That's one thing I've learned from playing with him and playing against him, talking about chess with him. Okay, he allows it, after all, because there was nothing else.
On the other hand, he loves to sacrifice his own exchange when he's on the defense. But this one just looks really nice to boot, right? You've still got that B passer going on. But is that knight a bit of a taunt? This C8 square defended. Magnus finds rook 8 to keep the A5 pawn alive.
Okay, in the meantime, this game in the balance, hanging in the balance, but we have to jump elsewhere. There's drama unfolding everywhere. And I'm going to take us to Wesley So, living life on the edge, but he is winning this game against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He allowed a knight fork MVL, and the white knight has snacked on a black rook on f8. He's currently 2 pieces up, Wesley, but he needs to find this move, otherwise he's losing. Bishop d3.
That's
only
crazy.
Move.
Oh my gosh.
Hard, bro. That's great. Only move.
So it's not bishop all the way back, and it has to be to that square only. Bishop d3, and he does it.
Finds it. Locked in, Wesley. Flexly So.
And that is because if the black queen comes down, now you can safely trade off the queens. And the white bishop will swoop back to block both of the black pawns. That is crazy. Anywhere else, and the white bishop would have been unable to guard against the black A pawn.
But is this as trivial? Because you take that knight on f8, and you're saying I've got this B passer and the A passer coming for you. I think there's work still left to be done here.
Still work to be done, but key factor here is he has time to give himself some breathing space with his king. The king is going to run. And I think he can blockade. The white bishop will team up with the white queen. And Wesley's simply a piece up. Still some work to do, though. In the meantime, good news for Levon Aronian fans. Another comeback over there as well. Let's jump. Levon, look at this pawn duo. He's in control. Knight, good knight against bad bishop right now. The white king is coming as well.
The bishop's dominated, and the king coming towards that A5 pawn. How are you going to defend it? It's only the F pawn that is giving any chance and hope to Jan to try to dislodge that knight with a move like bishop 8-6 and push that pawn ahead.
Okay, he moves his knight. He drops back.
King comes forward. F4 coming in.
Oh, he runs with his king. He's racing here. He didn't need to embark on this race. The white king could have actually gone the other direction, blocked the pawns and used the knight. He's still winning Levon Aronian, though. But again, only one move. He needs to bring his king back. He finds it. The winning move. Now the white knight will act as a blockader.
And he found it with 10 seconds on the clock.
10 seconds to save your tournament, Levon Aronian. He's doing everything right, though.
Yeah, he has to win this game. For Jan, the pressure is still off because he's made it to survival stage. Bishop F6 played. Levon, he's running with his pawns. He's finding all the right moves.
Yeah, I was about to say, this looks drawn. Like, I don't know how he's winning here.
What happened there? He missed something.
Yeah, he missed something, but it was just too fast.
It's hard with only a few seconds on your clock. I think he rushed prematurely to push his pawn. In the meantime, Magnus Carlsen has defeated Denis Lazavik, secures first place in the round-robin stage. We will be seeing Magnus again tomorrow in the semi-finals. Denis Lazavik, we'll see him again later, most likely. And in the meantime, Levon, can he cling on?
Yeah, this is it. You have to keep the knight to defend the pawn. This is Drosky.
You've got to keep your knight defending that F-pawn, and the king doesn't really have a way to assist the C-pawn, and Jan Nepomniachtchi is making a claim.
Yeah, and Levon shaking his head there. He didn't want to do anything. He's like, I can't believe it. I knew I was winning. I messed this up. A lot of emotions going on right now. This could be the end for Levon.
It could, but I'm surprised with the claim, because it's got to be a threefold. He's saying if he comes back with the king, this position has happened thrice. We'll get a confirmation with the arbiter if the claim holds.
Okay, he's saying his next move is the third time. I think he's right, Jan Nepomniachtchi. That game likely to end in a draw. But in the meantime, elsewhere, Vincent Keymer might be crashing to defeat in this game against Alireza Firouzja. He's going to have to rely now on tie breaks falling his way. Wow, it's three pawns against one. The white king's so far away, though.
You know what they call this is King's Indian trickery. In fact, the whole game, it's always, King's Indian, the engine says it's +2. The engine says, the engine says, and then the King's Indian somehow wins. That's how it happens.
Yeah, and Vincent, he just looked sideways. You could tell that he's giving up on this position. He knows that this is just lost for him. With the white king cut off, The black king and rook so active. The king will come to g3 and just assist that pawn into queening. I think you don't even need to care about your f-pawn, but Alireza does not allow him to take it. Yes, just pushes the h-pawn.
Yeah, the black h-pawn will cost white his rook, cost Vincent Keymer the game. He plays on a few more moves, but Firouzja about to take this match.
It might cost Vincent the survival spot. He needs other results to go his way.
Wow.
And that's it, done to perfection.
Okay, one last trap. Promotion there would have allowed a skewer, but Firouzja clinches it, takes the win. Vincent Keymer loses the match and now has to hope other results fall in his favour. Wesley So, meanwhile, it is the last game going. Looks like Levon Aronian, that game was a draw. He has been eliminated from the tournament. Wesley, however, wins this game.
Oof.
Takes the match against Vachier-Lagrave.
Big Flexley, he's done it. He's not out yet. He is not out yet, Tanya.
But is it too late, too little for Wesley? Because now it depends on the tie breaks. Levon eliminated off the fight. We will get a confirmation who is the other player who's out of the race as the matches come to an end. An absolute roller coaster of a round.
That was
And no
crazy.
Armageddons?
No Armageddon. Tanya, let me send you my Venmo. That's nice. Awesome. Let's go. Now let's review these scores. Let's see what happened after the round. Here we go. And we have Jan beating Levon there. Levon is unfortunately eliminated. Magnus Carlsen versus Denis Lazavik. Magnus makes it all the way through, winning another match here. MVL versus Wesley. Wesley wins. He's still in it. And Alireza versus Vincent Keymer. Alireza wins. Wow. Wow. Well, in the meantime, of course, this was a exciting round. We still have stuff to do here, so yeah. What was your most exciting match, I should say, after today?
Yeah, it's really tough to pick one, but I think you know, Magnus dominating his match against Denis Lazavik. We saw Wesley So keeping his hopes alive in a crazy game against Maxime. David, a lot to pick from. What stood out to you?
A lot to pick from. Wesley, clutch victory. I'm not sure it's going to be enough, but very impressive that he was able to secure that win ultimately against Vachier-Lagrave. The turnarounds, though, heartbreaking for Vincent Keymer when he looked like he was in control, and for Levon, who came so close. That's one thing we can guarantee. Levon Aronian is out, and yeah, just one or two moves, but the clock just holding him back in that endgame.
Yeah, of course, the clock is a piece too as well, as we always like to say. I mean, you can be winning, but you have to convert on the clock too as well. So that's unfortunate here. But no Armageddons means our survival stage is set. Survival stage is set, guys. Let's take a look over that. See what that is. So first thing in the standings, Magnus Carlsen at the top, as he always is, 6 there. Alireza right behind him with 5, and Jan, look at that. People weren't talking a lot about Jan. Now they're like, what you got to say now? 5. Right behind Alireza. Denis Lazavik with 4 still in this thing. MVL, Vincent Keymer, and Levon. Unfortunately eliminated Levon there. And Wesley So still in it, depending on what happens. But Jan, Denis, and MVL right there in the middle, and the boys at the top. Here we go. Survival stage. Whoa, let's take a look at this. David, Tanya, what you got to that?
Wow. So Jan Nepomniachtchi and Denis Lazavik will be facing off against each other. Or it looked like that. We will get confirmation very shortly. Yeah, so much to unpick there. Breathless action.
And Magnus and Alireza can at least chill for now, right? They get to watch all the action unfold, finishing at top 2. They're through to the semi-finals. And Magnus spoke about this, the fatigue that he was feeling and the energy that's required. So they watch who joins, who are the other 2 players who join them. Jan, Denis, MVL, Vincent, all through. It's incredible stuff. I think Levon, Wesley, heartbreak for them.
Definitely heartbreak, but of course it tells you how strong the field is. Even when you're winning, you're trying to play your best. You're trying to do what you can, and of course sometimes it just doesn't work out like that. But survival stage is coming up. And of course, you know, before we actually have that, we're going to take a short break. But the Rubik's Cube is celebrating 50 years with the Make Your Move campaign. In those 50 years, Rubik's Cubes have been spread across the entire world, with 1 in 7 people attempting to solve the puzzle. Like chess, the art of a Rubik's Cube is its complexity and the eternal human values of curiosity, perseverance, and creativity. With over 43 quintillion permutations and only one solution, what's your next move? Visit go.chess.com/Rubik's50 or use !Rubik's in chat to explore. Coming up, we have our survival stage. And in the break, learn about Rubik's, and when we return, the survival stage is going to begin. Let's go.
Today we're gonna play chess against logic with a twist. As you can see with our Rubik's Cubes out. Since logic is way better at me than chess and I'm better at Rubik's Cubing, we both have handicaps. Logic will have 5 minutes to make his moves while I have 10. But the catch is we can't checkmate each other until we solve our Rubik's Cubes. So I have a 4x4 here and Logic has his 3x3. You ready to do this?
Swag, yeah, I'm totally excited. Okay, here we go.
5 minutes on the clock. Oh shoot, coming in strong.
What was your first memory playing chess?
I played when I was like a kid with like on the iPad.
Nice.
This is actually challenging, having a conversation and playing chess.
I learned how to play chess actually from convicts. My mother was dating a criminal. I went to it was called a pre-release center. So before you get out of jail. So I was there at like 7 years old learning how to play chess from convicts. I mean, I feel like chess it also really teaches you about yourself. And my biggest thing was patience or impatience or, always kind of like wanting to be quick and fast. And guess what? That's fun sometimes for sure. But if you want to really listen, learn, and grow, you have to take your time and you have to study your games after you play them. I really do love it. Like I said, it's taught me a lot about myself, which is really fun. Here's my question. What's your best time on a Rubik's Cube?
Just a normal one, 3x3, 5.3 seconds.
For real?
Yeah.
My best now, it makes me feel like it's nothing, is just under 20 seconds.
Oh, let's go.
Cubing for me is just super fun. I do it on planes when I take off. It's kind of like a ritual because I used to have a pretty big fear of flying. I would do it, and by the time I finish solving it, it's like we're in the air, you know what I mean? So that's why I like writing raps and writing movies and working just creatively, constantly keeping the mind going. It could be found as a type of distraction from reality, if you will.
Yeah, I love it too. Like, cubing is so relaxing to do. It just gets your mind off of many things. Like, oh, we have both solved ours too. Focus on this chess.
For me, it was very much so. It's like a therapy. Like if I'm really anxious, I'll just sit down and play chess, which I love. There's your queen, by the way.
So in terms of your hobbies, like how do you balance your music career and your hobbies? Like you're a very busy person, so I admire like you're able to do hobbies like chess or cubing.
I think it's just like setting boundaries for yourself. When I was young, I sacrificed so much of my life for music. Check. Only got a minute left. And I wouldn't say that that's healthy, but at the same time, I think it is something that one needs to do in order to attain their goal, make it their everything. But now that I'm older, it's like, dude, I got kids and I want to be there for my family and my wife. So that's really more so just kind of my focus these days. Aside from trying to figure out exactly when to make that specific time for my mental health and my family, I find myself definitely engaging in cubing and playing chess. I'm like quintessential nerd. It's so funny. Like I have all these tattoos and I look like I'm in a gang, but when you look at them, it's just like Goku and Fry from Futurama and different stuff like that. It's pretty funny.
The cool tats.
Thanks, homie. Alrighty, mate.
Aw, dude, right on time. Let's go.
Yeah, but you crushed me. How fast did you solve your 4x4?
It was 8 minutes into my stuff.
What's your fastest time on a 4x4?
32 seconds.
Are you serious? Hold on. Okay, scramble yours and I'll scramble mine and we'll do like a true solve.
3, 2, 1, go.
Got it.
All right, there we go.
That's amazing. That's so dope. Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm really happy that we could do this.
Yeah, for sure. This is a fun chess game with this nice cubing twist. This is fun. Thanks Rubik's. Thanks chess.com.
Yeah, shout out chess.com. Danny. Wow. Let's go.
Well, before we get to the Champions Chess Tour survival stage, we want to show you about the fan experience. They're going to come in through these doors and meet our friendly security guards, our men in black. They're dressed pretty nice. Now they're going to come over and they're going to get their silent disco headset. Now I'm not exactly going to put one on because I want to be able to hear you, but this is where they actually get to hear commentary as they watch the games. That is kind of a novel concept for this event. Then they're going to walk through and they're going to go through security, but we're not, because, you know, we're kind of VIPs. And we have got some tables behind us with some chess sets that fans will be playing on very soon. It smells like popcorn. They still haven't invented smell-o-vision, but I'm waiting for that day. There is a platinum lounge, but after they grab some drinks, they're going to come over here, possibly buy some merch from the Goodnight Pub. There are some fun evening events going on there. And let's walk you to the Diamond Lounge. That's where the big rollers go. And inside the Diamond Lounge, hello. Inside the Diamond Lounge, we have a sushi chef who is currently doing his thing. Our sushi chef's been here all week, feeding the players well. And let's see what we have today. Well, you know what? It's Norway, no surprise. It's salmon, and more salmon. Also, we have some of the VIPs and the significant others actually playing on the Chess Up board. So, you know, while their partners have been in there competing at the highest level, they're playing on Chess Up, which is pretty cool. Now we're going to take a new path and come into the mixed sponsor zone, where there are lots of fun things for people to do. Fans will come into this room. It's going to get a little more crowded, and they're going to get a good look at their favorite player. Even if they don't get a selfie, they can at least get a high-quality photograph on these digital display boards. Come over here. This is the most fun booth. We got Rubik's. I've been embarrassing myself all week. We've got a speed timer. I am not going to do that because, well, I've got a little bit of vanity here. But let me just pick up a regular Rubik's over here. And could you twist this up a little bit for me? Just real quick. Two or three, real quick. We're on time here. Perfect. Okay. Now I'm going to try to solve this as we go through our little tour here. Okay. Now the Offerspiel Chess Club. I know I botched the name there, but they're having fun. They're laughing at me right now. Yeah. Okay. I didn't practice Norwegian before this, but they're having a good time playing some blitz. And if we come all the way back, what we really want to show you is the spectator zone, because that is the big novel concept. Fans can root, they can cheer, they can laugh. They haven't been doing any laughing. They've been doing mostly cheering for their favorite player, all while listening to the commentary. So if there's an awesome move, the fans know about it, I would say, you know, even before anybody else. So they're going to sit in the risers here. And if we pan all the way around, we get to look at the players. That is what they see. They are actually able to see all of the players, but the players can't see back. I promise you, I've been on the other side. It is a one-way mirror. It is actually not able for the players to be able to see. So, and well, look at that. It seems I've solved the Rubik's Cube during our little tour. So that is what the fan experience is like here in Norway. Survival stage coming up. Now back to you guys in the studio.
That was fun there, of course. Hopefully you're having a good time as well. Now, we take a look at our standings here as we're back to action. Magnus Carlsen at the top, Alireza right behind him with Jan. And we have Denis, MVL, Vincent Keymer, and Levon Aronian, who actually was eliminated, but Wesley So at the bottom still maybe in with the tie breaks, of course. So these are the final round robin standings. Aronian and Wesley unfortunately lost the tie breaks, as we just have word here. So now we see the survival stage. Wow, Jan and Denis, MVL, Vincent Keymer, David, Tanya.
I just want to say that it's so fitting that Magnus and Alireza finish at the top of the standings there. You know, these two have been the star performers throughout the seasons. Maximum tour points coming into Oslo. Incredible chess so far by them. And they get to chill and wait for the other two to join them. And then Magnus will pick an opponent. Meanwhile, for Levon and Wesley, David, it's been a tough one, but when you lose 3 games back-to-back, you know, for Levon on day 1, 3 games back-to-back for Wesley on day 2, those tie breaks, those head-to-head games, which is what mattered the most at the end, just doesn't go your way.
That's right. Every game mattered in the end, and ultimately we had to separate the players on their head-to-heads, on their points. There were 4 players tied at the bottom there on 2 points, and it is really unfortunate. I think Wesley So, Levon Aronian, they have so many fans, but we have to say goodbye. Lots of more chess Still ahead though. That's the bonus behind this format.
Right, lots of chess. Still ahead, of course. Let's take a look at these tie breaks as people are asking. They want to know, so we want to show you here. Tie break rules, two-way tie, head-to-head results, three-way wins and matches between the tie players, points in games between tie players, no armor, of course, win-loss differential in the round robin, number of wins in the round robin, no armor, and CCT leaderboard standings, lots of things there. So it's very important to understand that type of stuff here. But now, what do you think about this actually, real quick, before we move on? Tanya, David?
You know, we saw how this played out, but I think the very important part to also know now is that there is a difference between 3 to 6 in the survival stage as well. Players who finished 3rd and 4th in the standing, Jan, Nepomniachtchi and Denis, David, they've got an advantage because they've got 2 lives.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for MVL and Vincent, who finished 5th and 6th, they're on their last life.
Right.
Whoever loses there is out of the tournament.
Yeah, that's important.
This reflects the tour itself throughout most of the events this year. Throughout all of the other events before the finals, we had this double elimination bracket, the 2 lives, 1 life. So the players will be familiar.
Yeah.
So they know what to expect. But yeah, that's why we said every game mattered, because they were fighting for position, fighting for those small advantages that could be vital.
A lot of things to talk about and a lot of things to unravel. Mike Klein actually caught up with Magnus, who's freshly off in first place in the round robin. Let's take a listen to see what he had to talk about.
All right, we know one thing. Grandmaster Magnus Carlsen has the top seed. He drew his black game, which means he won his match against Denis Lazavik, 6 points out of 7. Let me ask you, how are you going to spend this free time today?
No, I mean, there's a lot of fun games going on, so I'll be following them as a fan and happy not to be a chess player.
Are you already thinking about who you're going to select to be your semifinal opponent?
I think it's a bit too early. I think at this point, obviously, Nepomniachtchi and Lazavik are slight favorites to get there, but who knows?
Now, I've seen you in your career personally. I remember the very first Singfield Cup. You only needed a draw to get first place, but you still pushed for a win. Technically, in this game, you could have pushed for a win, but you took the draw. You made the choice that I think a lot of players would have made. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's the fact that you also play for rating, right? So that's one thing. Also, I was younger and braver back then.
All right, I guess we all grew up. But Magnus Carlsen, we're going to see more of him during the weekend's games. Back to you guys.
It's funny, of course. He's like, I was younger and braver, of course, but still strong in the best ever. Right? Survival stage here, as you see, Jan and Denis, and then NBL and Vincent Keymer, and Magnus gets to pick there. Huh?
Yeah, and really interesting why he said that Jan and Denis are the slight favorite once again, because whoever loses is not out of the tournament. We'll play the winner of Maxime and Vincent for that shot into the semi-finals. Because these are the 4 players, and if we had to make predictions of who's going through, what are we thinking right now, James?
That's a good one, of course. And when the pressure's on, we definitely see a lot with Jan. Even in the World Championship, he definitely tried. There was definitely it didn't go his way. But at the end of the day, I think Jan's going to go through on that one. What do you think?
Yeah, he's the favorite. He's got 2 lives. Denis has been very impressive, but Jan won his previous game. The 2 at the bottom, they're just fighting for their lives now. Vincent Keymer and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave coming off the back of defeats, only having their last life left now. It's going to be difficult for both of them.
Yeah.
They're going to have to walk that tightrope now. That's
the high-stake match, right? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave versus Vincent, because whoever loses is out of the Champions Chess Tour Finals. And as David, you pointed out, Denis Lazavik, so many impressive wins throughout the round-robin stage, but one of them that he did lose was to Jan.
Yeah.
Bit of a grudge match as well.
Yeah, revenge, maybe, for Denis Lazavik. He will need that if he wants to at least control his own destiny there. And yeah, it's hard to predict at this point, though. I think Magnus and Alireza, they're going to be loving life. They're the only 2 players I know who are going to be chilling out and enjoying things today.
Chilling and relaxing. And then I'm saying, now, who am I going to pick, though? I'm Magnus. Who, or you're Magnus, who are you going to pick out of this stage?
Not Alireza.
Well, he doesn't have to, right? And that's the good news for Magnus. He's the one who topped the standing, so he gets to pick his flavor for the semi-finals. And like he said, it's a bit early because he needs to see who are the other 2 players who make it. And then he's going to reveal that at the end of the day, like we called it. That's the dessert coming up.
Just to pick who he wants to fight. That's important, of course, there. But a lot of emotion online right now, I think. Nerves, too, as well. If you can get your nerves in check and also understand I have to play, but I do have to play very well. And then I have Magnus waiting on me. So at the end of the day, it's still a lot to do here, David.
Yeah, and I mean, I've been there, not at this type of kind of high-stakes tournament, but I've been there in the past where you're kind of living life on the edge and then you don't get too much recovery time. You're thrown back into the fray, more games, more tension. You barely have time to process what just happened, barely have time to study any openings, do any preparation, and ultimately it's just about your instincts and, I mean, surviving. It's just that survival mode that's been activated, and it was very impressive. Some of the games, the other players like Wesley, who has gone home now, but his clutch victory, I think the players should take inspiration from that and just, just try to at least go down fighting if they are about to be eliminated.
A lot of fighting, a lot of tension, a lot of games left, and some players have lost, but they're still leaving with some presents. Of course, Danny and I hosted a white elephant for the players. Let's take a preview of what happened there.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho. Hello, chess players. It's Santa Claus. You guys all look like you're seeing a ghost. Hey, it's Danny. Everything's gonna be okay. Are you ready to play? Okay, who has number one?
The biggest one.
There you go.
Okay.
That's a chessboard.
A chess up. Those things are a hot item this holiday season.
Danny, jag was your partner.
He sees all my commercials. There you go.
What do I do next?
It's yours unless someone steals it.
Okay, Levon, sorry, bye. Have a beautiful day.
Okay. All right, young man, come on. Wait, you're really stealing
Yes,
it? Okay,
I'm
Levon
stealing it.
Aronian gives number two.
Give it to me.
Stealing what? Okay, okay.
It's the one worthy present.
He stole your gift, so you go right away.
So I pick this.
Oh, you can't take my bag.
Jesus, I mean, okay, so many
Santa's
restrictions.
got some special toys.
Too many restrictions. Oh, now I win all my title Tuesdays. Yeah. Wow. Brilliant.
Fast mouse.
We can steal that too, right?
Okay, you want to steal
No,
that?
I made that mistake last year. It's like a fair play warning. A 50-minute massage.
That's a 50-minute massage.
From Danny?
Courtesy of Hans Niemann. And James Canty.
Yes.
No kidding, I have no idea. Number 4, step right up.
Send one tweet from the chess.com official account. It's not bad, actually.
Oh my God, we're letting him do this?
He's actually good.
That is actually worth a lot.
Actually, you can sell it to Vladi.
I can sell it to Kramnik.
Yes. Yeah. You want to trade? No. Come on.
Oh man, that was so much fun there. Of course, I was like, "Oh, the massage." And then you know what the gift I wanted actually, Dennis. I was like, "Hey, Dennis, you want to just go to the mall, bro? Like we can spend it on whatever we want, you know?" Because he got a $150 gift card to the mall. That was probably my favorite. What gift would you have chosen?
Maybe the chessboard.
Okay, the chess up.
I don't actually have one at home, so why not?
Chess up too. What about you, Tanya?
Well, Wesley got the massage, so maybe at least he can go enjoy that now as he watches the action as well unfold. But I'm really surprised that there's a tweet coupon. Someone can go online and tweet on Chess.com's account. I mean, that's asking for trouble. James, if you had that,
you know what?
What would you be tweeting?
I would say go shopcantymerch.com and get you one of these, of course. And then I would just say COE from a family of us to a family at home with you, of course, right? All love. I would just say something like that.
Yeah, that's going to be a fun one as well. And I also saw earlier, I think that there were Kramnik and Hans pillows that were won by
I'm not taking those
Vincent. If you had to take one of them.
Oh, man.
Interesting question.
Oh, man, that's funny. Well,
you can sleep over it and let us know.
Thank you, David. Of course, let us know. Sleep on those pillows. Get you some extra ELO. Now, at the same time, before we get into the matches, we have an announcement for the audience. If you've been enjoying the lo-fi beats, I actually listen to them when I'm studying some chess myself. From the CCT Finals here, don't miss your chance to win an exclusive chess.com vinyl from Lo-Fi Girl. I'm actually going to try to get one of those featuring the chill tunes you've been listening to these past few days. Plus, win a 1-year diamond membership on chess.com with your vinyl. Head to go.chess.com/vinyl or use !vinyl in chat to enter the giveaway. Have you two been jamming to these tunes? You like them? You like this?
Yeah, they're growing on me, I've got to say.
Yeah. Same.
So chilled, right?
Vibes.
Yeah. Hashtag vibes. Perfect for chess. I think not everyone can listen to Kanye and win like Firouzja does in the tournament. Some people just need that chill zone in order to play their best and focus.
Yeah, I'm a fan of actually that kind of music. What music do you study to? You know, if you're studying or reading or like doing some real work in the world, what are we listening to?
I think for me, I'm more of a pink noise person.
Okay.
I've tried training with music on, with beats on,
Yeah.
but I just find it really hard to focus. So for me, it's so fascinating to see these players, the best in the world, fight it out against the best in the world with rap playing in their ear.
That's hard to do. I'm not gonna lie. That's difficult. What about you, David?
It used to be ABBA, but now
Okay.
these days,
man.
I
Many
literally
don't know, but David's a bit of a dancing queen himself.
Yeah, you'll see me at the after party once these finals are done. But no, I mean, these days I can't multitask at all. It's crazy. If I have music on, I can't focus on chess, on work, on anything. So silence, unfortunately, silence is golden.
Silence is golden, of course, but hey guys, you know, make sure you're here and watching, and we have games coming up. So we'll have games in about 6 minutes, but we're gonna go on a quick break and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
This was a good year, 2024. So more of this. That's the resolution. Outside of chess, everything seems to be perfect. So there's nothing else to wish for.
Yeah, I think chess-wise, I want to be in a better ranking, probably like in classical chess, and I want to win some more tournaments, and nothing much, just to be in a better shape. I think chess-wise is
Just in general, just try to be a better person. Nothing in particular. I mean, of course, basically next year will be the last chances to qualify for the candidates 2026. So, of course, that's some kind of goal, and I will try to qualify, but it's not something I can actually say I really want, because it's just incredibly difficult and there are so many things that can get in your way. But yeah, that's surely something that I will try.
Well, career-wise, like obviously qualify for candidates, and everything else is, you know, less important. Life-wise, I want to be like healthy and happy around me. But that's pretty usual, I think, yeah.
If I had any New Year resolution, it would be to, you know, keep as much energy as I can and save it, because it will be a doozy.
I mean, Polonitsa Stroj in Poland was kind of one of the first, more or less, top tournaments that I actually won, like round-robin tournaments, and also I started with 4 out of 4 in a round-robin, which I also don't think I ever had. So this surely stands out, but except for that, I have to say this year was in classical more or less up and down. It hasn't been like that great, but well, I hope next year will be better.
Of course, if I will manage to play good here and in World Rapid Blitz Championship, for example, I will get to top 3. It will be a highlight of my year, so it's hard to say now.
I think it was the Singfield Cup. It was a very tough tournament to win, and Fabiano played great there, but I managed to get +3. It was a very good result.
You know, I've had a lot of fun during the Olympiad with the French team. I wasn't there in 2022, and this was great fun, even if we didn't make it to medals in the end. But you know, always good to reconnect with the team. Apart from that, you know, I've been often the same places, same faces as well. Even though now I get to play a lot of the youngsters. I mean, starting with our new world champion, of course. Yeah, I think winning the American Cup was a good thing.
It's not just a game. It's a sport.
And it's time it felt like one.
The anticipation.
The intensity. The fire. To participate. Get closer to the action.
Feel every minute.
Live every moment.
Well, what do I do now?
No, not that move. That was so great.
The game's not changed.
But the experience has.
There's no going back.
We are back. We are back. And survival stage is yet to begin. Of course, this is where they're going to have to level up the game here to try to make it through. David, Tanya, are we ready?
We're ready, and the players are ready as we see them. And a half-empty arena. 2 players have been eliminated. 2 players chilling, already made it through the semis. And for Jan and Denis Lazavik, you know, they've got 2 lives in this survival stage. You lose, you can still get a shot at the semi-finals. But for Maxime, Vincent, David, the stakes are higher.
The stakes are higher. A match defeat, and it is elimination for those 2 players at the bottom there. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Vincent Keymer, I think they're thanking their lucky stars they're even here, so that could give them a second wind, give them that energy they need. But here we go. Denis Lazavik, again, looking so focused. I've been so impressed by him. Even that match defeat against Magnus, he fought so hard and did himself proud there. So, yeah, nothing to be ashamed of, and still plenty of chances.
Look at that. Best of 2. Survival stage. David, 10 plus 2, 1.5 wins the match. Same stuff. Winner advances to semifinals. Loser drops to elimination match. Armageddon tie breaks if necessary. Do you think it's going to be Armageddon, David?
More chess is better, right? So bring on the Armageddon.
Yeah, I love it when these matches go down to the wire and you've got these hard-fought, and it could be 2 draws, it could be 2 decisive games. We'll find out. But for these 2, once again, you know, this is single elimination bracket that we're looking at. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, Vincent Keymer on their last live. Vincent head in hands already. Right now, the players are thinking, what is going to be their opening approach?
Well, Maxime, I think he's going to go back to the strategy that brought him success, at least with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. But there we see same as same format.
Yes, with one big difference, James.
What is that, Tanya?
That in this one, in the elimination match between Maxime and Vincent, you lose and you're out. You're booking that ticket back home.
So you mean I got to win here? That's a lot of pressure, Tanya. I got to win? Of course.
You're winning at life, James.
Oh, thank you. You know what? You're right. No. Win on demand here for that match with MVL and Keymer. Now, of course, yes, the Jan and Denis, you still want to win on demand, but you got that extra cushion just in case I don't or can't or something happens. I got another life.
But you really want that. You want to wrap it up in this one, you know, because the pressure rises. Fatigue becomes a factor. So this is a big one as well. And the countdown's on. It's 3, 2, 1. And we are off.
Chess boxing. I mean, sorry, survival stage. Okay.
They will be very different weight categories. There's no chess boxing happening here.
That's funny. They actually use the headphones like this too in chess boxing, which is insane. Okay, Rasalimo.
Yeah, and there haven't been too many openings actually so far in the Champions Chess Tour Finals. Lots of Rettis, a few Italian games, and now the Rosalimo Sicilian. Now it looks a bit like an open Sicilian, but this one making an appearance. Denis Lazavik had a different branch of the Rosalimo Sicilian against Magnus Carlsen. Held that game for most of it until falling apart in the endgame there. But this is well-known stuff, well-known theory. There's been a trade of just 1 set of pawns so far. White has a nice central pawn, therefore a bit more space in the center, but the white bishop retreating. Jan wants to put his pawn on the c4 square, creating what we call the Maroczy bind. And yeah, Denis aiming to fight for equality. Meanwhile, the other battle about to begin. And elimination time, elimination match. Vachier-Lagrave against Vincent Keymer. France against Germany, the Euro battle about to commence.
Here we go.
And Maxime plays his favorite 1e4, the king's pawn opening, and we've got a Spanish on the board, so definitely going to be a more solid, cagey fight. We know that it's often about which side gets that central break in first here. The d pawn moving forward. Is it going to be Vincent or Maxime that strikes in the center?
Yeah, we will find out. Ooh. Interesting moment as Vincent castles his king. I was going to say, isn't this a blunder?
You just lose a pawn. Let's see, is there any reaction?
Because you're supposed to push that b pawn before you castle.
Oh my goodness, he blinked. He just said, I just lost a pawn, bro.
What has happened there? That's a huge blunder.
He just rushed through.
Unprecedented stuff. Vincent, he's played that position, I mean, 100 times, maybe 200-300 times before, but he's just messed up his move order. We'll jump in and break that down in a moment, but Vincent Keymer already a pawn down.
Nerves.
Yes.
100% nerves.
Nerves. And it's a very healthy pawn to boot, right? It's not a side pawn. It's not a flank pawn. It's a central E pawn right now. And Vincent, you could see it in him. He paused. This is no preparation. This is no World Championship remainder waiting to be played out. This is just him rushing through, mixing up the move orders, and being in big trouble, 10 moves down.
You can see, I mean, before we started, his head was in hands. He didn't seem like he was ready to play, even though, okay, you're gathering yourself before you make your first moves here, but very uncharacteristic blunder from Vincent here. But again, it has all be chalked up to the nerves here, understanding where I am. He's just thinking about everything else but the game, and a lot of times the easiest way to actually play these type of positions, and actually in the circumstance that he's in, is to just play the board there. Very unfortunate for Vincent.
Yeah, and let's get a rewind. Let's go into this position, jump a few moves back, because it was here. This is one of the main lines of the Spanish opening, pretty much the main position in the Spanish, the Roy Lopez. And White's last move, rook to e1, does defend the central pawn. So now there is a threat. Bishop takes knight, destabilizing the black central pawn here. Normally, by far the main move is pawn to b5. And Vincent has played this move hundreds of times. I've seen him. He's a big advocate of the marshal, where you sacrifice a pawn. Instead, he simply castles his king, forgetting that bishop takes knight was a threat, and a small pause. I wonder whether he's sped up now, Vincent, because he's trying to at least bluff that he's still in opening theory. But after knight takes pawn, we did see him settle in for a small think. So, yeah, bishop to b7, he's simply a pawn down. And if we catch up, we see, okay, he's trying to fight and see counterplay in the fact that he does have at least the bishop pair. This bishop needs to become open if he's going to have any chance of saving this game.
And it's also such a tough thing to come back from a psychological perspective, right? You mentioned that he was aiming for the marshal. Marshal was one of the big weapons of his coach, Peter Lecco, in the World Championship match against Kramnik. And I'm sure Peter is watching this broadcast, and when Vincent made that move, you know, he was saying, he would have just been, what are you doing? Hang on.
What are you doing? I cannot believe you just did that.
Yeah, because that was just a mix-up of a move order. You know, you've got to block that bishop from taking the knight, not take that central pawn. But Vincent, he has to fight back now. He has to do everything he can to create that compensation. And we see he's made a little bit of a progress in that way, you know. He's trying to open up that light squared bishop. You've got the bishop pair. That bishop in b7, if it gets a target on the longest diagonal, it would be game on. Do you think that this position has enough meat for Vincent to find that compensation?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets some. These days, I mean, people look like they're blundering pawns left, right, and centre. I've seen Daniel Dubov play these weird branches of the marshal where he's like 3 pawns down after 15 moves, but somehow the bishops give compensation. But this case, however, it does feel like he's going to be fighting for a draw the rest of the game at the very maximum. It's not the type of compensation where you get an attack, you get active pieces. It's very much just the bishop pair alone. And now Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, his bishop is threatened. Whether he falls back now or whether he trades off this knight and then tries to capture more pawns in the centre, he's going to be left with a very healthy pawn on the queen side. Black structure doesn't make a great impression either, and even if it's a long game, an end game with the opponent having knights when you have weak pawns, I don't see it. Maxime is so good in that type of position, converting the advantage.
This feels like an early Christmas gift for Maxime. Will Maxime be able to convert it into a full point? But what a start he's had. Head in hands by Maxime. He knows that this is his moment. He needs to try to get that win because he's been gifted a free pawn right out of the opening. But a very different start in the other game, David.
A very different start in the other game. And let's actually jump over there to a cagey encounter where the kings are nicely centralised. And, okay, of course the queens are off, so the kings are under zero danger. Often the kings actually want to be out in the centre in this type of position so that they can choose which side to jump to later on. I'm going to stick my neck out and say, despite the eval bar saying it's level, I would prefer white. How about you guys?
I would prefer white as well. It reminds me of a Maroczy binds type of setup here, where e4 and c4 in Maroczy binds Sicilians, it's just better for white all the time. It's just super annoying, and like you have this nagging pressure of just the bind. Now, if black is able to break with d5 at some point, black should be okay here. But we have the bind, hence the word Maroczy bind, on the d5 square, binding up the d5 square. So it's annoying. It's really annoying. White just has some constant pressure. But the problem is actually the light square bishop. So the bishop being on f1, pretty gross. Not really much to do. But white just has this pressure. And we go to endgames where white could be a little bit better due to the activity of the king. But so far, so good. I think Vincent's handling it very well. Sorry, Dennis, not Vincent. Yeah, Denis is handling it pretty well, though, Tanya.
And I think this last move shows Denis's incredible endgame understanding. He knows he can't just sit and be passive because White, apart from all the pluses that you pointed out, also has the idea of expanding with G3, F4.
Yes.
A plan that will give him more space and destabilize the Black Knight and activate that bishop on F1 as well. So Denis trying to make that plan very difficult. He's saying you go G3, trying to strike with H4, open up some files for his own counterplay, so delaying that idea, and Jan plays the rook left, trying to get the rook to D1, double down on D7, because the bishop on C6 is not feeling very good. Ideas of B5 in the air.
Yeah, ideas of B5 kicking this bishop away. If the bishop ever moves, then the white knight might have access to some squares, start jumping towards some pawns, start jumping towards some nice juicy outposts behind enemy lines. And yeah, I think Denis does have a move or two to continue his plan. I would put the pawn on H4 just to make it less tempting for White to ever touch anything on that flank. If any open lines appear on the king side, then the black rook is ready to switch back. Yeah, this is one of those classical positional battles that is going to go on for 50 moves, and probably it's going to end in a draw, but everyone's going to study it afterwards.
You know, we've been talking about the G3, F4 plan to make progress for Jan. I'll point out one more. That rook from D3 also aims at doubling up on the C line, David. Rook C3 with the idea of then pushing the B pawn and breaking free with the C pawn. So there's still some venom in this position, you know. It's not as toothless as it looks, and I think Denis needs to be on the defense here.
Yep. It's very much White trying things and Black reacting. Black is solid enough that it shouldn't be too scary. I think in the near future, I would probably also put a pawn on D6 just to try and stop your idea, because it is scary, Tanya. But okay, he centralizes his knight instead. And this game, yeah, it looks like it's going to be all about maneuvering over the next few moves. Let's jump to the other battle where tactics alert. It looks like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave might have taken his eye off the ball slightly, having received that early Christmas present. Has he given back a present to Vincent this time? It's like White Elephant all over again.
Where did that extra pawn go?
It's gone.
Oh, wow. And there are tactics on the board because a lot of pieces are hanging as well. That knight to E4, I'm wondering if that grabbed a pawn on E4? And was that a tactic missed by Maxime?
Definitely missed. And actually, I was going to say it after Maxime's last move. We saw on the camera, Maxime suddenly, from leaning back and feeling quite confident, he suddenly put his hands like this. And I've played Maxime so many times. He doesn't have the best poker face. I've played him and he's blundered against me in the past, and I immediately saw it on his face before I saw it on the board. And I think this might have been a similar case where yeah, he couldn't control his emotion, and knight takes pawn on the last move. Tension between bishops, tension between queens. Queens are the first to disappear, and now I think Vincent will take with probably his rook from the corner, and it's the tension between the dark squared bishops that's going to save him. I still think Maxime's going to have an advantage because Black's queenside pawns are split, but better to have split pawns, weak pawns, than be a pawn down.
Yeah. No, absolutely. You have that pawn structure, have it at least with material balance on the board. But perhaps once we get the opportunity, you can even show us the blunder by Maxime, David, because I'm surprised to see how quickly the material's been leveled here.
Yeah, let's do that while Vincent has a think about which way to recapture the queen right now. I think he can choose from two that are totally healthy. Again, it's time for a quick rewind. And it was here that we left it after pawn to h6. We were talking about how Black's a pawn down, weaknesses on the queen side. But first, the white bishop was challenged. And maybe the best move was to either retreat or maybe the more human approach to simply take this knight off the board and either play pawn to e5 or simply capture on d5. Even after some trades, you're a pawn up, very healthy position and guaranteed advantage. Bishop to h4 instead left this bishop vulnerable, and after a capture of pawns, knight takes e4, and boom, suddenly there's tension here. You cannot really, well, you can, but taking this knight would allow bishop takes h4, and I'm surprised Maxime didn't go for this immediately, because he could still at least pocket this pawn and ask some questions, but Black has the bishop pair on an open board. Instead, he took the queens off the board. Bishop recapturing from Vincent Keymer, and now knight takes knight. So it's going to be level pawns after Black takes. I'm not sure which way. Probably they're both totally fine. It's all about whether the white knight can target these pawns in the long term. Okay, equal chances again. So many surprises, and it's only move 16.
A lot of nerves here, in fact, to say the least. I mean, that's exactly what that is, because uncharacteristic blunder from Vincent here. You know, just a very easy pawn out of the opening, and a opening that he's played thousands of times, in fact. But, of course, he was gifted right back from MVO here. You just got to stay tactically alert and say, hey, okay, you know what? In fact, there's a good book. I always give you guys chessable books, though. No, but 7 Deadly Chess Sins actually is one. That's a favorite of David's. In fact, but one of them, I think it was either that one or there's another one I was reading too, something like that. Chess for Zebras, that one's good too. But talking about, hey, just, you know, it happens and you have to go forward. Can you just not lose in the next few moves? Try to make it another few moves here. And that's what happened here. Vincent was able to collect himself and a blunder from MVO, and now he's back in the game.
And I think that's just so impressive by Vincent, right? That kind of a blunder that he had in the opening could completely throw you off. You know, you're already thinking about, oh my God, I've just given up a pawn to a player like Maxime. Now I just have to fight my chances in a must-win second game. But Vincent, he just sort of played that d5 move, put his bishop on the right spot, and here we are. Yes, that knight is beautifully placed in c4, but it's not stable there because Vincent does have the light squared bishop. Coming to f7 on the next move, hitting that knight, the rook occupies a beautiful d line, eyeing that d2 square. I think Vincent's got an absolutely fine position, and you're a fan of ABBA. This game, high stakes, the winner takes it all. You know, a big missed opportunity by Maxime.
Exactly. And
what are we calling here? What's the result?
Oh, I say Maxime still wins. I just have a feeling.
This game or?
This game.
This
game. And the match, who knows? I'm not a gambler. I'm not going to back either side here. I like them both equally, both fantastic players, of course. But I just have a feeling the knight in blitz, you've got still 2 minutes extra. Black has a slightly weak pawn structure. If rooks come off, Maxime can't lose. So we'll see.
I'm really glad you said that last bit, because my next question was going to be that. Does White want to make a move like rook d1 and offer a trade here? And who would that trade benefit?
Yeah, I think he will. I think it favours White just because he's comparing the rook simply. Black's rook is so active, keeping White's pieces tied down. White's rook lacking employment right now. I would also want to play king to f1, but I believe there might be an annoying check from the black bishop on this diagonal. So, yeah, I think rook d1 by force. We might see a long grind in that endgame. Knight versus bishop. Now it's no longer a bishop pair, at least. Better chances for Maxime than if Black had been able to maintain both of his bishops together. We will see.
Yeah, that knight is definitely saying, take a chance on me.
I'm liking it, Tanya. I'm liking it. Mamma mia, these are some good puns.
Nice. Good job there, Tanya.
Ooh, and rook d1 on the board. And he does trade immediately, bringing the king as close as possible to the weak pawns on the left side of the board. It's still not an easy convert. I hear everything that you're saying. Usually when there are pawns on both flanks, the bishop is a stronger piece. But it all comes down to the pawn islands. And those doubled pawns that Maxime has. Just put that c5 pawn on b6 and we're talking about Vincent trying for the win here.
Oh yeah, that would be a whole different story if this black pawn were connected to its fellows over on b6. Bishops are better than knights with pawns on both sides of the board. And also great strategy for everyone at home watching. Pawns on dark squares when you have a light squared bishop. The pawns control the dark squares. The bishop will do the business on the light squares between them. So, yeah, there we go. He actually plays that move. So in combination, they control both color complexes. Okay.
Wow. But now he's fixed it on the dark squares, right? The c5 pawn isn't going anywhere from there, and the white knight will find it easier to target that pawn once it gets to c3 from either the e4 square or the a4 square, also highlighting the d5 point, which will put a lot of pressure. The knight's slowly becoming a monster, and Maxime, meanwhile, looking pretty chill. He's looking at what's happening on the other game.
It actually might be some type of Devereski page 197 when you get this knight. Actually, knight c3 to e4 is a nice plan. And the idea here is if bishop takes e4, king takes e4, of course, because the king, I always like to, I remember this from Endgame, just like looking at the overall plan, not just moves itself. So getting the knight to e4 would be nice, preferably maybe when the king, you know, gets to d6 or something, trying to defend. Bishop takes e4, king takes e4, you go g4 and shut down the ideas of reserve moves or reserve tempi, as Devereski likes to call it, because you have the doubled pawns. So I have maybe some extra reserve tempi to be able to win this endgame. It's a lot to push for, I think, from MVL's side, just because of the pawn structure.
Yeah, fully agree. They always have to think about what happens if the knight and bishop disappear. King and pawn endgames are so treacherous. I mean, we remember Gukesh against Ding, Gukesh winning the 14th and final game.
Right.
But, I mean, the final position was mutual zugzwang. That's how difficult it is. With white to play, Ding had to resign. He was lost. With black to play, it would have been a dead draw. So that type of position, James, as you mentioned, if the white knight ever allows an exchange, has to be calculated so carefully. The white knight, meanwhile, finding a different path towards these weak black pawns. But while this endgame continues, and it's likely to go on for a long time, let's check in on the other encounter, which has changed somewhat because Nepomniachtchi going for it now.
Yeah, it's a good moment to switch over, right? Because that last move highlighted in yellow, it means that we're going to have some trades. We're going to have some clarification in this position. C5 played. I'm expecting everything to come off. And when that does, there's a G5 pawn that's going to be attacked, as well as a threat of a rook entering on C7.
That's right. This is a bit scary for Denis Lazavik. The eval bar says, okay, no problem, but this does look like you have some questions to answer. You definitely don't want to let the white pawn step forward. Also big threats, of course, of pawn takes pawn with the white rook battery down the c-file. So the move you want to make work is to just get rid of everything. Maybe we jump in and show that you just mentioned, Tanya. Pawn takes pawn right now, white will recapture. Black wants to get these pawns off the board. We're actually heading in this direction. And at the very end, two threats, dual threats. This rook coming up the board as well, the bigger of the two.
But I'm surprised that the bar doesn't go anywhere higher, because it looked like this would be too tough to handle. By the way, we are seeing this being played out. And I believe you have to take the rook because you don't have a good square. The bishop was jumping on to b5 if the rook would have moved sideways. And how does Denis? He immediately responds by activating his own rook.
Okay, wow. And he has a cool tactic here, Tanya. I just realized rook takes pawn, which is about to happen. If the king goes back, okay, which way is it going back? If it goes back to f2, bishop takes e4 now, and the knight would land with a fork, and you regain your pawn. But what if the king goes the other way, which hasn't happened yet, but king to d2, played by Nepomniachtchi, the rook's going to move. Again, watch out for this move, and the knight fork, the white king and white rook are within forking distance, as they say, of the black knight.
But he's taking his time. Now, if you move, you've got to find a good square for your rook. You know, you can't put it on c5 because the same threat happens. He moves it to b5, but then this is vulnerable to the bishop moving forward. Whoa! He goes anywhere.
Wow.
And with what confidence he played that.
Great move.
Face. Look at Jan's face like, bro, come on, bro.
This is amazing. This is Denis saying, you know, I've calculated, you know, draw in 30 moves.
Wow.
Forced draw. Jan looks frustrated. The whole idea is that basically black's given up a piece, but it's going to get 2 pawns in return. And now this knight is able to snack on g3. You've got to be careful as well with the white king, not to step onto the wrong square. You might get checked around, but at the very least, this pawn will now fall. And yes, you're a piece down, but you have 2 pawns. Should be a quite straightforward draw. I wonder if there's more, though. Will Denis, I was going to say, give some checks? No, he takes the pawn.
Yeah, because the black pawns, once they start moving up the board, they are connected passers. It's not so easy to get that train moving, but if it happens, we might be looking at Denis actually pushing this one, and Jan offers a draw, and it's accepted.
Yeah, not much to play for there. It looks like the black pawns were so strong they would have cost white a piece eventually, but Jan doesn't even try to win. A very fair result in the end.
Do you think that was a smart tactic by Jan at that moment to make a move and offer a draw?
I think, yeah, he'd seen enough fun. He tested Denis. Denis had proved himself. In the meantime, this game, I'm really shocked by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's last move. He's putting all of his pawns on white squares, and black has a light square bishop. Be careful, Maxime, here. He's really trying to clamp down and cover all the squares. He's trying to gain space simply. The white king's marching, though, towards the right side, towards black's lone pawn on the h-file.
And that looks like a very dangerous idea. How are you even fighting it? It's 2 steps away. King f4, king g4 is coming in, and he could go for it immediately. You know, you've got this very healthy pawn formation on the left side that protects itself. There's always the move b3 to keep c4 intact if it's required. And he's coming for the pawn on h4. That one falls, the h-passer will decide the game.
It's really a power of understanding the pawn structures, too, as well. As simple as this position looks here, I mean, even eval bar likes white a little bit more, but you have to think about, you know, why here. This knight can actually reroute in a way that the bishop just can't really deal with as much, and you can't cover everything exactly. Knight f2 is what I was going to point out. This knight can swing over to e4, and at the right moment, king g4 is happening, taking the pawn. There's lots of possibilities and weaknesses that black has that white can try to exploit, or even, you know, be able to hit simultaneously 2 things at once, having the knight, the tricky piece.
You know, everything that's happened since Maxime gave that pawn back, it makes me almost feel like that was part of the plan. Because he's just outplayed Vincent since that moment.
Yeah, it looks so smooth. And I mentioned earlier, I've played Maxime so many times. Yes, he does bluff occasionally, but I also have fallen victim to him countless times in this type of endgame. He's one of the few who can compete with Magnus. He showed that yesterday. in this type of position, and he's doing all the right things. I was surprised he put his pawn on a light square, but there was a clear concrete purpose. All of these pawns, as long as the black bishop doesn't get behind, they protect each other. The white knight will keep everything guarded now, and
except the c5 pawn.
That's it.
That's the start. And that's just the start. The 4 pawns are all separated. They're going to fall one by one. That knight landing on e6 as well can go to b7. You can just make a simple move with the a pawn moving one step ahead and keep all the threats intact.
Yeah. Can you go a4? Is that too much? a4, bishop a2, b4 takes, push takes a6. You have to go bishop d5. Okay.
He pushes his pawn one square. I think that's a great move. He doesn't want to commit his pawns yet. The black king is coming to attack the white knight, so it's nice to have the flexibility to move the knight, defend the knight. He's going pawn hunting meanwhile. Black is stretched. The black king, if it ever steps forward, is going to get forked. And
that's desperation.
Ooh.
He's allowing pawn takes pawn, giving this big passer on the a file because he wants that c4 pawn, get the bishop back into the game. But Maxime's going to end up with an a passer and an h passer.
Bishops are long-range pieces. They can sometimes deal with 2 passed pawns simultaneously, but those pawns of whites are going to be literally as far apart as they can get. It's going to be a real stretch, literally, for the black bishop. Oh, he goes back the other way, Maxime, now.
Interesting choice by Maxime. He says, I don't need that pawn. I've got these 2 passes going up the board.
Ooh, Vincent.
Knight coming to e4 as well, David.
He made that move with 1 second left. And the white knight is coming. The white pawns are coming. Vincent, he's doomed. He's doomed. Nothing to do.
And just 2 seconds on the clock as well. He's making moves right now. That knight can jump into c5 and push that pawn further ahead. I don't think there are any bad moves in the position for white here.
No, as long as you don't blunder your knight, which is very, very unlikely.
Knight d6, don't do that.
Ooh. He just needs to coordinate the knight to help the pawn step forward. There's no rush, though. He can take his time. He's got 45 seconds, Maxime. He's going to maneuver his knight around and around until it wins some pawns.
And Vincent's giving up the h3 pawn. He's relying on the idea of the black king coming closer to the b4 pawn, while c6 and b5, and then hopefully someday create a counterplay with his own c passer moving forward.
Yeah, Maxime here, he's a great calculator, though, looking into the future, realizing he can start the race and win the race. The white pawns, the h and a pawns together are both running.
Oof. That bishop will have to go back to g8 to stop that pawn from promoting.
But the knight comes now. It's going to gobble up the bishop within 2 moves. And the black c pawn so far away. It actually gets captured in the process. Handshake. Maxime takes it in great style.
Wow, that was incredible. Of course, as Vincent is 1 game away from being eliminated. He needs to win this next one.
Wow. And what a game this was, right? So topsy-turvy, because Vincent, he blundered a pawn out of the opening. Maxime, well, made it look like he blundered it right back, and then goes on to win a flawless endgame. Incredible technique by the Frenchman.
Absolutely, especially based off the pawn structure, too, as well. A lot to learn there. Definitely analyze that one at home. Jan and Dennis with a draw there. Very crazy game. Whoever wins is going to go through. It's going to be nice. And, of course, you have a second life there if you lose the match. In that one, an elimination match, MVL versus Vincent. Vincent's in a must-win situation, guys.
Excellent resourcefulness by Dennis, you know, sacrificing his bishop in those last moments, giving up a piece for those 2 pawns, which essentially forced Jan to offer a draw. And speaking of actions replay right here as we see how the game's progressed. And again, super impressive by Dennis in that difficult endgame.
Yeah, very impressive. He found the key moves at the right times. Denis Lazavik to hold on, and that will be fascinating to see whether he can strike against Nepomniachtchi. In the meantime, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, the man of that round. So far, he defeated Vincent Keymer. And let's actually check out the final stages of that endgame, because we were talking about how nicely he maneuvered the knights. And it wasn't just about the knight maneuvers, it was about how he clamped down on the space, how he really limited Vincent's bishop. And it was in this position, the star move by Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. He's already placed his knight perfectly, tying down the black king to the defense of 1 isolated doubled pawn. Now he decides it's time to maximize his king. Pun intended, maximize here. Pawn to f5. His king is simply coming towards the black h-pawn, the helpless black h-pawn. Vincent couldn't find a path in for his bishop. The black bishop here can attack the white pawn, but that would be easily defended by the white king. Instead, he started pushing. The white king started moving. And here, there are threats from behind. So first, he retreated his knight, jumping in either direction. Black's king will be stretched, cannot defend both the C and F pawns at the same time. So we saw the king step back instead. And now that he has connected these three, Vincent unfortunately making the final mistake, it was time for Maxime to step forward. Knight to e4. Look how the black king is totally caged, totally unable to protect the c5 pawn. And it was here, the final moment of accuracy needed. Pawn to a3. Pawns on the opposite color of your bishop is normally the recipe for success. Here he'd made some exceptions, and black is simply powerless. King to d6 will always walk into this fork. Knight to b7, check, and the a pawn would drop. A few moves later, down the line, it was almost time to resign for Vincent Keymer. He tried this last trick, a4, but Maxime, again, pawns on dark squares, and he clinched it by blocking out the black king. Knight to c3. If the king had moved forward, knight to e4 would have won the game, and Maxime, yeah, just fantastic endgame player.
Absolutely, MVL looking like an MVP there. Now, of course, could this start of MVL's momentum to the playoff? What do you think?
That was amazing stuff. I think an excellent breakdown as well, David, just showing how instructive this endgame was, right? A good knight versus bad bishop, taking advantage of that pawn formation. MVL just showed how it's done in these kind of position. That's definitely got to be a big confidence boost for him.
Absolutely. I think it's huge. In fact, and Vincent, as the nerves were shaky there in the beginning, maybe sometimes you just take the L and, like, you know, hey, I can play whatever. I can feel a little bit better, and maybe play some great chess there even after taking a loss there. What do you think, David?
I don't know. His confidence must be shaken, unless that was some crazy preparation from Vincent, which I really doubt. I think it was just a simple pawn blunder in the opening, and yes, he fought back. He kept the game going for a long time, but I don't know. I think he's going to be a bit shaken. He looked a bit flustered, as we mentioned at the beginning of that game, Tanya, let alone what happened later.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think that was, once again, some World Championship sort of leftover of preparation. But the positive takeaway for Vincent James could be that, he gave a pawn back, but he found a way to fight back in that game, to keep it going. He created his chances. He's got to take all that he can, because this could potentially be his final game. He has to give it everything to bounce back.
Absolutely, of course. And you guys can give your all too as well when you can follow along by using, of course, the app Take, right? Introducing you guys to Take, the ultimate app for experiencing chess like never before, co-founded by Magnus Carlsen. Follow your favorite players to tailor your in-app experience, stay in the loop with live events, and even play along with game features like Guess the Move and soon Fantasy Chess. To download Take and experience chess fandom like never before, visit go.chess.com/takex3 or use !TakeX3 in chat. Game 2 will be starting soon. What do you think the opening is going to be?
Ready.
Yeah.
Do we even have to guess at this point? Guess the move is cool, but
ready, yeah.
Knight F1, I think everyone's going to get that right.
Yeah. Chat, what do you think, chat? Ready. What do you think? Tanya, what do you think?
No, Vincent with the white pieces, a must-win game. We've seen that happen at the World Championship. The players choosing Knight F3. It's also Vincent's pet line. That wouldn't be a surprise. But I think this one's harder to predict right now, right? Denis versus Jan. The first game ended in a draw. Denis now gets the white piece advantage, the first move advantage. How much is he going to push? Because, there's no bounce back. You take too much risk. It's a double-edged sword. Does he want to shut this down and take it to Armageddon, or will he go all out here?
Oh, he did fall to defeat against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the Armageddon in the round-robin stage, Denis Lazavik. But then again, in a one-match shootout, Armageddon, it's a bit more random. Going all out, taking risk here, might backfire. Will it be a Reti? No.
Oh.
No, back to d4. This is how he started. And Trampovsky attack. Wow.
We haven't seen that one in a while.
No, an English speciality back in the day. So I grew up watching this, but I haven't seen Denis employ this too often.
For me, I actually won my first game ever OTB with this. And it's the first time playing it. I just played it, and it was a great game. It was fun. There's a lot of attacking chess here, but there's lots of ways that black can get playable positions. What you get is sort of like some type of London with a bishop on g5 sometimes. But it's fun, and if you want to play some aggressive chess and try to win, the Trampovsky is actually a great option.
Was it back in the 2016 World Championship match that Magnus played the Trampovsky against Karyakin?
It was. It was in New York at the time. I think shout out to someone's, to Donald Trump there. And meanwhile, it's a handshake. The other game begins, and it's not a Reti. Wow, I would have failed in Guess the Move there on the Take app. It's the English opening instead. And, Maxime breaks out in the center with e5.
Yeah, very similar setups, but the difference with getting your knight out first is that it stops that move by Maxime, the e-pawn moving 2 steps forward in front of the king. And this is a very active approach against the English, the one that Maxime has chosen. A sort of a reverse Sicilian.
Yeah, reverse Sicilian type position. And Maxime, he's an e4 player by heart. He's playing an e4 opening with colours reversed. But Vincent, he's super flexible in this position. There's guaranteed to be no quick draws. In a must-win situation, that's step number 1. You keep the fight alive. And that Trompovsky attack that Denis Lazavik has employed on the left side of our screens there looks very much like a London system, just with the bishop slightly misplaced.
There's actually one thing I do like. In fact, there's a special file that I actually went through called the Trumbava. So, of course, you know I love Joe Bava London, a.k.a. Jar Jar Binks London. Of course, on Chessable, absolutely, from your boy. But there's also a line here where you go castles, knight e5, and f4. All you're doing is just going to mate black. You're castling, and it looks like some type of, it's crazy. It's like a Joe Bava, Trumpowski collie, like insane. Because you're going, which he's trying, but knight e5, you castle, f4, and you just go for mate. That's it. Especially in this setup with the Queen's Gambit decline, because the bishop, it looks like a bad French in a way. Of course, still very playable for black, but it's scary because your bishop's on c8 looking French-like, which he probably will play bishop a6 at some point. He didn't, but he's not allowing this f4 idea right now. It could be very, very scary for black.
Jan's trying to trade off as many pieces as possible before your idea comes to play. What are the chances that Denis has seen your course and gone for this knight e5 f4 idea?
You know, I do actually have some players that are very, very strong. I was like, can't tell you have a very great course. I was like, man, that's what's you got the course, bro. I couldn't even believe it. No, but it's fun. It's very fun. I actually really approve of this move from Jan here. I think that was genius. Knight f57. We're getting something off the board. So if you wanted to attack me, you're going to have to do it with one less piece now.
But that said, I'm always so reluctant to move that knight away from f6 because it makes the 8-7 spot a little tender and you're already kind of sensing, are there any tactics on the board? Can white double down on that weakness?
Is there h4? Hold on.
It does look tempting, right, to jump out with the queen, threaten checkmate.
h4, f6 takes check. No, it doesn't work. I was just going to go h4 and just like, I don't even care about life.
There's a mate in 20 here, James.
Exactly, right. h4, but I think he just goes f6. I'm like...
You mentioned h4, James. Do you want to know the top computer move?
h4?
h4 for the
You're
score?
kidding me. So what happens on f6?
Let's put this on the board. So pawn to h4 is actually the recommended move.
Oh my god. h4, f6, bishop a7, queen h5, and then the knight f3 at the end.
And I think even just queen to h5 now.
Wow!
And yes, this is a fork, but you have eyes on a bigger prize. The h7 pawn, and now black would be forced to admit his mistake in pushing the pawn to f6. Now he would have to waste a move and push it forward to f5 to blunt this bishop, but clearly white has gained something here, and you can start like lifting the rook. I can imagine you lifting stuff here.
It's just g4 automatically. You don't even think twice about it.
G4 for
you don't even think twice.
I want to see h4 on the board by Denis. You know, it's his moment. With white to seize the initiative right now, he's got to make this move. And again, you know, that knight from f6 moves back and your spidey senses are tingling. There has to be something active here.
That's crazy.
Is he going to play it?
What a move.
Just to point out for everyone at home as well, bishop takes bishop, really not advisable if h4 were to happen because of...
Bishop h7.
Yeah.
Bishop h7,
you eat moves like that.
Absolutely. King takes queen h5, f6, g6, gg.
Yep. And this would end in checkmate
as well.
A piece is not worth it for black to open the h-file.
Oh, he goes directly though. Ooh. He doesn't play h4. He brings the queen to threaten a checkmate in one, blocked by Jan.
I guess you could still go h4. Kind of a move order thing here.
Ooh, I think h4 anyway might have been a better try, even on the second attempt for Denis Lazavik. Instead, trading off pieces does feel like it loses a lot of momentum. He's a very positional player. We should mention Denis. It's not his inclination to attack. But he needed your brain there just for a few moves, James, maybe.
Would be so nice. That's so nice.
Yeah, maybe the white knight will start to come, though. And black does have a backward pawn on e6, so still something to chew at over the next few moves.
You might see h4 now happen, finally, because you're really hoping for that h line to open up, trade on your terms. But Denis, he's got to show a little bit of that aggressiveness, I think, in this game, you know? You've got these weaknesses created, the dark squares, knight f3, love it, eyeing that e5 square, but again, hoping for h4, g4. At some point.
Yeah, very much on the radar of Denis Lazavik until he trades off more pieces.
Yeah, it's looking better for Jan there now. It's knight f6, consolidate, and like, you know, no attack.
Yeah, this is where a player's true nature comes out, and Denis, his greatest strength is his positional understanding, his natural feel for where pieces go, but I was going to say he doesn't often seize the opportunity to attack, and there we go, g4 on that board. We're going to have to jump straight back in. It's given a question mark it's a bit late now that you've traded off some pieces to attack, surely.
Especially because the black knight can jump to defend over the king side. You know, that knight on d7, the timing of g4 just feels off. It's you've got your queen stuck on h5. You're inviting the knight into the game with a tempo. Strange decision by Denis.
Bizarre. I was about to say it's his style to trade off pieces, prolong the experience, prolong the pressure, later try to make use of a better pawn structure, better pieces, but g4, I mean, firstly, he helped the black queen to develop to e7. He gave that move with tempo in exchange. He helped the black knight to develop. And as you mentioned, Tanya, knight to f6 is the most logical move in the world right now. Let's jump in to show the kind of explanation for why Denis has played this. Knight to f6 attacks the queen, attacks the pawn. The white queen will be obliged to step back. At least there's a pin here, so the black knight can't move. And now if black does get greedy and capture a pawn on g4, then whoops, bishop takes h7, check. And yeah, you dare not take this bishop with your knight because, again, your queen would fall. So there are tactical justifications for g4, but it is very weakening. It's not exactly clear what it's gaining. After knight to f6, for example, I could see black blowing open the center in the near future. The white king still sitting in the middle. No real attack while the black knight is so perfectly placed.
That's nice.
Yeah, I love that idea of e5. You could think about either first trading on d4 and then going with e5 or going directly as well. Because if white was to capture that f5 pawn with his own pawn on g5, and let's show that, David, you go e5, you don't even have time to take on f5. Pawn takes pawn, comes in with a check. Like you said, he invited Jan's queen on e7, you know, lining up against that white king. And I think Jan's going for this. He trades on d4. We're about to see e5. You know, your traditional chess wisdom. Your opponent plays on the flank, you strike in the center.
Yeah, and he takes the other way, Denis Lazavik, so keeping the line towards his king closed. But black can still try the same thing. Knight to f6. Also, the black queen is ready to jump over to the side of the board if given the opportunity. Ooh, I really don't like this for white. It's inconsistent, trading pieces and then attacking. Yeah, don't try it at home.
Yeah. You could also start with e5 in this position, you know, if you want to get fancy here. But wow, Jan taking a bit of a cautious approach. Doesn't bring his knight to attack the queen, but uses the pawn. G6 played. It's not the prettiest pawn formation that you've got, you know, with the light squares and your own light square bishop stuck on c8. Denis immediately replies with the queen. Did he move it to h6?
I think he didn't move yet. He reached out and took his hand back.
Hesitation.
Yeah, this is bad for white. I mean, you just don't have the right piece combination here, the right piece coordination, I should say. And these tempi, plural for tempo, right, just more than one is going to be nice for Jan here. Queen h6, okay, you can play it, but I can at very least go queen g7. I could also take on g4 now.
I just realized that, James. g4 is hanging as well.
g4 is hanging in all lines. And queen h3, I take first, then maybe go knight f6, play e5. I mean, you can just see how fast this is about to accelerate for black.
And Jan's feeling it. I think Jan knows that, you know, he's the one who's going to get the momentum here. White's king in the center. It's so much about king safety, especially in this format with little time on the clock. Jan's coming for Denis's king.
And you can see on his face, the head bob is back from Jan Nepomniachtchi, a bit of a frown. He's judging his opponent's decisions here, and he looks like a favorite now, Nepomniachtchi, to qualify for those semi-finals, which he will do with a winner in this game. Denis is playing this one like it's an Armageddon.
Yeah.
He's playing as if it's must-win, but the scores were level, half-half, slightly odd. Maybe he didn't favour himself in the Armageddon. Maybe he thought that this was his chance.
It just feels like that indecision, right? Where Denis played g4, he showed ambition, but he had to show it a move before. Or you take the positional approach and keep things intact, keep them consolidated. But a move like g4 requires you to be completely sure about what you're doing, missing the h4 opportunity, and then taking the wrong one. With the king in the center, it could be disaster very quickly.
Yeah, he's he's an absolutely positional beast, especially with the white pieces and the Catalan too. You don't want to see Denis Lazavik. I was just seeing it. He's just a positional monster, winning Title Tuesday multiple times. Of course, a feat that many on the planet will never be able to say that they have done, and he's done it more than once. So, you know, especially his positional understanding is just incredible, but here, he couldn't get it off. I think he wanted to, you know, do a little bit of both. He wanted to attack, but then I want to keep my positional sense there, too, as well. And it didn't work out. He's still fighting, though. He got some chances, you know, trying to take the d5 pawn now, maybe run the h pawn down, because black doesn't have everything yet. We still have to develop. You know, we got a bit, two rooks not connected, bishop on c8. You know, knight isn't ideally placed. We still have chances for an attack, but Jan is definitely has flipped this so far.
I would still be very tempted to defend that d5 pawn with a developing move, the knight coming to f6, or the bishop coming to b7. He does go for the knight move. The one thing that you have to watch out as black are sacrifices on g6. You know, if white has enough time to bring the rook to the g file and try to strike there, that's something to be careful about. But it just feels as if Jan's got the development, the lead in development, center control, and Denis's king is the one that's feeling the heat.
I was going to ask, which way is it going? I'm assuming there'll be a trade of pawns in the center, but is it going to slide to the king side? Or is it going to go left? Is it going to go queen side?
Both feel equally unsafe.
I know. I don't think I want to castle at all, but you might have to at some point, sooner or later.
Queen side. You go queen side in these lines. Just run the king.
Yeah. I think if the king got two moves, if it were able to hide behind the wall of pawns over here on b1, it might feel safe. But this is if you kind of run out into the open, you get stared at, and then you're like, oh, wait, one more move. He does go queenside. Yeah. Good call. Oh, the bar slides. I'm not sure exactly why, but it does feel, just instinctively, a bit slow, a bit loose.
And I think the reason that he did choose it, again, from a human perspective, is that he wants to create chances on the G file. It's opened up, you know, that G6 spot. You want to provoke your opponent, perhaps to make a move like E4, block the position down. That would make D5 extremely weak once the bishop falls back. And if not, you keep some chances alive of creating chaos, creating a mess at the right time, striking with bishop takes pawn.
Yeah, you've got to have your guard up here as Jan Nepomniachtchi. I'm not sure exactly how he's going to deal with that. At the moment, the black queen is ready to slide and defend. But, OK, he jumps out with his bishop. Maybe he's going to defend against that threat. Not the best move, apparently. But maybe he'll put his bishop back on h5 in the near future just to hold the door, to hold g6. And, OK, we will find out now. Pawn to f3. Jan's making some big faces here. Expressive stuff from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Surprised by almost all of Denis Lazavik's moves. As am I, I've got to confess. Key moments.
But this is surprising, right? Because Jan plays bishop g4. F3 is the most... It's the standard response, right? You want to hit that bishop with a tempo. And then he slows down. Oh,
big fella. Whoa,
that's
spicy.
a big move in the center.
Dang, that was sweet.
Yeah, wow. And there we see the crowd awaiting to see the next player to be eliminated. Also wondering whether Denis Lazavik will have to play another game today to fight for his life in this tournament. E4, a really fiery move there.
Very
double
cool
attack
stuff. Yeah, but I think this requires us to just understand what's happening, right? Because you're hitting the bishop. Yes, you can't take that pawn with your own pawn as white because the d1 rook will be hanging. There's a lot going on in this position. Does Denis have the time to retreat with the bishop? Because on the clock, he really doesn't have that much time to navigate his way through.
Not much time at all. 2.5 minutes for Denis Lazavik, just under 5 minutes for Jan Nepomniachtchi, so literally double the time now for black, and what looks like a dominant position, at least according to the eval bar. The white king simply weaker than the black king.
You have to take that bishop, right, if you're white?
Oof, it looks that way. He might be tempted to try sacrificing the exchange, but it can't work in such an open position to sacrifice one of your rooks.
He's reaching out, he's about to make his decision, a tough one to make with just 2 minutes on the clock. Yeah. James, what do you think? What is he going to go for here?
You got to take the bishop. I calculated FE, and this is a crazy line with bishop d1. You go e5 in there, which, I mean, okay, you could, I guess, take the bishop back, but I wanted to get e5 to work, but he has this nasty move, knight g4, which is just ridiculous.
But with 1.5 minutes on the clock, are you really sacrificing that exchange here?
Yeah, I mean, as the time keeps ticking too as well, you're like, what do I do? Oh, and then you just make a move, and you're like, I'm losing on time here. So, I mean, you might have to take the bishop, but that's annoying. E3 is hanging, your C file's open, there's a weird pawn on D3, knight comes into E4. I mean, the G file's closed at that point. This was an incredible move from Jan. I'm not even kidding. Like, this might be game ending for Denis.
Fantastic move, and I think we'll wait for this decision from Denis Lazavik. Then we'll jump over to the other game where things finally are heating up. It was a very slow burn middle game, but finally Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is trying to go for it as he tries to clinch his place in the next round.
I want to point out, also psychologically, e4 is such a difficult move to deal with because you're only thinking as white about bishop retreats at that moment. And then suddenly your opponent throws a curveball, an unexpected move, which was completely not on your radar, and you're taken aback. And now he's under a minute. It was, I think, the surprise factor, the shock factor of e4 cannot be overstated.
He does eventually play the most logical move, the most obvious move. He takes the black bishop. We see the bishops disappear. And there we go. On the right side of our screens, it looks like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave is putting some pressure on Vincent Keymer. Looks like a fantastic position for black. Great centralization. And maybe it's time to jump over to that game just to break it down, because Vincent needs to win. I don't really see it yet. The White Knight is so passive for him.
Opening choice? For what is this?
It was the English opening.
Oh, another English.
It was that reversed Sicilian type
with the
position we
E5
saw.
and Knight B6, Bishop B7, okay.
And I think on the left board, just want to point out, Denis has sidestepped checks on the C file, but the E3 pawn, a key central pawn, is falling, perhaps about to be picked up, also creating a weakness on D4. But David, I agree with you. You know, for Vincent, this could be his last few moments in the Champions Chess Tour Finals.
Yeah, let's jump over there. He's trying to plug the gaps in his position by trading off some rooks. Maxime will say yes, maybe. He reached for his rook. Will he trade off here?
Well, there's a threat, right? Rook takes rook, which will deflect that other black rook, which defends E5. So Maxime has to take a decision right now.
Yeah.
And he does it.
Yeah, he takes the rooks off the board. I'm not sure which way Vincent's going to recapture with his queen. He doesn't change the structure, but a simple comparison here. Maybe taking the other way was better according to the computer. We see the question mark appear. Taking with a pawn at least would have kicked away the black knight from this fantastic square. The black knight just dominates the white knight completely. It's so hard to see things going wrong. And wow, he's trying to go for a direct attack. There's a hit on the F2 square.
How do you defend this effectively? Queen D2, rook F8, rook C2. Ew.
Yeah, you can bring your queen back, you can move your rook up, but black's just going to kind of hunker down on this pawn. He's doubling up now along the F-file. This looks terrifying.
I also want to point out that queen from F7 can slide over to H5 as well, threatening the other weakness on the board. That E4 pawn completely dominates that white knight. It's out of squares. It doesn't have a way to come back into defense. Queen D2 played, defending F2, and the bar hates it. I thought this was the only move in the position.
Wow. Wow. How is that winning? H3? What? Yeah, that's crazy. Oh, just knight F2. Wow. GG. Dang.
Oh, that's nice.
It's a double attack. Simply the queen to H5, marked out by that blue arrow, will unleash the black rook down to take the F2 pawn. He doesn't find it.
He misses it.
He missed it.
Oh, that wasn't the most difficult tactic. I was going to say queen to H5 would have attacked that H pawn. It would have attacked the F pawn, and one of those pawns would have dropped. But, okay, the idea was to occupy the D file, to kick away the white queen. It still looks great for black, but the eval bar says Vincent's back in it. He's alive.
He's back in the game. He's not losing immediately. If he can keep it one move at a time and keep it going, it can turn around. Now he's neutralizing the pressure on the D file. Knight D3 would lead to preferable trades for white. Get rid of that knight on E1. This is simplifying.
This is simplifying, and long-term in any endgame, black's strong pawn on E4 might suddenly start becoming a weakness. White's bishop targeting it. It is an isolated pawn after all. Okay, Maxime switching gears. He's aiming to just keep control now. A draw is sufficient for him to progress to play another match today. It'll be a real marathon for whoever makes it into the next match.
But I think this is a very practical choice by Maxime. It might not have been the most precise, but the C5 pawn is now falling by force. You just don't have a way to defend it. And there's no way on earth that black ever loses that position. It's a game for 2 results. And when you're up in the match, that's an ideal scenario.
Is this Magnus or Maxime? This is crazy. He going to these end games and just cleaning like great end game transition to, pick up a pawn and almost win the game. Yeah. 2 for those.
In the meantime, Vincent fighting for his life here. The other game, it looks like Denis Lazavik is about to crash to defeat. And, ooh, let's switch over. And, okay, we see on the left of our screens here, Denis Lazavik, he's down a pawn. It's not any old pawn. Look at that black pawn, 1 square away from touchdown on D2. And he has 3 seconds left on the clock. He made that move with 1 second, Denis.
He's trying to get to that D2 pawn, but can you even do that? With black's rook entering the 2nd rank, it's extremely dangerous. He doesn't allow it. Rook E2, really trying to win that D passer.
All black needs to do is somehow get a route in for the black king. If the black king can join the action, then white's remaining pieces are tied down. He's going pawn hunting.
And now he can come up with his own king, because those king pawn endings after everything's traded off. Black's king is coming towards those pawns on the right side of the board.
Wow.
He could start with king F5.
Yeah, Denis willingly walking into a pin. Yes, he's restored the material balance, but look at the black king coming. Denis resigns. Jan is in the semi-finals.
Jan is the 3rd semi-finalist to join, and he's done a great job of that. Denis, he's still alive in the tournament. He will play the winner of Maxime and Vincent.
Поэтому, хотя я не видел этого совсем. Не смотрю, что типа 6 минут везде, такой темп идешь, шикарно. Смотришь, 4 нужно ладью отходить.
Я тут все вообще думаю, что он так выходит. В 6-5. Что я думаю, мне все...
А типа же 6 я мог посчитать нечаянно или нет? Или там же, типа, фибель 6 шах, ладья 7, слон 7, ферзь 7, фибель 5. Я смотрю, у меня уже 5 пешек.
And moving on to the game that is remaining, it's Vincent Keymer fighting for his life in the Champions Chess Tour Finals. And he's a pawn down. He needs to win. He needs a miracle at this stage. He's got a bit more time on the clock.
It's the bishop versus knight again, once again. And Maxime with the extra pawn, with the king coming to the center of the board. How does Vincent ever create his chances? And the thing is, a draw is just not good enough for him. He has to win it to stay alive.
Oh, I think even with perfect play, a draw is the very, very maximum you're ever going to get out of this game. He drops his bishop back, but the black king is coming. The black king has a quicker path towards the center than its counterpart. And, okay, the bishop is going pawn hunting. Very clever by Vincent there, but Maxime's king is going to be the MVL, the MVP in this endgame.
The most valued piece. And it was the exact same dynamic, right? A good knight versus bad bishop in their first game of this matchup. And how Maxime outplayed Vincent in that endgame. And he's showing great technique right now. He does give up the pawn, but the black king is headed to the center of the board.
It's crazy, the symmetry. There were pawns on c5 that were weak in the previous game as well with the knights versus bishops. Maxime, look at this. King domination.
Beautiful.
Yeah. There's no chance at all for Vincent to win this game. If anything, Maxime is going to take it and win 2-0.
He's up on the clock as well. Right now, a little under a minute for both players. Once again, the black knight is dominating the position. White bishop out of targets. All of Maxime's pawns are on dark squares. The one pawn on e4, beautifully guarded by the king. James, this looks busted for Vincent.
Over. Lots of times you're just collecting yourself and gathering and realizing, okay, I made it this far. I'm gonna try my last few moves, but this one is clearly going to be over here.
There's a fork coming in. Knight b1, knight takes pawn. He could go pawn hunting. He does it.
Yep. He's just making sure his knight didn't get trapped, but there we go. It does have an escape route back where it came from. And here, Vincent could continue chasing the knight, but it has a way out protected by its king. Nothing to do. As you said, Tanya, there's simply no targets for the white bishop at all. No pass pawns. The white king is torn in two minds. Do you step across to the left, block black's pawns, but abandon the rest of your army? Vincent, we might even see a resignation here, head in hands. He drops back with his king.
And Maxime's knight is just galloping his way across. Left side picks up a pawn, right side now picks up the king side pawns.
Oh, and there we go, Maxime cashing in. The e-pawn is going to promote in the near future. It's going to cost white his bishop at the very least. Look at him, he looks devastated, Vincent, looking away from the camera there. Looking away from the board.
And the only pawn that would have given Vincent any chance is also off the board, James.
Tough games, but he made it very, very far. He has to be proud, obviously, of the result here. Just didn't make it, and there it is, the resignation. And MVL goes on.
He goes on, but the job isn't complete. It's only half done for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who will face Jan Nepomniachtchi. Jan has made it through. He will face Denis Lazavik. Sorry about that. And one of them will go through to the semi-finals. Jan gets a clean way off.
Jan gets a clean way off. So this is going to be exciting. We're excited, too, as well here. And more chess to come here. But unfortunately, Vincent Keymer is going home.
Yeah, commiserations to Vincent, who fought so well, but ultimately just couldn't make it this final hurdle. And there we see the results confirmed. It is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who moves on. It is Jan Nepomniachtchi who moves on to the semi-finals. And Vincent Keymer departs.
Well, we have an Armageddon game coming up. But first... Actually, no, we don't have an Armageddon game coming up.
But we do have one match coming up.
We have a match coming up. I was actually excited for an Armageddon this time. And I was like,
I'm surprised. You always said no Armageddons, and now you want one when there's none.
I wanted one. I did want one. Deep down. I didn't bet this time, but I did want a deep down Armageddon because we did want more chess.
We are going to get more chess because it is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave taking on Denis Lazavik for that one remaining spot in the semi-finals.
It's going to be fun to see, of course. We got to take a look at that scoreboard to see what we are at right now. So, Jan winning, going through. Look at that. He's chilling, waiting on who's going to win this match. You see MVL and Denis Lazavik. Predictions, anyone?
Yeah. It's a tough one, you know. I mean, on paper, you've got to say that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave would be a favorite against Denis Lazavik, right? But let's not forget, just 2 days ago, Denis Lazavik, first game of the round robin, he beat Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
I do remember this.
How many greats has Denis taken down in this journey in the Champions Chess Tour?
Yeah.
But it's been a tough one today for him, you know. He lost his previous match to Jan. He's got to keep that behind him because it really comes down to this. It's going to be the final game for one of these two.
It's a coin flip in a way. I mean, especially if Denis can bring what he brought the first day. NBL, okay, he always has a chance, but Denis the first day was like, who is this? What is he doing, right? It's important to see what happens in this matchup. But David, you have some special words in that match?
I do, and it's time to break down that ticket to the semi-finals for Jan Nepomniachtchi, as Jan Nepomniachtchi defeated Denis Lazavik. He did it with the black pieces, he did it in style, he also did it with a bit of a helping hand from the opponent. It's already gone wrong for White here. We see a question mark attached to White's last move, bringing the rook to f1. And here, many of us at home would have been tempted to get greedy, grab a pawn with the black queen. This would have been fine too, but what Nepomniachtchi did kept maximum control. He planted his rook in to the white camp here, supported by this beautiful d3 pawn, which became even stronger just a few moves down the line. White's queen lined up, trying to pin, but not quite so effectively here. Knight to e4, jumping out the way, and the queen's about to come off. We saw that this endgame was simply not tenable for White. A quick comparison of the pieces. The black knight on a beautiful outpost, the black rook deeply entrenched with targets in sight as well. Clearly superior to their counterparts. Denis tried to fight on with knight to f3, and now Jan found the clincher. The only move to keep the winning advantage, but more than enough. He gained time against the white knight, and once that white knight moved, he pushed his pawn forward to d2. As we saw later in the game, this pawn was a thorn in the white side forever. The black rook was going pawn hunting, and later it was the black king that did a triumphant march up the board to start coming and collecting some pawns. From here on out, it was very straightforward. Great technique from Nepomniachtchi.
Great technique indeed. Tanya, any words on that?
I think the story would have been completely different had Denis made a different choice in the opening. You know, he had that idea of going for the attack, pushing the H-pawn at the right time, putting on the pressure. And you've got to seize these opportunities when you get against the best players in the world because they're far and few. And making that wrong choice, it was all downhill after G4.
It was tough, of course, as he did have the chances there, but you do have to try to seize them. It's easier said than done, obviously. There are a lot of nerves, and of course, Jan was just ready and for the fight and the action as he moves on. Right?
Senior course, you know, then
it might be a little different. I'll get it to him for free, Denis. I got you, bro. I got you. No, well, we have one more match left for the day. But before we actually get to that match, we actually got to talk about chess.com, as we are excited to support the launch of Chess Up 2, a revolutionary smart chessboard that will change how you learn and play the game. With touch-sensitive pieces that light up the board and an optional AI assistance, Chess Up 2 meets you at your skill level and supports training and growth. Chess Up 2 even allows you to play chess.com bots on the board. For a limited time, save 10% on Chess Up 2 with the code CCT10 at checkout. Head over to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup in chat to unlock this offer. Take your game to the next level. Coming up, the final match of the day between Denis Lazavik and MVL to make it to the semifinals. In the break, learn more about Chess Up. Chat, what do you think? Who do you think is going to make it to the semifinals? Stay tuned and find out who makes it to day 4. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Logic, and you're watching the Champions Chess Tour Finals. More after the break.
Yeah, against Alireza, this first match was very, very convincing. Some good wins with black in the night off, you know, so always coming back to my roots, sort of.
yeah, I was quite impressed by what Alireza did against me when he faced some, quite a nice prep, and by some miracle, but also all credits, of course, go to him as well. He survived, and I was really upset. I was really angry with myself, but I also was quite impressed that he made such a great save.
I had a very fond memory of the last CCT. I played really well on the play-ins, and I have 2 easy attempts to make it to Division 1. Like on the play-ins, I was leading pretty much all throughout the event, and then the last round I only needed a draw against Decisive to end up in first place, and then I get to pick my opponents. I had the white pieces, then somehow I lost that, and then I played against Arjun, who's like 2800 already, even at that time. And of course I lost that match too, that's kind of expected. But it was actually a secret blessing, a hidden blessing, because I ended up winning Division 2.
I think I played the match against Magnus in one of the events. For the final, we had very good fighting games, and probably one of those games in the match was probably good games. I don't remember exactly, but should be one of those games.
Probably when I beat Magnus, although I lost that match, so it's not so like something special. If I would have won that match, of course it would be brilliant, but I lost. But anyway, if I should like pick one game, it would be that game with Magnus when I won.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot! Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Welcome back to Oslo, Norway. We're in the home stretch, of course, and we're actually here ready to go. Are you guys still hype?
Oh yeah, we are.
How hype are you, Tanya?
There's the big one coming up, right? This is the final match of the day to decide the final semi-finalists.
Of course. David, how do you feel?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling sad that we've said goodbye to 3 players now.
Yeah.
Wesley So, Levon Aronian and Vincent Keymer. We're about to say goodbye to a 4th, but the chess is still impressing, still living up to expectations.
Well, we know Nepomniachtchi is already through, and Mike Klein actually caught up with him. So let's take a look at what he had to say.
We're here with Grandmaster Jan Nepomniachtchi, who is our 3rd semi-finalist. He has the rest of the day off. Let me ask you about the game. When he played G4, were you expecting such aggressiveness?
Well, normally after Queen H5 you would expect some, but unfortunately, of course, I missed Queen H5 idea, and I was a bit curious while he was thinking like G6. If he takes everything on G6, King H8, check, Queen E6, Rook F7, Bishop E7, Queen E7, Queen D5. So at the moment, like I have 2 pieces up, but like 5 pawns down, and I can't save my rook on A8, so probably that's nothing promising for me. Okay, the line goes on like Queen F6, Queen A8, Queen F2, and so on, but I wasn't a big fan. And especially since I had like F5, I thought like F5 was quite a safe choice. So maybe he could play H4 instead of Queen H5. So I think like after Queen H5, F5, I'm just in time because, okay, this I'm changing all of his active pieces. And what he did was sensible, but I think like G4, I believe like I felt like with King on E1, it's quite unsafe approach from white. So I have this CG5 every time in all possible like ways, and then his queen also gets under some tempi. And it's like a little bit lucky for me that I decided to play Bishop G4 instead of including ED4, and I got this extra chance like Bishop G4, F3, E4. I think after E4 is super unpleasant for white. Maybe white survives, but it looked like ugly. And then I wasn't sure like should have just taken on E3 and D4 should be like I guess easily winning. And what I did instead was not so smart. Like Rook C2, Queen F3, Knight E4, but also should be like...
Okay, well, that's pretty deep for most of our viewers, but I know you want to get some chess out. Let me ask you, we saw you vibing again, and we want to ask you, like...
Music is playing, what can I do?
We want to know what music.
There is like a playlist. I somehow thought like it would be like visible for audience, like what's the current track is playing, yeah? But I think from the last game it was Vladimir Vysotsky, like famous Russian singer and author.
Fantastic. Okay, so you have a couple hours off. How are you going to spend the free time?
Couple hours off, like no. Like today I'm done, yeah?
Yeah, you're done today.
Okay, so I'm going to rest. So call it today. Thank you.
Fantastic. Russian composer is helping him get through the match. Jan Nepomniachtchi is a semi-finalist. Now back to you in the studio.
Wow, Jan, spasiba. That was insane. In fact, that's with the all the lines there, guys. Of course, we were following. Like, yeah, but okay, and then but okay, and here we go with the last match here. What's going to happen in this one? Woo, heat on the table.
Yeah, did you see Jan's sweatshirt there? He had off written, but the chess was really on for him today. The way he won and qualified through to the semis. Denis, it's been a tough day for him, right? He lost to Magnus in the last round of the round robin, and then to Jan. No shame in that. These were the 2021 World Championship fighters. But this is it. It comes down to this one now. He has to leave everything that's happened behind and go all out. He starts with the white pieces, so an essential one in a best of 2. You get only 1 white. He's got to go all out here.
He has to go all out. And let's remind everyone of that format, of course. We have to know what that format looks like. That's actually 10 minutes, 2 seconds per move. Of course, 1.5 wins the match. The winner moves on to the semi-finals, and the loser is out at 5th. And of course, Armageddon tie breaks if necessary. This is one that, okay, you know what? I'm cool with Armageddon this time because I do want to see some more chess, but you got to get there. That means you got to win one and the other has to win the other. But 1.5 wins the match, nevertheless.
And for Denis Lazavik, the body language there did look slightly deflated. It's been 2 tough matches, but will it be 3rd time lucky for him as the handshake, the clocks begin? It's back to D4. Will we see the Trompovsky attack again?
He probably won't play it. He went the classical route.
Yeah, he goes for the standard development. And we've got the pet opening. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave returns to his trusted Grunfeld.
Yeah, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave's favourite opening, his pet opening, something he's been playing now for nigh on 30 years even. And, okay, the Bishop D2 variation, where white actually tries to challenge the heart and soul of the Grunfeld defence, which is black's Fianchettoed bishop. There's a bit of a standoff. These bishops will often get traded now. And this is something Maxime's been playing a lot in recent times. I was even studying some games of his just a few weeks ago in this exact variation. So Denis, if he's done his homework, if he had time in the break, it wasn't such a long recovery time, then he might have come up with some specific ideas. But to play into your opponent's kind of strongest point, it does take courage. Will that courage be rewarded? That's the big question. Isolated d-pawn, but could be a great strength later.
And this move by white developing the knight in front of the king, it stops the development of the light squared bishop. I think at some point in this opening, I've played it a couple of times, white has to go alongside castle. You get your king to the other side and the d-pawn becomes sort of your gem and glory in the position, right? You push it to d6 at the right point. Black doesn't have enough time to put a piece in front of it to stop it from advancing. So I'm expecting Denis to take that route.
Yeah. Denis the d-pawn, we've seen him win games already in this tournament, in the Champions Chess Tour Finals, using his d-pawn, using his king as well in the endgame to support it. But yeah, the whole battle is around this pawn right now. It's either a great strength or a target for the opponent. And Tanya, you called it, predicting the future, castling queenside. James, though, would you say it's his type of position, Denis? We saw him castle queenside in the previous game against Jan and lose with white. He's normally a more positional player than this.
If he just lets go of his positional play and just let it flow and let it go, he might have himself a masterpiece here. Now, of course, he actually can't. He has some great chances, as he did in the last game, of course. With the white pieces, he always gives himself some very good chances, but just dabbling between that tactical and positional style that he really likes did mess him up in that game with Jan. But here, I mean, he has some very clear plans, which, of course, whoever gets to that king first on the opposite side castle is going to win. H4 for the score here. Got to be on an automatic move here.
You know, he didn't play it at the right time in his match, in the previous match. Denis against Jan, H4 when he had the opportunity, he has to seize it this time. Maxime is going all out on the left side of the board. He is advancing his pawns. Denis, you can't delay this. H4, H5 right now.
Yeah, and also, it's not just a pawn push here, it's pure development. Even if you're not able to checkmate the black king, which actually is a real possibility, you're at least developing your white rook in the corner. I was going to say, moving the knight out the way, then moving the bishop, then centralizing the white rook takes so long. Here, he's actually encouraging black to continue the plan initiated on the previous move. That's very brave. He wants to plant his knight in the center. But yeah, Denis seems reluctant to start pushing his h-pawns. Yeah. For some reason or other. Mysterious.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to push the h-pawns there, which is insane. Like that's what you have to do here. You just have to make the king. It's very easy. No kidding. Like, oh, you just do it. But okay, like you just do it. Like no, it takes some courage. H4, you have to calculate what is he doing. Knight f6. I mean, you just push those pawns on the opposite side of the board. That's what these positions call for. You have to get to the king before they do, or you lose. That's just a very simple concept.
And I think it all comes down to the point that you're making right now. Does Maxime have the option to further delay h4 by a move like knight f6? Because that hangs the c5 pawn in this game. But taking the c5 pawn, that's a double-edged sword because your king is right behind that knight. Opening up the c file, opening up a pathway to your own king could be extremely dangerous in this position. But if not knight f6 by Maxime on the next move, I could bet my house that Denis will play h4. You know, he's developed the knight, he's got that out. You can't delay this move forever. It's screaming to be played in this position. You've got to go for black's king.
In fact, chat, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? It is your move. Take. You know that's what we're doing here, of course. So go download the app, right? With Take, you can play along with the players. And to download Take and experience chess fandom like never before, visit go.chess.com/takex3 or use !take in chat, as there's going to be some takes here right now, it seems.
And I know someone who's been playing Guess the Move on the app. It's Tanya, just below here. She's Tanya. She guessed knight f6 correctly. She's on the leaderboard, you know. Very impressive, Tanya. This is a pawn sacrifice. You guessed it. And now big moment for Denis Lazavik. Which one to take?
David, the truth is that I wasn't sure if knight f6, you're very kind, but I wasn't sure if knight f6 works because c5 is hanging. But it's also so terrifying to take that pawn and once again open the line in front of the king. But right now, Denis has to calculate that. Is knight takes pawn a possibility here?
Yeah, let's jump in and figure out whether the move guessers at home on the Take app should be selecting this one as the move. As you said, it's so scary.
Ooh, dang, that bar going crazy.
I was going to say it was bad, but I didn't think it would be that bad.
It looks like it's just busted on the spot.
On the spot, probably Queen A5. Even bit, yeah, something around those lines.
Oh, double attack. You see this move. I didn't even see this one, James. Nice spot. But double attack, the white king simply collapses. I was going to say also you could go this direction, stop the white king from running, and then come to pin the white knight next. Of course, he doesn't fall for that, fall for the bait there, doesn't take the poison pawn. He captures take, followed by take, and okay. Who has that helped? The knights have departed. I would say it helps black, maybe, because the queen is suddenly really nicely placed.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, when you want to attack that black king, you want as many pieces on the board. It just feels now that the idea of h4 might not be as strong, and we've got live visuals coming in. What a fan experience this is, right? And they're here watching, trying to see who will be the semi-finalist who joins the party. But not just that, because right after this game, James, Magnus Carlsen will reveal who is his pick to fight in the semi-finals.
What if he picks no one? Just like, I don't want to play anyone. What do you do now? You know, like, no, but of course he gets to pick there. And shout out to the fans. Oh, look at that hype. Let's go. Get some energy in there. We love to see it.
That's a bit of a Bhangra move, by the way.
Right, that's nice. Yay. Yeah. Oh, Mom, look at me. I'm on TV. Let's go.
Forget the Mexican wave. Can we have a Norwegian wave out there in the audience?
Yeah.
What's a Norwegian wave like?
It's like, yeah. Right.
Just shout out to everyone.
Yeah.
That's a Norwegian wave.
Let's go. You're like, yo, where am I at a chess event? You're like, what? How are you so hyped?
Okay, and meanwhile with the chess, it's still Denis Lazavik's move. He's been thinking for quite a while, ever since those knights came off. And it's dilemma. He's kind of caught in two minds. Does he want to play positionally? Does he want to attack?
Yeah.
It looks like any attacking potential has been dwindling now. Without knights, there's just not enough ammunition.
I mean, hot take for me, I think black wins. And the reason for this is you just don't have, like, it's very simple, but it's also hard. But, you know, it's just hard. But the simple concept is whoever gets to the king first is going to win. So that means you need to go h4, g4, everything 4 on that side of the board and go for mate. And if you can't do this, black already has b4 and c5 in. Next moves are going to be, you can even sack a pawn with c4. And then maybe move the bishop out to f5, bring the rooks to c and b. And this could be, you know, you're a move away from everything collapsing.
It does look like Maxime has made more progress on the left side than Denis has not even gotten started on the other flank. And Denis hinted at what he was about to play. I think he was reaching out for the bishop to plant it on that c4 square to stop your idea, James, of the c-pawn moving forward.
Yeah, it looks like the white bishop should be used here as a blockader to stem the tide, to support white's d-pawn. There we go. He reaches out, does not plant it on the most logical square. I was going to say c4 is a nice kind of middle ground. You keep everything defended, but instead he wants to go even more ambitious. Maybe the bishop is going to sneak in, or maybe he's going to support the advance, the further advance of Denis the d-pawn here. It does look a bit odd to me. Even on a square like c6, it doesn't necessarily do too much to that bishop. And here I'm expecting Maxime to develop a bishop of his own, maybe centralize the black rook looks tempting. Maybe ask a question of this bishop, does it really want to jump in? Sooner or later, I mean, James mentioned c4, c3 being an option just to try and just batter the hatches down here on the white, in front of the white king. But another pawn that you could start pushing is this one. I'm just looking at this diagonal. If you can ever destabilize the b pawn, then the black queen is nicely poised, ready. Okay, he chooses one of those options. And decision time for Denis. Going in looks so risky because you do allow that idea James mentioned, pawn to c4, maybe not even yet because the white queen can swap. But yeah, in the near future, this pawn is just simply going to march down the board. This looks fantastic for black.
He's playing on the wrong side of the board. It just feels like he's playing on the wrong side of the board. I think the bishop c4 move is pretty nice. It does block it temporarily. There's a lot going. Maybe he goes, yeah, there we go. There he goes back now, but I got a free tempo out of that.
And that's a big tempo, right? Because clearly black's rook is beautifully placed on b8 as well. It's not as if you forced it to move to a less desirable square. And look at this. This is such a nice move by Maxime. He gets rid of the piece that's blocking the advance of the c-pawn. You know, very often in chess, so you can come to what's your next best move by asking what pieces you want traded off. And here, that's the piece you want off the board and not on the board. It's just the pawn flexibility. For Maxime, it's coming so easy. Again, white hasn't even started the dance on the king side.
Yeah, Denis seems a bit tilted to me. He's playing moves that he would never normally play. I've seen a lot of his games online. I've seen a lot of his games in the Champions Chess Tour, and normally it's all kind of part of a bigger picture. It's very rare to see him make moves like bishop to b5 and then admit defeat and kind of drop back, losing tempi there, just giving the opponent free moves. It's normally kind of a bigger plan. It's not necessarily about the calculation, but here it feels like he's not quite in the flow. It's not the end of the world. He's still not like clearly worse, but momentum definitely on Black's side.
And that's the thing, right? Maxime keeps putting the pressure. He keeps piling on the pressure. And we saw the last 3 moves by Denis. Bishop b5, bishop c4, only to trade that bishop off eventually. And that just gives you the feeling that Denis is not feeling comfortable here. And very often, it's this incremental pressure slowly building up that leads to the big critical mistakes later on. Once again, nothing is too wrong with White's position. But you're afraid. You're looking at that c-pawn moving 2 steps ahead. You're thinking my king is about to get checkmated. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the black rook is nicely lined up on the b file already. h4 hasn't even arrived yet. Yeah. This is not looking great for Denis.
There's some tactical things. So if I go h4 now and you allow c4, I can get queen d4 check in and go h5. So it's all about the battle of the tempi here. I can go h4, you get c4, I go check. And then go h5. Come on, h4 has to be played. Just do it. Don't even think about it. In downtime, just throw it up the board.
And, okay, just to check, I turned on the computer. Guess what the top move is?
h4.
h4 for the score.
And he doesn't play again.
Yeah. He's just, I don't know. He's a positional beast. I think if we get him a tactics book, any tactics book, and just have him go through for a month, he's going to be an insane. He's going to be a monster. He's already strong. You know, making it this far, playing these guys, right? Jeez.
Here, Maxime, okay, he moves his queen across, blockades the pawn. But just to jump in for a moment, to illustrate what we were talking about, this position now looks very balanced, actually. But actually, if instead of focusing on the queen side, the center, if he had gone for this h4, h5 is terrifying for black. The rook opening up would be terminal for the black king, potentially. h5, you don't even think about it, as you said. Pawn to g4, and the computer says, okay, already, white is turning the screw here. Black has to be really careful. If you take this pawn, boom, battering ram, and the black king is already struggling. And Maxime would have had to find some real creative resources to stay alive. So, yeah, just turning the momentum. There's not too much happening on the queen side right now, so why not go for the black king? There's nothing on that flank. It's pretty much a target for Denis right now. But okay, instead he shuffled across. He's playing safety first chess suddenly. And if he gets 1 or 2 more moves, kind of blockades with his rook, and then starts moving his queen, maybe this could still turn in White's favor. But very different style to what we were expecting.
Yeah, and once again, Denis just seems to have something against this move h4. You're not taking that opportunity to go on the offense. And yes, you might stop the c-pawn from moving forward, but at some point, Maxime can start pushing that a-pawn up the board, you know? a5, a4, the majority, the 3 versus 2 on that left side is very mobile for Maxime. He first takes advantage of the e-file. He's bringing his rook, probably also looking at ideas of the rook jumping forward, rook coming to e4 if it's allowed to do that. For now, Denis stops any queen takes pawn. By the way, the pawn could have been picked up in the last move, but that's playing with fire because rook swiping back. You might want to show that, David.
Definitely. Let's jump in and show that. I mean, I'm laughing because I didn't even see that pawn was attacked. It's so ingrained in us, right? Don't get too greedy with your queens, especially on the side your king stands on. But let's just jump in and show rook to e8 was MVL's move in this position. Queen takes pawn, as you said, Tanya.
Oof, and a swipe right.
Swipe right. Yeah, swipe right, not for the pawn. I think that's something you want to swipe left on, but queen back to e5. I'm just shocked that this isn't the end. It just looks so scary for black. But, okay, according to the computer, only move, king f6. You walk out into the open and you're alive, but struggling. Of course, this was not appetizing for black, so instead, rook to e8 was played, pawn to g3. Taking this off the table, I would probably have said, just give me the pawn. just please take it. But rook to e5 now and queen to c2. This is the current position. Are we about to see mass trades, though, as MVL captures a pawn on d5?
But this is the moment, right? We'll know about Maxime's ambition here, because if he keeps the queens on the board, I would be very tempted to do that. Give a check and keep the tension on. But a queen trade would essentially be a draw offer by Maxime.
Yeah, there's still some life left because both sides have kings on opposite flanks. We could see a race of kings towards pawns, but Maxime says, okay, yes, rook endgame, but on my terms. And now we might even see the black king start to run forward into the heart of pawn land there on the white side, if the queens come off at least.
Yeah, and right now there's an eternal pin, so you could actually start with that king move forward because you can wait for a move to trade here. James, what would be your choice? Do you keep the queens on the board or off?
You mean with for Denis here, or if I'm MVO? Well, if I'm Denis here, okay, I could take and play maybe rook c7. I wanted to trade queens anyway, so if we're trying to trade queens, okay, we take, play rook c7, and maybe draw. But he's fast too, though. Rook e2. You have to calculate here. It's about how fast you can get those pawns.
2.5 minutes.
Check. King there, check, king there, takes, a4. I don't know, black might be a little bit faster. H-pawn is quick, so.
And do you know who's one of the best endgame calculators in the world?
MVL.
MVL, exactly.
That's gonna be scary, yeah.
So for Denis, he's 1.5 minutes behind, and it's his opponent's type of position. Yeah, if it's kind of maneuvering endgames, I would say you have a chance, but this is so scary. The black king is coming, the black rook is coming. King and pawn endgames, that's a pure race. It's just a count.
Right.
But in the meantime, black has a clear plan. For white, what to do. Rook c2 is very passive, maybe necessary though.
He's going on the defense, and right now Maxime can repeat immediately with giving a check on e1, forcing the white rook back, then putting it on the second rank, attacking laterally, forcing the white rook one step forward, and that would end in a draw. But I think whether that happens or not, draw is the most likely outcome in this one regardless.
Still the most likely. All rook games are drawn. Everyone knows that, but...
Why does that rule not apply when I'm playing a rook endgame? It's so hard to hold.
If you played this one, you'd be fine.
Yeah, you'd be fine, Tanya. You'd be fine.
You got this one.
You're fine, Tanya.
Actually, white has a plan too, thinking about it. If Maxime is a bit slow, white's rook will shuffle one square to the side, and then the white king will start running. The white king could also journey towards some pawns, start getting greedy. Rooks here kind of balance each other out. It's just king activity is the main differential in the near future.
But do you think Maxime is ambitious about his chances right now? How much does he believe in the position?
It's tough. He raised his eyebrows there, Maxime. I'm going to bet he's going to play on. I just have a feeling.
I think the same as well. I think he can actually get tricky here with trying to bring the king up at some point. But he goes with the check first.
Are we going to see a repetition?
Oh, yeah, that's all right. You're going to rep it out.
It's happening.
You want to draw? All right, cool. It is what it is.
Commentator's curse. As soon as I said that, I knew it was going to be a draw. And we go to the next game. Scores level. Maxime will have the white pieces. I think just the idea of playing white, not taking any risk here, was too tempting. Hence the draw.
Yeah, and a very confident hold, right, by Maxime. He was never in trouble. He was the one who got that slight initiative out of the opening. And Denis, he was able to pull the brakes when it was required, trade off the pieces, get things together, and keep it solid. But with one game remaining, Maxime getting white, James, I think he's the happier one of the two.
I mean, they say that, the highest level here in the professional way is win with white and draw with black, of course. And he had his chances, but hey, I don't have to push. I get the white pieces here. I can put you under pressure here and play my favorite stuff, of course, as MVO is going to try to do. He's been scoring with white very well in this entire thing. So one game, one more coming up. It's insane. So any thoughts?
Oof, we might even get an Armageddon at this rate, and we'll be here all night.
Been asking for it.
Yes, rare, very rare, but of course, yes, we'll like an Armageddon. But David, do you have anything for us?
Well, yeah, I mean, that game, it was very tense, right? Very close, and not too much in it. Ultimately, it was just the inability for either side to start attacking. And maybe we can jump in and show 2 moments where the players could have gone for the enemy kings, but neglected the opportunity. And I'm going to say it started with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Yes, Denis could have thrown his H-pawn towards the black king earlier. He didn't take that chance. But here, Maxime traded off the bishops when instead he could have gone on the attack with his A-pawn. So a bit of a mirror image. Look how the white king now feels a bit uncomfortable. Often, once you cut a queenside, you want to step across, but that would only walk into the eye line of the black bishop. But meanwhile, if white plays a neutral move, developing the rook, for example, pawn to a4, the black pawn is aiming to push even further down the board. Again, if white does nothing, a3, and you can never, ever take and allow the black queen in to swoop on the diagonal. This would have asked white some very awkward questions, but if we fast forward, bishop to a6 was the choice instead. Bishops came off the board, and this is where Denis Lazavik had his opportunity to go for the black king this time. Pawn to h4. The lesson here, everyone, is that rooks can develop up the board as well as across, and often attacking is the best form of defense. Ultimately, it was a draw. Neither side went for the attack.
Best defense being offense, of course, as we want it to be. But at the same time, we have one more game to go. Tanya, any predictions?
Yeah, there's so much on the line for these two players, right? Both of them, but only one spot there to fight the next match. And for Denis and Maxime, it comes down to this moment. Maxime plays with white. I think if he gets the opportunity to go on the offense, he's not going to shy away from it. I think he will take it rather than going into the randomness of an Armageddon. I think this one's going to be a bloodbath and it gets decided in the next rapid game.
Ooh, very nice. Opening choices, David. Ready?
Ooh, not the ready. I think Maxime's going to open with his king's pawn. I think we might see a Spanish.
Okay, I believe the same. I like that idea. It was maybe an Italian game as well.
Yeah, Spanish or maybe a Rossolimo Sicilian.
And look at that, at the survival stage here, Denis Lazavik, NVL with a draw with one more game to go. Could be another if they draw this one too. Coming up and awaits them over there is Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, Jan enjoying his break. Magnus Carlsen as well. Alireza Firouzja just been chilling today, letting these guys battle it out.
Yeah, that's a nice feeling. You know, when you can sit back and wait for the others to join your party and then you get your pick who you want to play. Jan also flawless performance today, going through to the semis, and now the next one decides who's the fourth player.
Next one does decide, of course. Got to be, it's a very important game, and of course, MVL after that game caught up with Mike Klein. Let's see what he had to say.
We're here with Grandmaster Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who drew his first game as black. Was there any chance to push more, or were you trying to be a little bit careful and wait for your turn with white?
Yeah, maybe I'm slightly better at the end, but at the same time it's very solid. And, you know, the problem is my pawns become quite weak at some point, so it's not like a free pass or anything.
Absolutely. Okay, well, I know you want to rest. You have white, and we'll see if you get the job done in this next game.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Of course, man. And very easy. He's like, oh yeah, you know, he's feeling good spirits. He knows what he has to do. It looks like, something from the arbiter here. Like, make sure you guys play for a win, okay? And we need y'all to like play good, like strong chess and like attack each other and stuff. Okay, cool. Yeah. What line you want? All right, perfect. That's how the conversation went.
Just remember to push your H pawn, push your A pawn.
Okay.
Just attack.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Okay, the players in the zone, they both look very focused. Maxime really wants this. Look how far he's leaning forward in his chair.
Dang, it's a lot of room back there in that chair, boy.
And I think it's going to be 1e4. He's going to go for the win, really. Armageddon's going to be much more random.
Now, I want to point out, this next game could potentially be worth $25,000. You make it to the top 4 and you're guaranteed $50,000. You're out right now, and that's just a $25K prize. So there's a lot of money on the line as well right now.
Yeah, a minimum of $25,000. If you go on and win the event, it's a whole different story. Huge money on the line. Money.
C5. Oh, here we go.
Is it going to be bishop e5? No, he goes for knight c3. But will we have an open Sicilian? Yes, we do.
Oh, we have an accelerated now by transposition.
Accelerated dragon. Nice. Black fianchettoing. Oh, this is going to get spicy.
These are spicy. I had a lot of good success with this. Oh, this is the waiting move line. This is nice.
Okay, Kanti, seems like you're the expert here. Rook to e8, very mysterious waiting move.
Yeah, this is a waiting move.
And yeah, it looks like an open Sicilian. It is an open Sicilian now. And yeah, it's all about maneuvering. It's not one of those attacking variations with castling on opposite sides, so we won't see those A pawn thrusts, but it's a more positional variation. Now, this bishop is getting hunted down. Maxime's quite attached to his light squared bishop in all openings, especially in the Spanish, but this time he's likely to allow the exchange, and the position is going to become much more strategic. It feels like Denis is very well prepared here, though.
Yeah, he's been blitzing out his move, and he's about to get the bishop pair to start with in an open position. That is usually something to brag about. Great preparation there, but Maxime also keeping up with the speed. He wants to keep it flexible. You take that bishop, he's saying, take it on my terms. I take it with the A-pawn. It moves towards the center of the board, opening up the rook on that A-file development without making a move.
Yeah, I think there's no rush to necessarily take this bishop. So often, if you're thinking about a trade, and I think good advice again for everyone, do it on your own terms. Keep your opponent guessing. Only kind of pull the trigger. Only go for it when you're fully ready. And instead, he plays pawn to b6, getting ready to improve his light squared bishop on the longest diagonal. See the double fianchetto for black. Quite rare in a Sicilian, but yeah, I really like the long-term chances for black here. Black has 2 central pawns versus white's 1. In the center, and yeah, the bishop pair incoming.
And he can still delay it for another move, right? The bishop isn't running anywhere. But the one idea that black has to watch out for is a move like e5. That rook lined up against the black queen. He does trade off on b3. I'm expecting the pawn, the a pawn, to take that knight, open up that rook line. But e5 again in the air. A pawn sacrifice. Can he do it right now?
You actually can't. That's pretty nice, Tanya. e5 is annoying.
But what is the discovered attack? Let's jump in and show this because it's what Maxime is calculating right now. Pawn to e5 is a constant theme, and always look out for these type of discovery attacks here, these discovered attacks. Right now, though, I don't think the white knight can jump and attack anything too valuable. For example, knight to e6 is a double hit on the black queen, but the black queen can simply shift, and it's only a bishop you can grab. Yes, it's a key defender of the black king, but you have given up a pawn in the process and opened up black's light squared bishop, so I think not quite working out. Not bad. The eval bow shows it's roughly level still, but maybe not too productive right now.
So not just yet, but in the air.
Yeah, in the air, especially if the black queen stays where she is. I'm expecting some kind of move. Defending this pawn, though, is a bit awkward. I was going to say maybe move the bishop to kind of use the queen to defend.
You know, you would also look at a move like f3 to block that bishop on b7, just sort of build a wall against it. But combining that with h3 already being played, you're creating some holes around your king, and that's why the hesitation.
Yeah, that's why he moves his queen instead. I think f3 might have to happen at some point, but as you say, Tanya, there are holes on the dark squares if you ever play that move. So queen to d3. At least there's no immediate threat of e5 now. The white rook has been blocked. Oh, I really like Denis's chances actually here. I think he's got a great position, great outcome to the opening here. Two bishops.
Yeah, you're biased usually towards the bishop pair, David, but here it makes a lot of sense, and the bishops are beautifully poised, you know, on the longest diagonals on the board. You also have ideas of advancing, expanding on the queen side. For Denis, a6, b5 comes to mind to dislodge that knight on c3, a key defender to that e4 pawn.
Yeah, and Maxime might actually meet that with a block. Maybe his idea is to expand b4 to b5, just to clamp down on that flank. The center, unclear who's kind of in the ascendancy there. Maybe black, who can pull the trigger with e5 at some point. Maybe even open things for the bishops with d5 later. But first he slides his queen. And yeah, very stodgy start to this game, but it feels like it might be bubbling towards something a bit later on.
James, does that square for the queen surprise you a little bit?
Slightly, it does get off of the line. We do want to usually put a rook there, but the a file is open, and generally it'd be the a rook going to c8. So I do like this idea. There's also an idea of moving the knight from f6 to d7. So this is a general thing you would do in accelerated dragon positions, in Maroczy binds in particular, but even just positions where your bishop is blocking, or sorry, your knight is blocking the bishop on g7, you just reroute it.
Knight.
Yeah, knight d7 is an automatic move in a way. You just go knight e5 or c5, depending on what you're looking to do. Yeah, and give some flexibility and air to your pieces, actually.
Nice plan.
Yeah, process of elimination. I mean, you're not really moving your rooks right now. Bishop's also stuck, either improving the queen, but not clear where she wants to stand yet, or you move the knight. And there we go. Denis plays that move. The one downside, though, consequences and the bishop pair, one of them might be traded off. I think that would be a huge gain for Maxime if he's able to eliminate the black king's best defender and the beautifully fianchettoed bishop.
Maximum game in these kind of positions when you've got the bishop pair, you eliminated a healthy pawn formation, and also long term, once the bishops are off the board, that white knight can jump to d5 at the right moment. You know, you've got these ideas of eventually a trade on that square, putting your own pawn on that square, and then creating your chances. Bishop d4, I like it. Is it on the board?
It's on the board.
It's played.
And the bishop takes d4 this time. So there's two bishops on the d4 square now. And okay, a recapture. Oh, this little transition, it feels like it might have favoured Maxime slightly, but then again, the black queen does get access to some squares. The black queen improves herself. Very active post for her. Oh, this one's tense. It could go either way.
I just like that white also has control of the A line right now, stopping the black rook from getting active, from getting to that C file, or at least provoking some moves on the queen side before that can happen. Healthy pawn formation, though, for black. I see the bar says that white is slightly better, but I think Denis should be feeling comfortable. From a human perspective, you know, you feel like you don't have any targets. Knight is jumping onto e5, the bishop looking good in b7. He can't be too worried about his position.
Can't be too worried. Yeah, it's also, I've got a lot of experience on the white side of these positions. You don't have pawn breaks. That's the big thing. We talk about pawn breaks in the middle game when it's slower, more strategic. Like, what are you doing with this pawn? It's just a target for the black bishop forever. And pushing pawns on the side where your opponent's quite strong, that comes with risk too. So it's about piece play. I think Maxime might be setting up for your move, Tanya, planting a knight into the center. This knight tends to be a bit stuck. If black gets one more move now, brings the rook across, as James mentioned earlier, on this c-file, the knight is tied down forever and becomes a target of the pawn. So now might be the prime moment to jump.
Yeah.
See.
And Dennis as well, looking at that expansion plan on the queen side, b5, b4 in the air. It's a very, very tense middle game because it looks very balanced, but both sides, there's an imbalance of the bishop versus knight. Knight has arrived to d5. It was the moment it had to be done before the rook lined up with the queen. It's always uncomfortable to trade that knight on d5 and allow that pawn to step in, right? Because that gives white such big space advantage, creates the weakness on e7. Bishop takes knight, I would be hesitant to make that decision here, James.
The problem with these positions for black is that you just have to, like maneuver the pieces a lot. You have to be very comfortable with these positions because moving anything, E or D pawn, is going to come with very big consequences. Trades are fine, as we're seeing here. He plays b5, grabs some space. So now our idea here, which of course this suits, honestly, this whole positional aspect of what's going on really suits Denis's style, as we see. He loves to play this type of chess. You can bring the usually the rook's on f8. It's usually rook f to c8 in these type of lines, but it's on e. So you can bring the e rook over to c8 because the a deals with that, the a pawn. So we put some pressure on the c file, maybe even actually it's weakening the pawn structure, but knight e5 at some point. But you can kind of maneuver knight b6, knight f6, king g7. You just slowly improve, which is a strong suit for Lazavik here. So I think he's quite comfortable, despite really not having a lot of counterplay.
Would you agree this is more of a Denis position than a Maxime position?
For now, yes. Unless Maxime's able to switch his focus over to the black king, which lacks defenders right now, and start going for it. So I think that's what Maxime's trying to do. The white pawn that you mentioned earlier, Tanya, it really cuts the board in half. The black queen can never really come over to the king side. It's going to take a massive detour if you want to go for that. So if Maxime can generate an attack, I think white's got great chances. If it's more positional, as James mentioned, if it continues in this vein, then yeah, Denis might take over.
Yeah, and also the e7 backward weakness that can become a target for black with the pawn formation that we're seeing. I like the activity that Denis is showing on the left side of trying to create a pawn advance there with either b4 to clamp down on that c2 weakness and then target the c pawn, or even at some point the a pawn moving forward, creating counterplay. Right now the knight jumps onto the center of the board. A bit of an awkward spot for that rook to d4, right? In front of the queen, center of the board. But then you're wondering, how did it get there? It had quite a bit of a journey.
Yeah, the white rook was on d1 like 3 moves ago, and it's just gone around to d4. You normally don't want rooks like that,
Jumped
right?
over the queen.
Leapfrog chess. Now the white knight has a nice outpost. I wonder if Denis rushed slightly. The white knight is going to be dynamite on the c4 square. And it's coming. That is going to be a nice square to just hang out, just chill, just like the other players are, the other semi-finalists in the green rooms right now.
Oof.
I like this for black now, though, because the rook is kind of strange on d4, and d5 is a weakness. c4 would make b3 a little weak, but okay, a5 is weak too. So, I mean, equal, dynamically equal is what they say in the books.
Denis reaching for his rook, improving his worst place piece, and Maxime will no doubt land his knight on a square. It cannot be challenged yet. I do like the white formation, though. How are you going to kick these away? Denis is arguing that he might destabilize by playing a4. And trying to break on that flank. Oh, this is so tense. Yeah. Roughly level on the clock as well, only a few seconds in it.
Well, Chad, what do you think the move is going to be? Of course, you know, when we ask you what it is, what the move's going to be, we're going to talk about take. So you should take your time and get this app. In fact, don't take your time. Just get the app, right? What do you think the move's going to be is next? And take. We can play along with the players here, as you see right below me there. You use exclamation point take in chat, or you go to go.chess.com/take x3, and also again exclamation point take in chat. What do you think the move is going to be here? This is going to be a long game though, maneuvering all game here. Maybe trade of queens, rook takes, rook c5, and just kind of maneuver. King comes up to g7. I'm telling you, this is going to be a long game, but the type of games that Denis like. But again, as David said, I mean, NBL likes these type of games too, which is crazy that his style is so aggressive and tactical, but he can go to an in-game, you know, a Magnus-esque in a way, and in-game you as well.
But that's the thing, right? We were thinking that if there's a kingside attack, Maxime will feel comfortable. I'm slightly surprised with this choice that Maxime's made of retreating with the knight, allowing a queen trade on d3, which Denis goes for. And now Denis has the ideas of rerouting his own knight to corresponding squares. You know, we spoke about c4 being an active square. Denis first uses the rook to come up, puts pressure on d5, really tying down White's rook and knight to defend that pawn.
Yeah, I mean, this is Maxime playing for a draw, if anything. This is not Maxime trying to win this game, because the white knight, as you mentioned, Tanya, is totally stuck. Cannot move for want of defending these two pawns. I'm not sure exactly how Denis improves his position, so the status quo might just be maintained here. But you do have a pawn majority on the king side. Maybe you just start pushing this pawn, start wandering your king over. You can imagine the black king kind of coming over, supporting some action on the other flank. Yeah, it's a Denis type of position, at least for now. If it's a calculation battle, I think Maxime is the favourite. But for now, it's just manoeuvring. And look at this. Denis is so good at manoeuvring. He's going to stack up his rooks and make White's pieces totally passive. They're going to be frozen defending the central pawn.
Yeah, I'm going to say it again. That knight retreat, offering the trade, very surprising decision to me. And he went for the take right after that, right? He trades the queens off. Really nicely pointed out, rook comes to b5, tying down all of White's forces. And then basically Black has a free hand to think about how you want to improve your position. At some point, you might want to start advancing on the right side of the board. You know, put a pawn storm there, try to create a weakness. But you can play this really slow as Black, because White's sort of paralyzed to defending that d5 pawn.
And actually, in fact, this is, you know, I've played Accelerated Dragon for so many years. And of course, I upgraded to Night Orbs and other Sicilians, but Accelerated, this is a very fun opening. Had a lot of good wins with this, but also you have games like this that makes it very boring and dry. Some type of Maroczy bind type of ordeal, where Black's going to do the same thing, in fact. Just maneuver. It looks like he's reaching out, yeah, Rook b5 and maybe King g7, King f8 all the way over to d7. This is going to be a long game, as we mentioned before. Move is this move 30, but probably another 40 moves here.
Unless the players offer a draw, maybe
Armageddon.
Maybe we're reaching Armageddon, because it's going to be hard for either side to improve. Just as I say that, again, commentator's curse. Maxime tries to lash out, and he's going to try and kick this knight away. This knight is the pride and joy of Black's position right now. It is kind of dominating the white knight. It's all about pressure on the d5 pawn. So maybe Maxime's going to go for it at the right moment. Ooh, the h-file's opened up as well. So if the white king moves, the black pawn pushes. If the black knight goes off somewhere, then White does have some access to the h-file. The white rooks can swing across. I know that's a lot of arrows, sorry everyone, but...
No, we want more.
Oh, don't tempt me. F4 first. F4 for the score.
F4, yeah.
Squares.
Yeah, he's playing aggressively here, Maxime. And that black knight, it can also transfer itself, and it's the rook instead rerouting to that h-file, wants to be the first to control it. Yeah, I think draw is incoming in this one.
It's most likely, but I don't know, Maxime's g4 does hint that he wants to at least try to continue this game. He could have just sat still. If White did nothing, I'm pretty sure Black would have done nothing, and we would have just seen some convoluted way of repeating the position 3 times and a silent draw offer, but...
Ooh, he's reaching out for the knight.
It's hard to create something like, of course we have g4, and if you get too aggressive here, you give up the e5 square, and the knight can get very active. You put the knight there, and it's kind of a stallion there, very strong. You would love to go g4, g5 and f5, even double the rooks on the h-file, but that takes too much time as well. And as Black doing nothing with the pawns on d6, e7, f7, and g6, which of course is just a very strong structure, which we pointed out earlier. But when more pieces were on the board, if you move anything, your position can collapse as Black. So as you see, Denis has done a great job of just maneuvering pieces. Don't touch anything. Just maneuver pieces, wait for White to do something, and give us squares as pawns can't go backwards. So f5 will allow knight e5. g5, okay, but then what's your follow-up after g5? So it definitely looks like we're going to Armageddon at some point. Very likely, but of course there is still chess to be played.
And Maxime with that last move, an active one, putting pressure on that e7 weakness we've been talking about. The black knight also has the b6 square at some moment if the f6 square becomes unavailable for the knight to start targeting that d5 central white pawn to just make sure that Maxime pieces remain tied to it, to defending it. But I agree with James. I think Armageddon is the most likely outcome in this one. He plays g5, clamps down on the right side of the board.
And in the meantime, shout out to big chess fan, chess player, Andrea Bocelli. And Maxime, yeah, jamming out. He must be feeling very chill, very inspired right now. Andrea Bocelli, he's actually opened some big chess tournaments. He's made the first move, first ceremonial move at some big games.
The candidates as well in Toronto.
That's right.
And meanwhile, it's Denis who tries to lash out now. The move f5, that's a big committal move. Because it leaves a huge square on e6. Don't go in with your rook just yet because it might end up being trapped there. Rook e6, knight f8, and suddenly you're out of squares for that rook. But it's a long-term weakness. If white's knight ever lands there through a maneuver, that could be dangerous.
Oh yeah, big decision from Denis Lazavik, and it was very opportunistic. It wouldn't have been there for much longer, but okay, en passant, I was going to say not forced. But he does play it, of course he does, and now offering a trade of rooks. This might become a race, you know. This might become a question of whether black's queenside pawns are weak. I can imagine a white rook switching later and trying to knuckle down. But the white d5 pawn at some point or other, it just feels like it might drop. Ooh, it's still very tense. Still anyone's game.
Ooh, and Maxime puts the rook on the open a file. He's got a threat. Rook takes pawn because the rook on c8 is hanging.
Tactinos.
Even in an endgame.
Even in an endgame. That is a nice threat. Actually, how do we defend this? Okay. Let's just move the rook away. Takes. And now I'm passive. Knight c4 happens.
He just completely ignores it. Did he just move his king?
I guess he's saying something. What is he saying here?
Because at the very end, if rook takes pawn right now, then the d-pawn would have been hanging at the very end of the variation. It would have been a rook endgame still. Unclear whose pawn structure is better. I guess for white, having these doubled pawns in any king of pawn endgame is a bit of a liability. It's harder for you to create passed pawns with doubled pawns. And yeah, Maxime responding in kind, just improving his king. Maybe his plan will be to kind of move the king on over just to defend this central pawn eventually. Still need to be a bit careful there, but hard to improve for both sides.
It's a funny tension on the C line, right? Because of that rook on c8, you can't grab the d5 pawn. The rook on c5 is sort of stuck in the position right now, can't move left or right. The a5 pawn hanging, but also the d5 weakness that speaks. So a really interesting standoff between the two rooks. And as white, you don't want to trade on c5, allowing the black rook to jump there and then double down on the d5 pawn.
Okay, Denis just waits.
The waiting game.
20. The waiting game continues.
I like this idea of king d4. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, king e2. When you get the king to d4, rook a5 is the move. So, like, black has to wait, and this is just gonna happen. The king gets to d4, a5 gets weak. Oh, maybe there is rook c4 and rook c5 after. That's probably the idea.
I have a question. The moment you go king d3, knight takes pawn becomes a reality, right? Because knight takes knight, and he'll come in with a check then.
That's
so
nice.
you have to be really careful before putting your king on that square.
Very careful. That is indeed correct there, Tanya. There is. Oh, he's reaching out.
For his knight?
Knight e8. Now it's not there anymore, Tanya.
He's defending his
rook. He might have to move his king, maybe.
There's no tactics, but the king's coming.
Here it comes. Yikes. Maybe a king e8 might have been slightly better.
Yeah, that's the hardest thing in chess, right? Doing nothing at all. Sometimes that's the best thing to do. Just wait. Play the waiting game.
Nothing.
Oh, he's lashing out here, Denis. He's trading off white's weakest pawn, though. Surely this is going to be a relief for Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
Yeah, it feels like Denis is trying to force matters here, but every decision is less optimal.
Right.
Giving white that edge, you know, getting rid of the weakness, allowing the king to the center of the game.
Oh, and talking of pawn islands, black has 3 right now. Black has 2 isolated pawns and a backward pawn on a5. White has 1 isolated pawn of his own, but I don't know, fewer weaknesses in total. And these small things, they do tend to add up. Also, the clock advantage that Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has right now. The trend of the game feels like it's slightly on white's side. Nothing significant, but oh, Denis, is he feeling the pressure? Can he hold this game? This is a check. He has to go back.
He has to keep in contact with that knight behind the king, expecting the king to fall back on f7. You want to also stay connected to that g6 weakness. You know, we've been talking about swiping, right? That rook from a1 could go to the g file and start targeting it if you go too far ahead with your king on the d file.
Swipe all the way right to it with rook h, a1 coming. In fact, if king f7, there's some tricks here. There are some tricks.
He's going the right way there, Denis. He found the best move, but now the white knight is jumping. Looks like this is a fork, but the white knight gets out of the fork with a check.
There it is.
Saves itself. And the bar's sliding.
Just a little bit of a slide there. King steps up, and maybe a rook.
Well, c2 is hanging as well, so you have to watch out.
Yeah.
Come back with the rook, defend that pawn.
There it is.
Ooh, look at the black knight, though. It's suddenly become so bad, and now the white rooks are swiping right. They're going to slide all the way across. There we go.
It's 5 seconds for Denis.
Oh, the rooks are coming. The black king and rook cannot hold the door completely together. And
if he just doubles the rooks.
There are some knight checks as well. This is scary for the black king.
The rook g2, how are you defending the g6 pawn? You can double up on the g file. Do it now.
And it looks good. He is calculating. He's trying to find something better. There's also mating ideas. Rook g2, king f5, rook g5, check first. King f4, rook g4, mate.
But you see a pawn, you grab a pawn. Why is he not playing rook g2 here?
He might be calculating knight g6 first, and then takes from rook e6, rook
that's
takes.
nice.
That's an idea, but the king gets to f5 very quickly.
Yeah, there's so many tempting options. You can drop back the white knight with a check.
There's also rook g6, knight e7. Oh my goodness. You can do that now.
He's going to
I
play
think
it.
he's about to play it.
Yeah, he's playing it now. He's playing it now. Tactinos.
Ooh. Okay, it's a sacrifice. He drops in his knight with a fork.
But the black king gets active.
Yeah, the black king very active now. And maybe the white king in some trouble. Some checks incoming. I think Maxime got a bit too excited there.
Got a bit too fancy with rook takes pawn, right? Allowing all this activity. And now suddenly there's no coordination between the white rook and the knight. Meanwhile, black's pieces are coming towards the center, falls back. You can give a check on d4.
And that black rook on c5 that he was able to capture, it was doing nothing. It wasn't on the right side of the board. It was not participating. He actually traded off his very active rook for black's passive rook. And Denis, though, down to 2-3 seconds. Every turn is a blunder coming.
Yeah, he just lost a pawn. He's down a pawn. And the white king is sliding towards the left side of the board, coming towards the other pawns.
Oh, another check. The white knight is going to drop back with a check. White's going to start gobbling up those pawns. It's going to be 3 versus 1 now on the queen side. There we go. Second pawn drops.
Maxime's about to go through. All the pieces on that side. He gives a check, defends his own knight. The king comes back, unpins. Knight d5 is a big threat.
Oh, Denis, again, he's getting off moves with 2 seconds every turn. Still some tricky knight forks in the air. This is not over yet. Maxime's starting to get low on the clock. Oh, he gets the knights off the board. He's getting closer, but rook endgames do have a drawish tendency.
But that's 2 extra pawns, David, and, you know, a good couple of seconds extra on the clock as well. Very handy right now for Maxime. If you give a check, the rook blocks that check.
Okay, he's trying not to allow his last pawn to get traded off. If Maxime can trade off black's remaining pawn and can keep 2 connected pass pawns together, it's over. But there we go, the black pawn staying where it is. The white king, though, is coming.
How long can you stay? Because the white king will go up. He's relying on checks, Denis. It's amazing how he's keeping his chances alive to hold on in this endgame, playing on seconds.
Yeah, this is not so easy. It's not easy at all, but this move...
Ooh, that was nice.
Wow.
Spectacular.
Forcing matters and gives a check and captures, and David, you get your position.
Yeah, now this is quite straightforward. The white king is going to hold the hand of these pawns. It's going to hide beside its pawns. And once the white rook moves out the way, the pawns will start rolling.
There it is.
Wow, that was such good technique from Vachier-Lagrave. That trick with the check, so opportunistic. And now the black king's coming. Watch out, the white king's still not ideally placed on the edge of the board. But Maxime just in time to swing his rook across. He's going to give a check from the side, kick the black king back. No checkmates for you. And handshake.
Wow. NVL! MVP! He's got it done. Man, the hardest thing to do is to sit around and wait, where Denis was, ended up cracking there. But of course, the time got lower too as well. He waited for the time to get low and took his chance. Him meaning NVL. Great job. He advances.
But what a journey it's been for Denis Lazavik in the Champions Chess Tour Finals, right? In the round robin, he took down Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, beat Vincent, took down Alireza Firouzja and Wesley So. It's been a tough day, but I think really so many highlights for the 18-year-old, the youngest player in the Tour Finals, who made it twice in a row here. It's goodbye for him. He's going back, but I think a lot of great moments for him in this tournament. It's Maxime Vachier-Lagrave who's going to have more great moments as he goes through to the semi-finals.
That was great. David, what did you think of that match?
Wow.
Amazing, right?
Yeah, it was incredible in a different way. It wasn't fire on the board, but it was really instructive. There's strategy involved, the patience involved, the mindset, the kind of psychology, the high pressure, the high stakes tends to get to players. They both seemed very tense for a while, but ultimately, Vachier-Lagrave experience counted.
Well, of course, we're done with matches for the day, but we'll be back to actually close out the show and reveal Magnus's pick for the bracket. But first, ready to push your chess to the limits? Ani Chess is modernizing chess by infusing the timeless game with an innovative spell mechanic. Players can compete against each other, participate in tournaments, and experiment with 9 different spells that will transform the way you see the 64 squares, whether you're a novice or a grandmaster. And now AnyChess is open to everyone. Always free to play, easy to join. Head to go.chess.com/AnyChess or use !AnyChess in chat. Coming up, an interview with MVL, the Rubik's Move of the day, and the final bracket after Magnus's pick in the break. Learn more about the woodpecker method, and when we return, we'll close out the show and set up for the semifinals tomorrow. Don't go anywhere.
The players are done making their moves for the day. But after the break, the Rubiks make your move of the day. I'm Logic.
Hundreds of thousands of kids have used the Crunch Labs Build Box to learn how to create and build stuff while having a ton of fun at the same time. But what about something for teenagers and adults, where they can learn all the tools and tricks I use to create the builds on my channel? Well, I'm happy to say, starting today, that exists now. And this is it. It's called Hack Pack, and it's basically a series of really fun programmable robots that get delivered right to your door, where we build it together and learn step by step the kinds of engineering skills that go into making the builds on my channel. And don't be intimidated, because all these use a programmable microcontroller as the brain. Because if you can put together a Lego set, you can put together this. And it will work right out of the box. No programming required, and it will still be really fun. Heck yeah.
I think the match was very interesting, very exciting. Obviously, Ding Liren played much higher than his standards of the last 2 years. I think he played much better than, or at least much more stable than anyone would expect before the match. Yeah, again, congratulations to Gukesh. It's just crazy to me how players are getting younger and younger.
I was very, very happy to see that Gukesh won. I think he'll be a worthy champion.
Well, whenever I was asked about like my predictions, I would say that, well, I'm betting heavily against Ding. I was sure he's not simply in the physical condition to play the match. And I was like really surprised that he, it lasted that long. So maybe partially because of the first game, which gave him some good, good emotions, and certainly like some room for make mistakes. But of course, I was like very, very unhappy with the way it ended, because I guess in classical chess, I was making some live commentary for the last game, and I think the moment he played a4, which actually was 27th line of Stockfish, I think. Yeah, so, I mean, of course it's not losing, but it was obvious that something is really wrong with him. Would it be tension, or like or his physical conditions, or his psychology? And at that moment I said that okay, probably he's going to lose this. I mean, I still don't know how, but I mean, it didn't come as a surprise to me that eventually he found a way to lose this. But it's more or less like the Murphy law. Yeah, like whenever something can happen, it will happen. Yeah, like so. It's quite sad that it ended up. It ended like this, but yeah, as a chess fan and also as a commentator and also as a chess professional, I was quite unhappy. But what to do? That's sports, and more or less similar things happened to me quite some time ago. So. You just go. Yeah.
Okay, it's that time of day to check out the Rubik's Make Your Move of the day, and it's going to come from that thrilling encounter between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Denis Lazavik, where it was Maxime who eventually triumphed. And let's jump into the chess to check out that move of the day. It was at this moment that the pressure had been building. Denis Lazavik hadn't been able to hold his defensives together. It was a very balanced game, but here Maxime had been turning the screw. The pressure has been heating up. This G6 pawn especially has been extremely weak, and there are many strong moves here, but Maxime made his move. Rook takes G6. Maybe not the best move according to the computer, but good enough to tip Denis over the edge. This forced the black rook away from the D7 square, from defense of the D7 square, allowing this nasty fork. And it was here, after a check, the black king moving back, that Denis missed his last chance to save the game. Rook down to G1, trying to check from behind. May have given black some drawing chances. White still, of course, in charge here, but instead, it was the D-pawn that fell. The white king went active. Next move, the D-pawn fell, and Maxime went on to round up the game very nicely. That was our move of the day. What's your next move? If you want to find out more, visit go.chess.com/Rubik's50 or use !Rubik's in the chat to explore more.
As we take a look at the bracket here, we see MVL has made it through. And look at that with Magnus Carlsen. And speaking of Rubik's move of the day, MVL having a great match. We have a special guest with us. In fact, Magnus has made his decision. He's actually fighting against MVL. And in the studio, we have the man himself, MVP, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. MVP, MVL.
The big reveal.
The big reveal, right?
Like, zoom out.
I think before we get to that, Maxime, what a day it's been for you. A really long one. You made it to the semi-finals. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm happy, of course. Past 2 days, especially the first day, I was playing quite badly. Yesterday, I was feeling I was playing much better, but things were not really going my way, and my endgame technique was, to be desired in many games. But today, I kind of corrected that a little bit, even though I had a tough first match with Wesley. But of course, this second game, it was hard to focus because I knew which results I needed to, not really care about my game and focus on the survival mode.
So you had eyes on the other boards. You knew that results would go in your favor.
Yeah. Like I knew in the first round things that gone in my favor with Jan winning his game and me drawing. Like if I lost 2-0, it would be an issue.
Yeah, and I mean, your chess always entertains us, Maxime. Firstly, congratulations on making it to the semi-finals. And we had the big reveal there, right, where Magnus has picked his opponent for the semis. It's you versus Magnus. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't mind. With Magnus, it's always big fights. Yesterday was another one of those. And somehow we sometimes manage these comebacks in these Champion Chess Tour matches. And, it often goes to Armageddon, but of course tomorrow is 6 games. So it will be quite the day, like, to fight Magnus on the 6th game match is kind of, I wouldn't say the ultimate challenge, because the ultimate challenge is to play him in a 14-game match.
Classical.
Yeah.
With some rest days in the middle.
Yeah, but it will be like, if I can manage something, I will be proud of myself.
Yeah. Go on,
And yeah, just something, Maxime, you touched upon, right? Your match in the round robin stage against Magnus. It was a big fight, and you got the first win in that, and then Magnus making a comeback there.
No, it was the opposite. But
Magnus got the first win, and you made a comeback and took it to the Armageddon. I'm sorry. I want to ask you, what would be the takeaway from that? How would you try to switch that up in the semis?
I mean, somehow I've managed to play well with white against Magnus, and it's not easy. Especially this Marshall, like he hasn't lost a classical Marshall in I don't know how many years, but somehow I've been managing to put him under pressure in the rapid format in these positions. So it's a good thing. We'll see what he prepares for tomorrow, but probably
he might not play as solid, and of course it depends, of course, how it goes in the first games and so on. We'll see. Like I'm eagerly waiting for this challenge because I always like to play with Magnus. Like when you're fighting the best chess player in the past 15 years, you know, it's always a pleasure. Like results matters, but you know, to put up big fights with Magnus like we did in the past few years, I take big pride in it.
You made it this far against Magnus, or made it this far to face Magnus. Congratulations on all the success. What is actually going to be sort of a preparation or plan going into this? Of course, it's not like a 1 or 2 game type of thing.
Yeah, 6 games is a lot. So clearly tomorrow I will focus more on my opening choices, and because I know Magnus will be trying to press here and there, so I know I have a lot more to work on. And I have all day to do that as well.
All right.
Maxime, one more question on that matchup. Now, for Magnus, it was Alireza, Jan, and you. Are you surprised he picked you for the semi-finals?
A little bit, but you know, Magnus is Magnus, so I don't think he's afraid of anyone. Maybe he wants to. I mean, I'm not sure why he wants to face me, but you know, tomorrow we'll see if he's been right or wrong. That's all I can say.
It's been awesome to have you here, MVL. Congratulations and good luck to you tomorrow. Of course, MVL versus Magnus.
Get some rest.
Yeah,
that's right.
All the best.
Good luck.
Yes, yes. Okay, let's bring up our final bracket here, see what's going on. And as you see, in the final bracket, Alireza versus Jan Nepomniachtchi, Magnus Carlsen versus MVL. Here we go. Of course, it's going to be a big day tomorrow. We'll all be watching tomorrow. But before we close out today, Mike Klein caught up with Denis Lazavik. Let's take a look at that one.
Thanks, guys. We're here with the tough luck loser of that game, Grandmaster Denis Lazavik. But as the youngest player, you should feel very proud of the way that you played. How would you rate your overall experience here?
Yeah, overall, of course, it was a good result. I mean, of course, it's a bit disappointed to lose three matches, but anyway, if someone said me that I will manage to show that results, I will be happy. So overall, everything goes good.
You were a very tough opponent. In this final game against Maxime, how big of a factor was the clock?
Clock always is a big factor, but I mean he just started outplayed me, so it's more important because otherwise I mean when your opponent sort of attack you should spend more time. It's quite obvious. So he pressed me like a 4 G4 G5, and I should spend time, and now he outplayed me finally.
And I know you wanted your entire weekend to be filled with chess, but now we know it will not be. So you're a young man, you know, you're in a fun city. Are you planning on doing anything, or are you just going to watch the chess?
I don't have any plan now, so maybe I will go somewhere with my mother. Maybe I will just take some rest. I don't know.
Yeah, I know it's tough. There is a tournament at the Good Night Pub tomorrow night, a Blitz tournament, so maybe you could go to that?
Maybe.
Yeah, okay. Well, hey, I know it's not easy talking after such a long day, but I think you've made a lot of fans with your play, and you should be proud of the way you played at this event. So thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Shout out to Denis, of course, always in good spirits. The man's very chill and plays very, very strong chess, though. But here we go. Look at that bracket up there. The semi-finals are set, and here, Magnus Carlsen versus MVL. Alireza versus Jan Nepomniachtchi. How do you feel about that, guys?
Well, there's 3 players from my generation, the 1990 vintage year, which is nice to see. But, I mean, that's hard to predict, right? Magnus, of course, is going to start as a small favorite, but if MVL can play like he did in the last 2 matches today, I mean, it's going to be a real match on Magnus's hands there, and the other one, all bets are off. Alireza, Jan, it's about who's more in form on the day. They're both so good.
Tanya.
And the format completely changes, right? It's a long match. It's a best of 6. And Maxime has done it before against Magnus, even in their round robin stage. He said it himself, right? He corrected me that he made the comeback in that match. And that's not an easy ask out of anyone against playing against Magnus. He's defeated Magnus in the Champions Chess Tour before. He's got what it takes. He knows how to sort of pull Magnus into those chaotic positions, you know, bring that complication on. So that's going to be exciting. But also, Jan versus Alireza, that's fire on the board, given their combative style. A best of 6, we're in for a ride tomorrow, James.
It's going to be a ride tomorrow, of course. And that was fun. I mean, thinking about what we saw today, what was your favorite matches today, David?
So much chess.
Yeah.
So much. I'm going to shout out Wesley So, who's gone, but did produce a really nice game against Maxime. Other than that, maybe Maxime's 2 long endgame grinds against Vincent Keymer, showing the power of the knight against the bishop in both.
And you, Tanya?
Yeah, and I'm also going to just say that, you know, for Denis Lazavik, so many reasons to be proud of his performance this year. It's the second time he's back in the finals, showing that the first time was no fluke at all. He belongs here in these formats with the world's best, and looking forward to seeing everything else he does. He's just 18 right now. You know, he is a rising star, and he did shine super bright in this one.
Well, we're excited. I'm actually, my match was actually MVL and Dennis. This last match was very good just to see the grind there, the patience, and of course pressuring your opponent on the clock there. And MVL was able to go through, of course. And we have our semifinals set and ready to go. Man, another day, guys. I hope y'all are hype and ready because semifinals are tomorrow. So thank you all for watching. This is day 3 of the Champions Chess Tour, and the semifinals are tomorrow. We'll be back to call the shots and the action, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Ready for battle. Magnus starts with the white pieces.
E4, King's Pawn.
E4.
On structure, Magnus creating the first imbalance, trading the bishop for the knight.
And Levon decided, okay, sacrificial mode activated. Queen to G6.
Line connected to that F pawn. The black rook jumps to the center of the board. Rook.
I'm assuming he's going to bring his rook into play with gain of time. But now the bishop
just a move is all it took for this turnaround. And now Magnus has got 2 extra pawns. And Denis Lazavik resigns. Magnus Carlsen, another vintage win for him. He's done.
He's literally living life on the edge on the board here and in the tournament.
G3, trying to strike with H4, open up some files for his own counterplay. So delaying that idea, and Jan plays the rook left, trying to get the rook to D1.
Knight might have access to some squares, start jumping towards some pawns, start jumping towards some nice juicy outposts. A case where yeah, he couldn't control his emotion, and knight takes pawn on the last on dark squares. When you have a light square bishop, the pawns control the dark squares, the bishop will do the business on the light squares between them. So yeah, there we go, he actually plays that move. So in combination, they control both. You have eyes on a bigger prize, the H7 pawn, and now black would be forced to admit his mistake in pushing the pawn to F6. Now he would have to waste a move.
He's about to make his decision, a tough one to make with just 2 minutes on the clock. James, what do you think? What is he going to go for here?
You got to take a bishop.
Unleash the black rook down to take the F2 pawn. He doesn't find it.
He misses it.
He missed it.
A pin. Yes, he's restored the material balance, but look at the black king coming. Denis resigns. Jan is in the semi-finals.
That pawn is now falling by force. You just don't have a way to defend it. And there's no way on earth that black ever loses that position.
Very, very far. He has to be proud, obviously, of the result here. Just didn't make it, and there it is, the resignation. And MVL goes on.
Semi-finals.
Really picks no one. It's like, I don't want to play anyone.
So I'm expecting Denis to take that route.
Yeah. Denis, the D pawn.
Look at that C pawn moving 2 steps ahead. You're thinking my king is about to get checkmated. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the black rook is nicely like.
Minimum of 25,000. If you go on and win the event, it's a whole different story. Huge money on the line. Money, money, money.
Yeah.
What's a Norwegian way of life?
It's like, yeah. Yes, yeah.
Just shout out to everyone.
That's
Bishop to kind of use the queen to defend.
You know, you would also look at a move like F3 to block that bishop on B.
Over C8, because the A deals with that, the A pawn. So we put some pressure on the C file.
Kick the black king back. No checkmates for you. And handshake.
Wow.